Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, as we are live, as we always are, from the UMG studio. And today we're actually rocking something a little bit different. Let's go ahead and show off our studio because it has been taken over by Smile More Merch. It has indeed. Roman Atwood has sponsored this week, so massive thank you to Roman Atwood and everybody at the SmileMoreStore.com. It's going to be an incredible week. Of course, joined alongside by Taylor, Reflections Noble, and Nine, a.k.a. Nine Whole Grains. We're just going to go and act as if that's your real name, because that's what we refer to you as, Nine, to be honest. But it's going to be great. I'm excited for this week. How are we feeling?
Always excited to be back, right? Friday Fortnite, I missed last week. Really sad about that.
Yeah.
I know it was a bit jumbled up, right? The Brute was introduced last week.
Yeah.
Going to be a huge talking point again today. I've got some strong opinions on that.
Oh, yeah.
As the rest of the community does. But it's going to be a good week, and yeah, smile more. I think this is awesome, right? Roman Atwood coming into the mix. Always a beautiful thing. Nine, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, like you. Missed last week, but back in action here. This should be a really fun time. Well, this week, I know we've got a lot of good competitors, some trivia as well that I know you'll be talking about. So a little something for everybody today, as long as they smile more.
Absolutely, right? So, of course, we got to bring it up, right? We are going to be doing it trivia when it comes down to this week. For those who aren't super familiar, we're going to be doing 10 different questions. You answer that question. You don't have to be first. You just got to make sure that you get it right, as we've done in a few prior weeks. Like we said, Roman Atwood has donated $20,000, $10,000 to the winners, and $10,000 as being given away, right? So 10 of you are going to walk away with $1,000 after this broadcast is over, as long as you know your trivia. And the thing is that it is Friday Fortnite based, but all of it has to do with Roman Atwood. So if you've watched his videos, you are in for a treat and possibly $1,000. Let's go and talk about our format coming in for today's broadcast, though, right? It is going to be the same that it always is. We've got a double elimination tournament, 2v2 in normal squad lobbies, as teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket. And if both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. And if at any point you guys forget, oh, how does this work? What do the rules exactly entail? How do teams earn points? You can feel free to use the exclamation point rules in chat for the full list. And we'll go and take a look at our participants kind of rolling through, getting somewhat of an idea as for what to expect. And we've got some interesting teams kind of popping up on this first page here, guys.
Yeah, Ninja Reverse, team that played in week 1 of Friday Fortnite 2019, bringing it back. Excited to see if they've learned from their mistakes from previous weeks and be able to take it tonight. TG and Thieves are always a blessing to watch them play. They're a solid team. And then, of course, you have Nate Hill and Funk 9.
Yeah, you talk about solid team, and then there's this. We always talk about teams, always being in the top 3. How about always being in the top 1? Nate Hill, 3 weeks in a row in grand finals. And I believe Nate Hill and Funk, the only 2-time champions here in Friday Fortnite 2019 as well.
That's correct, yeah. These guys have been on a run, that's for sure. And it's been super impressive to kind of watch their gameplay and the way that they've been able to kind of handle the new additions, right? It's about Brute being added last week. Teams that weren't really able to kind of work with it all that well obviously saw their struggles and really couldn't do a whole lot from that. One team, though, that didn't really see a whole lot of struggles is Nickmercs and Sypher, right? A super solid placement. I believe they finished top 3, which is their highest since they played in the very first week of Friday Fortnite together back in 2018. So it's been a long time that these guys have kind of dueled with each other and saw a top 3 finish. It's impressive to say the least. But we've got a few other teams kind of making their way here. We got Cooler Aqua, we've got Stompy, Nyhrox, and like I said, Nyhrox and Aqua, they're somewhat familiar with each other, Taylor.
They definitely are, right? First place at the World Cup finals for duos. $3 million went to them, but they're split up not only outside of Friday Fortnite, but also in Friday Fortnite. But playing with Nate, playing with Stompy, 2 guys who have been themselves in the World Cup and have performed considerably well, winning hundreds of thousands of dollars, are playing together. Those are going to be my 2 teams to watch out for tonight.
I like that, right? Obviously, you got TSM Zexrow, Arkhram together. We've also got Madden famous, right? Mr. LG Problem as well. A lot of guys to be looking out for. And we've also got a few more teams kind of popping on our page. Definitely some rosters that could end up being in that top conversation in terms of energy, right? MrSavage and Benjyfishy. We also have Aydan Sway, who played phenomenal last week. And in terms of, a few other rosters we've got obviously Riversan and Ceice playing alongside each other. Dubs and Assault, which I know Dubs last week actually played with Mongraal and had a pretty solid placement, as I believe Mega currently is on vacation. And a much-needed vacation after something like the Fortnite World Cup. There's a lot of stress that I imagine came into that event, so it's going to be fun. And speaking, right, of the Fortnite World Cup, Mongraal and Mitro, a dominant duo when it came down to that event as well.
Yeah, Mongraal, Mitro, Riversan, Ceice, right? We're talking about, it's honestly lit up with a ton of World Cup players. And don't forget Ducky, right? Ducky at the top. He's a solid mobile player, and I expect a lot from him. He was very excited to play last week in Friday Fortnite. When Keem gave him that opportunity, he took it with stride. Didn't have the best performances, I know, and he knows that. And hopefully he's going to come in a little bit stronger this week and represent the mobile gaming community well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go and swap over now toward another group of players. Like I said, it's going to be an exciting week. I just the number of different talented players, number of different talented teams that we've got kind of on lock is going to be fantastic. We got Sean O'Malley along with Benkert, of course, playing with each other, which is going to be incredible. We've also got Ariana Grande's newest boyfriend, Mr. Courage, aka Jack Dunlop. For those For those who have not seen, Courage may have pulled off the biggest W of 2019. That's for sure. It is going to be playing alongside this week with FaZe EwOk. Awesome to see that. I know EwOk last week played with Bucky, saw some pretty good performances, actually ran up against Ninja and Booga in the first round. That was a super close game that produced a number of different awesome storylines.
Yeah, EwOk, always great to see her. I was really happy whenever she was brought onto the FaZe organization, obviously. You know, I think she represents Fortnite well and the community well. Sean O'Malley, like you said, playing with Kurt, right? We have UFC meets NFL. I'm excited to see that world kind of collide, and don't get them twisted. Not only are they in the UFC and NFL, but they also know how to play some Fortnite. So I think that could be a sleeper team. Not my sleeper team, but a sleeper team if you kind of follow them. Socksfor1 Bakbak, of course. They are the ultimate memers on YouTube, but still, they know how to play their Fortnite. They know their way around the map. I expect a lot from them.
As we go and swap over toward another page, another group of teams. They're playing alongside each other for this week. One team that I know that a lot of people are excited about. I know Roman Atwood was kind of rooting for them. We've got Hogman and ehPom, right? They are sponsored by Smile More. It's going to be awesome to see what they can kind of do in this tournament. It's not going to be the easiest run for them, but hey, if there was a week where they could kind of pull off one incredible run, it would be this one when they've got Smile More rooting behind them.
It would be. This is the time. They're wearing the jerseys right now. The same, I'll call them jerseys, the same jerseys we're wearing right now. And, you know, I will be very interested to see what a team like that is capable of in a week where you guys said it, so many World Cup participants, and this is already stacked to begin with, but I think this is a week where you really have to look at the bracket and try to identify who's going to run into each other early on, and we see it right here, up and down, big hitters. Look at this, Mongraal and Mitro potentially running into Nate Hill and Funk in winners round 2.
Yeah, it's massive. And I'm looking, too, at Gunfly Destroy. You know, Destroy always bringing the hype. Solid player, puts up heavy numbers. But Gunfly, previous Optic member, now an LG, going against Nyhrox as well as Nate, the team that I think is going to be a tough one and is going to make it very far into the bracket. But I got to say, there's some stacked matches up there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we're looking kind of through the page. There's just so many to look out for. At any point, if you guys are interested, you can feel free to use !bracket in the chat to follow along with us. But I believe our first game is actually ready to go here in Winners Round 1. So we'll go ahead and stop the chatter and get ready for the gameplay as we've got Smile More's own Hogman and ehPom facing off against AlexRami and DuckyTheGamer. It is about to be a blast. It's going to be an interesting first game to start off and a very competitive one, as it looks as if we are seeing the new location added here kind of officially for the first time in terms of, kind of week 8 for Friday Fortnite. We're in Tilted Town, boys.
I like it. You know, Tilted Town, honestly, for me, I prefer it over an area such as Neo Tilted, but already Ducky, he's going to have to go at it alone. His partner is dropped. AlexRamiGaming goes down, and now we got to see what Ducky is made out of. You see him playing on his tablet, and he's a very solid player. I got to talk to him a lot, especially at the Microsoft event whenever I was in New York recently, and he's done some things for the Army in the past, but look at his gun skill. Obviously coming out hot and heavy. I think that's his second, potentially even third, because I know he went in for his snipe a little bit earlier. But at least minimum he's looking at 2. But this is an interesting area, 9. Why? Because you can't build or destroy things here.
Right. I mean, in the pregame, we were talking about how important it is if you go here to be able to stick together, and that splitting is very dangerous. And we're already seeing right now, because you can't build or build up your materials here, you don't really have the option to find an easy way out or to rely on your building skill to turn a bad situation into a good one. This is just sheer gunplay right now.
No.
And already going down, that's going to be the end of one of our teams. And, I mean, we've said this before and we've said it again. Going down this early, not very good in terms of the scoring format.
Yeah, for sure, right? The fact that they couldn't really get a whole lot accomplished is going to absolutely favor in for the rest of this game at the moment, as it's going to be Hogman and ehPom. A huge advantage already in this game at number 1. as they are rolling right now, takes down another. That's going to be ehPom with the official elimination. He and Hogman pretty much just kind of splitting a few resources back and forth, getting some better items when it comes down to the inventory, as they'll be rotating around and just pretty much playing this one passively, right? You don't have to do anything crazy. There's no need to try and rush anything that's super apparent. I will say, though, and kind of, you know, in combination, or rather in previous to what we've seen in other weeks, you've got to be super conscious of those mechs. The Brute has totally changed up everything about Friday Fortnite in terms of the way that you play things, the way that you rotate, maybe even the locations that you go to. You always have to be mindful of those Brutes, Taylor.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you have to be mindful of players using them against you. Maybe you want to go ahead and hop in one yourself, right? There's a couple of different aspects that it kind of brought to the table. And I know at least Epic just announced on their Twitter, or if you go to, I believe, their Fortnite competitive Twitter too, they just announced an announcement, and I think Brutes are here to stay. So that's something definitely you guys should go and maybe read up on. Some things they're looking to add onto the Brutes, maybe looking into the future, is potentially a laser that you could see through builds that will show where the rockets are going to, or where the rockets are at least going to be targeted.
Yeah.
And there's some other workarounds. But, I mean, it didn't sound like they're getting rid of it. And as far as I know, it's also staying in ranked play, competitive play. So this might be a season-wide thing that we're going to have to deal with.
You know, Taylor, that was much nicer, much more reined in, and much milder than I thought that your first discussion
There's still
on
more to
Brutes was
come.
going to be.
Still more to
Okay,
come.
You're spreading it out a little bit.
It's a
over
long
the entire
broadcast,
evening.
Nine. We gotta
No question, though,
Yeah.
Brutes. We will be talking about it. You called it earlier. Going to be a talking point here. Because, again, these players are still trying to figure out exactly what the optimal way to approach them is. And I remember the first time that you saw some of the highlights earlier of what these players were able to do with the Brutes. And that was the first real exposure to it in a Friday Fortnite setting. So I'm very eager to see what they've learned in the time since.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while we have some downtime, we're kind of talking about Brutes. We're talking about a number of different things. I think it's time, gentlemen, for the first trivia
Already?
question.
Oh.
Why not? Why not? Just do it.
The early birds get the worm.
Absolutely. People who are here early, you got to reward them. They're already here for the first game. They're
Okay.
watching the boys on Smile More start to dominate a little bit. I think it's time for a trivia question. And in the midst of doing this, right, you're online, you're doing a number of different things. You can feel free, right? Use code Friday Fortnite for 30% off items and products on the SmileMoreStore.com. But here we go. First question. Like I said, all you got to do is just type in the chat. It's not about who's first, as long as you just get the answer right. We are surveying. We're looking for who gets the right answer. So the first question is, how many weeks of Friday Fortnite has Roman Atwood played in? Okay, that's the question. How many weeks of Friday Fortnite has Roman Atwood played in? So I'm actually I'm kind of curious about this. I was questioning you, Taylor, coming into this week, or rather kind of coming into the pregame, and you were actually surprised by a few of the questions. You were close, but you know, close but no cigar. You had a few good ideas, but
Definitely so. I mean, he played in how many?
No, don't say it. No, I was gonna say. I
Sean
was
would
like,
be $1,000, baby. No, I know better. Come on. No, I was surprised, and actually, you came up with all of them, I do believe.
I
Right?
did,
I'm
I
telling you,
did.
man, you're a genius whenever he comes with the questions.
I
'cause,
appreciate
You know,
it.
back in the day, we were doing some more, like especially during the first 3 weeks, you had some good questions. But
the
these
chat literally has no idea. I'm looking at chat right now. I'm seeing a bunch of different numbers being displayed.
it's tough, right? You got to do your research, and this is where the Fortnite wiki could come in handy.
I see a few people typing 0. I promise that is not it.
That
It
is
is not
not it,
0.
no.
I will say that. But
2000, yeah, no, definitely not it. Go to the Fortnite wiki; it'll definitely help you guys out
There
a
you
lot.
go.
That's my only tip that I'm giving to you guys whenever it comes to these questions. But let's talk about Hogman for a
Yes,
second, right? I've
absolutely.
been following him since he's been on Complexity and now on the Smile More team, and I don't think he could have picked a better person, because when it comes to Hogman, he's so influential, not only for his community but also for the game and for people in general. He's a very positive guy. He's a lovely guy. If I'm being quite honest, like, he's always positive. He loves to play with his stream. If not, he's always playing out there for some random duos, random squads, and he's always spreading positivity. And I think he's the perfect pickup when it comes to the Smile More team. And when it comes to ehPom, yeah, I want to learn more about him. I mean, obviously on the Smile More team himself, a talented player nonetheless to be competing alongside of Hogman. These are two gentlemen that I think were a perfect pickup.
I'm excited to see what they can kind of do as time goes on in terms of this week, right? Because they have a ton of talent alongside them, as you discussed, right? Hogman, more specifically, as we're kind of talking about him, obviously, like I said, a previous pro player for Complexity. We saw him dominate a number of different Friday Fortnights. And I want to say there was 1 week back in 2018 where he played alongside, I think it was 72 Hours, and they like went on a spree of like being in the grand finals, having really just one of the best performances, one of the most dominant runs to a grand final that we've seen from anybody. So I know that Hogman, alongside, like you said, ehPom, super talented team, and I'm kind of curious to see what their kind of expectation is, maybe for themselves, right? What their kind of ideal position would be in terms of the forward thinking for this tournament. Like, hey, what's our expectations for this week? You know, how far do we think that we can go? And given the right circumstances, we could make a run. I will say, though, they have a lot of stiff competition, even in, like, what, their second, third round. They're going to be facing off against some Fortnite World Cup attendees, guys who play super high. Now, I will say, in terms of pub play and comparison, it doesn't always translate the exact same way, but we know that skill, if put into fruition, can absolutely be there if given the right circumstances. But Hogman and ehPom, at this moment, a little bit of a slower performance, right? They're kind of just, you know, what? I don't know
taking
the
their
exact
time,
word.
you
Yeah,
know?
taking their time, you know, meandering a little bit kind of throughout the map as they're going to take the Rift from Loot Lake. And I did see, actually, as we kind of look at the scoreboard right now, they are down, and there's only 30 players left. There were a few mechs starting to spawn. So they've got to be super careful of that.
Super careful or super observant, right, if they want to go ahead and use it. As we know, I know there was a lot of rockets off there at Loot. You see them kind of fighting it out over next to the Rift. Meanwhile, though, Hogman, he's going to go ahead and backtrack as a player is going to be just below him as well as in the air. And now it is time for the accuracy game. Is he going to be able to connect enough? Well, he knocks quite a bit of the shields off. Shield is going to be broke. Player down to just about 80 white. And he'll focus attention on another. But the problem now, oh, don't tell me he hits it. Hogman is known for hitting some nasty snipes. If you follow his Twitter, he's constantly putting out some clips of him hitting some snipes, whether it's in the air, whether it's just, you know, an unlikely opponent just popping his head up. It doesn't matter. He'll take it off if you give him the opportunity.
And that's such a great spot to be, too. He said, love the addition of the Rift. Well, I think the good snipers who can stand up on the perch on the hill there love it even more, knowing, okay, people are going to pop out of there, especially if they're being chased there by a brute. Makes it a very appealing option to try to get away, only to run right into a sniper who has been willing to do it. And will be going in here to finish the job.
Oh, he just placed it down the cone. Just to say, that was funny. That was hilarious, the fact that you were trying to build out of the gas station. It's not going to happen. I'll go and tell you now. Spoiler alert, you're done for. Nice work from Hogman, and it looks as if they've pretty much tried to clear out this base for now. And
that's unfortunate.
I was going to say, I don't think the shockwave grenade by any means works as intended. Oh, no. As here we go, some explosives, everything being tossed out from the bag right now. They've actually got a mech to face off against. This is not looking good. Can they withstand the power of Brute? ehPom desperately trying to get a dodge, and they actually did. They took it down, and here we go. There's the stink bomb initialized. Hogman, however, ends up getting dropped, and now it's all on to ehPom.
ehPom has to go big in this situation. You notice no shields, just 90 health for the time being. Luckily, I think he's only going maybe against 1 or 2 people. Luckily, they're not trying to outbuild him, so if he maintains high ground, he's going to be okay. Good cone placed down. Player tries to take over high ground, does get a tag onto him for the time being, goes down. That's going to be a knock. Can he solidify it? Yes, he can, but you notice another player's going to be pushing up just up ahead. That's going to be another knock. And then he has one more to deal with. No resources. It's going to be tough, but he did, in fact, knock quite a few players, and I think some loot did fall onto the ground. So he needs to drop down, go for a 2-for-1. Get all the materials that drop, plus go for Hogman's car because it can be used later on.
And again, when there's still 26, you know the opposing team isn't here. You have all the time in the world to get that reboot and make the plays happen. So you guys were talking earlier about how important, or how many resources, rather, it takes to effectively duel with a mech in that situation. And we said there was that slow start, but if they hadn't had that slow start and gotten all the resources they did, I'm not sure they would have had any chance to defend from there. As we see ehPom get another one. We said we thought they'd found them all. Apparently more people tracked over, but certainly there's going to be enough resources here to grab that card and get back moving towards even more points.
Nice. He's going to go ahead and grab it, so good stuff, right? He manages to hold on, and you hear Hogman instantly giving the call out saying, hey, this is what you need to do. This is where the reboot's going to be. And right, if they don't stay alive in that situation, if ehPom doesn't go off the way that he does, if they don't destroy even in the beginning stages of that team fight, if they don't take down the Brute, they're down, guys. They're down 1-4 coming into game 2. So I will say, while it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was also at the same time about time. I mean, they really needed to kind of get something going, so they will overtake the lead in terms of 6-4 scoreline, but it's kind of a thankfulness, not that, you know, we obviously saw Hogman go down, but that the fight was initialized in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, he got blessed, right? I mean, honestly, a mech is coming your way. There's two ways to go about it, right? It's just to spam it, try to destroy it, or throw a boogie on it. Those are the only two ways to take it out. And I don't think it has enough counters. It definitely needs to rework around. But we could talk about that more later. But it is beneficial, the fact that they were able to destroy it. It's an ehPom, man. I got to say, he played that incredibly well. Now he has to make a decision. Does he want to head over towards Snobby and get the reboot, or does he want to head towards Pleasant? I agree with this play over towards Pleasant. With Zone moving in for, well, now he's going to go ahead and DV off to the left. But I was going to say, with just about 20 seconds, for sure nobody's going to be over in these houses. He should have clear reign to go ahead and get the reboot off, and then he's going to have plenty of time to outrun that storm, especially having another launch pad. So he will, in fact, make his way over. This was the smartest play he could have made and the safest play he could have made to get Hogman up.
Great work. Just waiting here now, little crouching, as they say. Crouching up and down very
Someone
quick.
pushing him, though?
Maybe.
Oh, no. Straight up ahead, there's going to be two people pushing.
You had to jinx it, Taylor.
Oh, wait, someone just got sniped?
Hogman got sniped, I think, right off the rip as soon as he was revived. No, Hogman didn't. Okay, so Hogman's going to be okay for the time being. Luckily, he does have that combat. Land is going to be a tough situation, but if they get out of this, this could be a potential 4 more.
Oh, yeah, this is huge for them. This could be what defines this game number 2. The storyline for it, unfortunately, as he tried to take the launch pad, there was some cover. Thankfully, he gets another opportunity, but it looked a little bit grim. You thought that his flight may have been delayed. However, it's only just beginning quickly and briskly on the flank as he'll take down one with some sort of an ease. Like we said, not the greatest amount of inventory spots, but that's about to change up a little bit. Granted that heavy assault rifle, and now he's back in the game. He's got a few minis in his pockets on his back, trying to help carry the load for the team as there is 13 valuable eliminations left.
This could be the start that they needed, especially to continuously moving forward. They were only up by 2. It's 6-4, but if they can lock this down, they could potentially go into round 2 with a 10 elimination lead, especially if they start turning up. These players battling out Storm just on the back of their opponents, and that's going to force to make that fight awkward for them, but not so much for Hogman and ehPom. And a nice elim goes through, gets the med kit. That's going to heal off at least some of the health they're losing from the Storm. They'll be able to push in, and the fight is making its way, looks like just in between in this wooded section outside of Snobby. And this is going to be a good place to fight, especially for ehPom and Hogman. There is going to be a heal, and I believe that's going to be Batcave. At least a portion of that's going to be inside of the next safe zone, so they will have to fight for that natural height. But overall, this is going to aid well in terms of building, right? There's a lot of open spaces. As long as they can navigate through the trees properly, everything should go fairly okay. Now they're going to go ahead and talk it out. What's the strategy? How many elims are we up by? What is our plan for the next engagement?
It's really been kind of like you were saying earlier. They've been on their back feet this entire time. Every engagement that has happened upon them to get these elims has not been one they have chosen. It has been one that has fallen on them.
Sure.
First with the mech, and then as they're trying to get the reboot. So, you know, very fortunate again that they've been able to stay up as long as they have given that circumstance. But do you see one at the hill? You were talking the natural height.
Yep.
And how do you approach this? Do you go straight at it? Do you try to send one from the back and one up from a distance like we see so often Nate Hill and Funk do? It looks like seeing one there. But what's your take here?
I mean, honestly, in this situation, I would wait. I would wait to see where the next zone is going to be, and I would wait for my opponents to have to rotate down versus me rotating up, because you notice that zone's going to be closing in. It's going to take at least 20, 30 seconds to navigate up there safely if you don't end up getting lasered. But the problem is, if you do end up getting lasered, all of a sudden the zone is collapsed down, then you've got to make your way down. And you know these pub players, right? They love to get aggressive, and they will push you inside Storm. It just makes things awkward. Luckily, ehPom's going to find an engagement down low. He's going to be able to engage on this quite effectively, I think. I just don't see these players, you know, being that good. As Hogman, he's going to go ahead and turn up. He's finding some elims himself. So the split honestly works, especially against the caliber. They know exactly who they're playing against. Players not trying to overtake high ground. They're going to go ahead and dip out. If he can get this laser in the air, that's going to be phenomenal. Not able to do so, but he'll go ahead and attack. He knows he has the upper advantage here. I'm going to knock down that build if I were him, bring him down, and get the pump in. But yeah, surprise attack from the back.
I was going to say, I was incredibly shocked by that one. I thought he was pretty much good. However, you never know when a teammate could be nearby. As ehPom trying to be careful, and you hear Hogman saying, hey, play as aggressive as you want. We trust you. And it looks as if that bounce pad, he's tempting about it, and he wants to go for the rush. Player trying to utilize the cone to most likely try and take a resource. However,
nice.
It's trap time, baby. It's time for the trap party. And that is going to be a nice elimination coming through from ehPom, as he is definitely smiling a little bit more after finding what will be his 7th elimination, as he'll go and join alongside Hogman for what should be the final sequence of fights. However, Hogman low on HP, trying to hold on to this cozy campfire and stay warmer for a little bit longer. And there we go, ehPom briskly on the flank, as that is going to be a lovely unintentional but intentional bait and switch situation. ehPom made its presence felt. The enemy turned around, and that is when Hogman decided to sink his teeth in that fight.
And I think we're down to just one more player, right? And hopefully no brutes around. And I don't think there is. So I think he's going to be okay, and this should be an easy cleanup for them. But let's capitalize on ehPom's moment up top whenever he used the launch pad. Phenomenal plays. Sees a player coned in. He's trying to heal up. He knows this, right? Builds walls all around, places the trap, destroys the cone, and gets an easy trap elim. It's smart plays like that that is going to carry at least this team forward, and is going to make them a force to reckon with. Storm flip out. That's going to force the opponent to rotate through. You notice they're going to be pinching him right. You got ehPom coming up top. You also have Hogman moving over towards his left. And ehPom's going to be the first one to engage, and this player is going to be trapped for the time being. And honestly, he can cone up all he wants. He can box up all he wants. But that's going to be the end result, right? ehPom comes through. He's able to lock it down. And what a great game from them. 7 elims for ehPom. Hogman had a couple himself. You can't complain with those results.
You really can't. And again, how scary it is to be in a situation where you are behind. You're the only team that's up, and then you get rushed by a mech. So great to them only going 1 down there. And ehPom, you can't say enough about the clutch play, not only to stay up and get all these elims, as you're seeing a replay of right here, but to pick the correct spot to go and get that reboot, as you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, kind of from the beginning phase, we were discussing whenever it was AlexRami and Ducky going down, it was like, okay, hey, we need to see them start to form a little bit. We started to kind of see them move around the map from, I think it was, what, like 70 elimination, or rather 70 players alive to 30 players alive. They found nothing. And it was a matter of once they started to engage, once they started to kind of get involved in the fights, and I'll be honest, it was a little bit of a scary situation when we needed to see ehPom go off. But whenever he did, that's what kind of sparked their aggressiveness. It was almost just a matter of that kind of was the dinner bell to allow for them to say, hey, okay, now we start to fight. This is when we start to kind of rush forward. So while it was some adversity, they saw it out, and they managed to overcome it, which is great to see. But like we said, 13-4 scoreline, you can't complain after a game like that. And you can't really complain when the enemy goes down as early as they did.
No, and you can't, right? Especially, let's talk about ehPom, right? Hogman goes down from the Brute, or at least the team pushing outside of the Brute as soon as it was destroyed. For him to clutch up as he did, to have the mindset and the communication, because I heard them both talking. They were like, hey, where do you want to go? Do you want to go over to Snobby? Do you want to head over towards Pleasant? Pleasant was the right call, and that made all the difference in the world. Getting that reboot up, getting Hogman back in the game allowed them to capitalize and finish out the rest of the teams, and that is why the score is 13-4. Now, the shoe is on the other foot. We have to talk about AlexRami as well as Ducky. Where are they going to decide to go? We were talking about this before we went live. You know, do you go to tilt the town off the initial start? I think it's a good Hail Mary play, but what are these players?
We saw them do it last time, though.
Right, exactly. But what are these players good at doing? All these players capitalize on building. That is what they're good at, and that's what sets them apart from the average gamer to the professional gamer, right? So with that being said, you go to tilt the town, you limit your abilities to be able to build, because you can't even build at all, and all of a sudden you subject yourself to just getting gunned down. There's nowhere you can go, or getting one-pumped from a player who's sitting in a corner.
I think that's a good point, because, like I said, as Taylor was discussing, we were having this conversation coming into this week in terms of, like, hey, is it worth going here? Because, as Taylor mentioned, you lose your advantage. You lose every single little thing that you kind of, hold on to when you go to this location. Now, granted, can it award you 9, 10 eliminations? Possibly, but all of the work has to be done in order for that to be the case, and players oftentimes get caught off guard in terms of, hey, like, when to build, when I do a certain play, how do I, like, the average player of Fortnite, you just instinctively build. I mean, if you play Fortnite for enough hours, you go into any FPS game and you think that you can build. Like, it just doesn't really work. Like, I remember myself, I was playing Fortnite for, like, what, 3-4 hours, and I enter into Overwatch, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? I cannot build? This isn't how this game
works? It's awkward, yeah?
It is. So the fact that you kind of enter into a place like this, you're in the, obviously the Fortnite world, and you think, wait, I can't build, I cannot hit any resources whatsoever, it's a little bit interesting. So I'm curious to see what they can kind of do off the swing, and we discussed, would they go toward this place considering the way that they went down as early as they did last game around? It seems as if they're confident in their strategy, and we'll see if it works.
And you know, I'm not even certain that this necessitates a Hail Mary play. Remember, they're only down by 9 right now, and I think we, of course, know that they love to spectate the people they're playing against. It took them a while to get started here. Maybe it's a matter of not trusting their rotations as much, because to come here 2 games in a row means that they have something that they want here that they're willing to try again, even though it burned them so bad last time.
And it's a thing to think about too. Like whenever it comes to Ducky, I know he's a great mobile player. He's fantastic at building, but maybe he's not as good as building as maybe like PC players are, maybe even controller players are. AlexRami, you had an opportunity to watch him last week potentially, but I mean, how well did he perform?
I know that we didn't really get a chance to watch him on stream, but I know that like he was kind of coming into the tournament and discussing and saying, "Hey, I'm relying on Problem to carry me." So
okay, so and if you're relying on Problem to carry you, then
and I'll be honest, I think they like got top 32.
Okay, so but that's the thing, and now it makes more sense them going to Tilted Town because you eliminate the building aspect, which makes it kind of like an even playing ground, right? So it kind of makes sense at least on Alex's part. I think Ducky's a little bit better, right? So Ducky in this situation is probably
for both it kind of fits. I think
it does exactly, and I think it evens the playing ground and it makes it a little bit more manageable because you don't have to worry about all the building. Eventually you have to push out, but a snipe comes through and Alex loses a lot of health, and that's going to force them to potentially rotate out. And Ducky hopefully doesn't run into the same fate. We know the hunting rifle actually was just adding that, and it is only in this location. You can take it out the double barrel too. So these close quarter engagements, they can get pretty hairy pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's a guy outside. There's a guy
right there, a guy outside and inside, everywhere around here. And I mean, it's a saloon. Where else would you get into a gunfight here in the Old West? But you know, it's going to be interesting to see now and further in the tournament. Going here obviously does even the playing field. How many people can they count on actually coming here? And already Ducky going down here, and we can see maybe a little bit on delay yet. Just now, Ducky goes down. Will Alex be able to come in and clutch? I was going to say pretty weakened from that fight, but now has to get the card and move out as well. There's a reboot van here, which, I mean, kind of interesting to see reboots given how old this town is. Like, was that technology? Was that technology invented back then?
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I would like to think so. I mean, you know, horsepower. I don't know how that works all that well. But hey, I am interested though because whenever you go toward this location, we've been discussing all of the different things, how it kind of plays out and how it works. But the thing is that, you know, I didn't even think about whenever we saw Ducky go down, the ability for having to reboot in the open, right? You don't have the opportunity to go for that little pyramid off to the side, whatever it may be, or even for the same thing. It's actually someone who's already utilized, unfortunately, the reboot vans. That's going to delay a little bit longer. My big thing is you leave this location with hardly any resources, so if he can stay alive, they've got a lot more to worry about than just strictly eliminations about maybe the kit. It's about the inventory, maybe even getting your teammate back in this game, as Alex desperately trying to hold on, has a few middies, which is going to be great. He also has that shockwave grenade, but to no avail. The ability to not build has got to weigh in his mind a ton right now, and also because they're somewhat wasting time. I mean, hey, it's the Old West. There's not a whole lot of there's not a big population over in this area, so there's a lot of kind of number of different factors and variables that are coming into this saying, hey, we need to get out of here, but we don't have the ability to.
I agree, right? I mean, I think Alex in this point in time, he wants to rotate out. He wants to go and get more elans, but he also wants to wait for that reboot van to reboot up. And the reason is he wants his teammate back. He wants Ducky to be there, but it is, in fact, going to be a pretty drop down. What are you doing? Drop, go into building. They can't destroy it. Oh, this is going to be a tough situation. Believe it or not, and I know it sounds totally backwards, but this is probably one of the safest areas on the map to be, is Tilted Town, because the Brute can't destroy the building, so you can essentially just laser the Brute from the outside. So he's going to be okay for now, but with him being so weak, if a player decides to jump out and apply pressure to him, it's going to be tough. Plus, he's got to start doing some damage to that Brute, or else he's just going to be trapped in here forever. And I'm seeing Hogman and Pom, right, they're getting more elims, and therefore they're increasing their lead.
Hear the frustration right there, and that much more difficult to rotate out, but a bit of a, hey, you talk about a Hail Mary being thrown about one from the other team. ehPom already down, and you see Hogman still pretty low as well, so the one thing that they really needed to happen right there, some tragedy on the other team, and where is this Brute now? Still over there, almost guarding that reboot van, puppy guarding. That was banned back on the playground.
I think a reboot actually just happened.
No way.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, I think you can reboot while in the Brute.
Wait a second, though. Wait a second, though. If you're Hogman, you've got to be thinking about this, because if he goes for the reboot just instinctively,
Yeah, exactly.
he will also res Ducky at the same time.
For sure.
So I'm actually very curious if Hogman has that knowledge in mind, as he's just going to go and decide to Boogie Bomb a fish while also going for a trap party. So there's going to be at least one minigun coming out, but Hogman has no issue with that, as I think they at least have 10 eliminations so far in this game alone. And adding on to it, is that's going to be Hogman yet again finding another crucial frag. And here we go. Alex, not a whole lot to do.
You can't break out of that.
Oh, he
still.
thought about it. He thought about just trying to rush through the builds.
Oh,
that was actually a really good call if you could have.
Yeah, you can't, though.
But I know, right? But he's at 60 HP, and I think that player who might have been in the Brute is ready to engage, brought down to 33 health. And if Alex drops here, guys, their run in the winner's bracket is through. Of course, if you're a fan of these boys, no fret, because they still do have the loser's bracket. But we know how many talented teams get knocked out early.
Hello.
What?
He
Just the
jacked
getaway
it.
car.
He just jacked it.
He just took the horse and buggy and said, no problem. And there goes Hogman.
I gotta finish these guys.
Oh, no, he opts out.
I think you hop inside of the Brute and get out of here.
Yeah, 100%. He's going back in. If he no, this is the
Run,
part-
Alex!
Yeah,
Run!
definitely. I think he gets it now. He's like, okay, wait a second. I got to get in this Brute and I got to go. But now he can't reboot, because if he reboots, he's going to reboot his team or his enemy team that he's going against. It's going to be a tough situation. Up and down. No, it's been destroyed. Does he get away in time? Yes. No, he doesn't.
Bro, they got me with the goddamn.
Oh, no, that's such a tough situation. Honestly, if I'm him, I'm in that Brute and I'm just running away. I don't think he should have stayed there and tried to engage. I understand why he was doing it, but
I think
it's tough.
Well, I think in that situation, too, as soon as he saw Hogman go down, there were still 42 elims, or 41, rather, left on the map at that time. Get out of there, start building, and maybe try to make the play happen, because there was still plenty to be done. You can see right here they did have some ground to make up, but at least you give yourself the chance to in that situation. But you know, there's a lot of pieces, and it's very, very difficult. And I think we've really started to see the pros and the cons of Tilted Town over the course of that match.
100%, right? Because I feel like we had so many different talking points in terms of what should he do? Should he try to stay at this location? Should he try to vacate the position? And then when he got that the Brute, we were talking oh my gosh, utilize this. But at the same time, he was like, I got to value elims at this point.
Sure,
and then Hogman goes down and throws a number of different kind of plays into what his kind of thought process should be. But I got to say, Tilted Town, I think it's a place that we're going to see, at least be experimented with a lot more, especially for some players who maybe aren't as confident in their building abilities, or if we do have to see a Hail Mary. My worry, though, is splitting. My worry is allowing for that building factor to no longer be a thing, because players get in that aspect and they're like, hey, there's 10 eliminations here, but they don't really think in the back of their minds, if I'm put in an awkward spot, if I lose health, if I don't find shield off the rip, I have no ability to heal and I have no ability to build.
Well, never mind shields or heals. You got to find a pump in that area. If you don't find a pump in Tilted Town, you're pretty much dead. There's no other option. So you have to go to. Luckily, there's pumps there. I mean, they're super abundant. The double barrel is back over in that location too.
That's what you got to be worried about as well, right?
Well, 100%, right? Because we know it packs a punch. I don't think I highly doubt we're going to see anybody take the double barrel out of Tilted Town. You still the combat is still way more versatile and much more usable. But overall, that double barrel up close and personal when you can't build, it could hurt. We've seen it back seasons ago and saw how deadly it was, right? So with that being said, we might be seeing a lot more of Tilted Town, to say the least. But back into the action. We've got Aydan and Sway versus Tilt and Ship, and I think this is going to be a great match. We're already heading to one of the OG locations. I was glad they brought it back. Dusty Depot, and this place sees a lot of action. But you notice, 11 elims already in the hands of Aydan. A reboot is coming through, and this should be an easy elim to say the least. Take some damage, that's going to be okay, but up close and personal, this player is coming to fight. Luckily, he's going to be dropped. Sway comes in for the assist, and that's going to be 12 elims down to Aydan, and we're down to just 6 elims for these players to get.
Already running right back in and starting another fight, too. It looks like one there, of course, going to heal up just a bit. With Sway here to protect you, it could be a whole lot worse, I'd wager. Great job swapping some stuff there. Got some shields back up now. And, Dusty being back here, I know you guys were talking earlier. It seems like every time Dusty is brought up and played, there's a Brute that seemingly always spawns near here. So I'm waiting for that. You guys have given me an advertisement that I want to see.
You want to see the Brute?
I do.
Oh, no.
I'm here for the entertainment.
Trust me, you're going to have plenty of time to watch the Brute. Coming from last week, it was in my mind, I was thinking, are we going to see it be brought out that often? I mean, is it going to be kind of a strategy? Are we
Little
overhyping
did you
it?
know.
I was like, are we going to be overhyping it? Every time that I played, it was always involved. But, when it comes to Friday Fortnite, things can be different. And Yes, it was in every single game in some capacity. It changed the results, and it definitely allowed for a number of different interesting change-ups, but I'd imagine we'll be seeing that one soon. Also, quick highlight, right? Sway, incredible talent. He and Aydan last week had a very solid performance. They came through, finished fourth, and I gotta say, I think honestly, even in considering Aydan and Innocent's run when they won Friday Fortnite 2019 already kind of in this year, we saw Aydan have a super solid performance. Last week, I think by far was Aydan's best Friday Fortnite to date. He was putting up 19, 20, 21 eliminations, not per game, but like there were, I can remember 3 different times where in just one map alone he had put up 15 plus, 2 of which were 19 and 21 eliminations. So I'm excited to see what Aydan can do and see if he can kind of keep up that same level of play from last week.
And that's encouraging to hear because I know Aydan, like, you know, like you said, he's always been there in the mix and he's always played well, but never to the fullest ability that I at least expected him to play at. So the fact that he did well is encouraging to say the least. Shipto's having a good time, and 9, you get what you wished for.
I did. Ask and you shall receive. Speak it into existence. And it's so funny to see him walking on the top of plant there because it's like just stealthing around and gatekeeping with a giant mech. It's just a fun image here, but you heard the call out saying, on me, on me, on me.
Oh, tilt.
And it's taken a little while for them to get over here, and now backing up again the other way. I'm not entirely sure if shipping knows where they want to go here. This is exactly where they came from.
And I think the reason is Tilt was going on an engagement, that fight that's happening just on the edge of the storm, but Tilt ended up picking off 3 players, I think, or at least 2 players. Yeah. And now we're down to just 2. So Ship, he's going to be on the lookout for anybody that he can find, and he's definitely got the arsenal to maybe take some players out. But I was very curious. I'm glad we're watching Ship because I kind of wanted to see Ship play and see what is up his sleeve. He's a very talented player. We know that he gets a ton of elims. And I think at least as an addition to Friday Fortnite, I think he's going to do considerably well. But now it's a hide-and-seek game. And honestly, I'm not coming out if there's a mech around me, right? If there's a brute coming my way and I'm one of the enemy players, I'm hiding. Hiding for sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you got to get out of dodge. You got to try to stay alive for as long as you can. You take maybe a little brief ownership of one of the many casas, houses in Sunny Steps, and just try and hold on for as long as you can, because it's not going to be a fun trip. That's for sure. It looks as if Aydan surveying, maybe trying to look over and maybe try to hop inside of the mech. If shipping isn't careful, that's kind of his goal right now. And unfortunately, he does. He makes it in just in time. And that is going to allow for shipping to be a permanent Uber for the rest of this game, which I love to see. This is what we saw actually come through last week a ton. Whenever it was Myth and Zexrow facing off against FunkBomb and Nade Hill, our 2-time Friday Fortnite champions here in 2019. They were pretty much allowing for, I think at the time it was Myth hopped in the gun seat while FunkBomb was driving. And it was just like, yeah, I'm going to go and chill here. I think even at certain points, Myth was like interacting with chat, was like even typing on his phone. It was literally like the easiest kind of moment of his life because it was like a matter of, yay, no problem. I'm going to go and go where the enemy wants to go as well.
That's why I was confused when they added it to solos. Like, I'm like, why would you put a brute in solos when it takes 2 players to operate it and then you're unintentionally teaming, which is against TOS? You know, these are the things that I think about, and I'm just like, all right, things are definitely getting weird in here, but yeah, honestly, I think one of the opponents are definitely inside one of these buildings, and maybe just on the outside of Sunny Steps is in fact going to be an engagement. Sway's going to find one. And a miniature build battle happening as this player tries to take over high ground and does.
Versus Sway, though.
Yeah, well, I know, but Sway missed the roof, but I think he's got the player white. So, yeah, he's going to go in and break it down and should be able to get a shot off, not able to connect. But, I mean, this player's getting swarmed on. It's going to be a tough situation to say the least. Now you got to be thinking, where is the last one at? Somewhere in this location. Launchpad's out. And there he is. He's going to be building up, but I don't think it's going to help him too much. Let's see what Aydan can do.
Aydan, a personal brute all in himself. Quickly going for the initial structure damage. That player will surely take some fall damage in the midst of falling from that 5th story, and that is going to be 14 elims for Aydan. No issues, no problems, just another day in the office. Quite literally, as a little bit of a blurry office behind it, but hey, it's all in focus. It's all good as Aydan puts up another solid game. and one of many I'm sure that are going to come as time goes on. I know we don't, or I don't think we were 100% sure if that was game 1 or game 2. I think it might have been game 1 or a casual win maybe for Aydan Sway because they looked like nothing had ever been easier for them kind of toward the end of things. So
I mean,
I'm
it's
expecting
Sway.
they're sitting well. So
yeah,
I think they finished off with like 19 in that game because I think Sway had 4 or 5, and I know Aydan finished off with 14. So
Sway,
pretty solid.
Sway's just a beast.
Yeah,
Sway is the definition of what a beast is whenever it comes to a player. And paired with Aydan is just deadly.
Well, I know, too, like Aydan used to play with Sean, right, from Ghost. And Sean has always been known as, like, a fantastic builder.
Yeah.
And for the most part, you obviously look at Sway, and everyone's like, okay, this guy's incredible at building. He's known as Mr. Creative. Yep. Even, I forget who it was. It was Clicks, right? There was that famous clip of whenever they're playing with each other, and Clicks is, like, going ham, doing some soggy 90s. And is, like, basically making his way up. You never heard of Soggy 90s?
No, I haven't actually.
How have you not heard?
I watched a lot too. I've
Chat,
never heard of
Soggy 90s. Surely everybody's heard of that.
Just sounds nasty.
Which I think Soggy is normally negative. We're just going to go and say, it's
so
not.
Soggy's a good thing.
I think Soggy's a negative thing.
Oh, Soggy. That's what I assume.
In this situation too?
In comparison to, and also in this situation, it's not. I mean,
why have I never heard of this?
Okay, let me just say this. Essentially, Clicks is building crazy 90s in a good way. In comparison to Sway, it was soggy because it wasn't as great.
Oh, okay.
So Clicks is building 90s. He basically looks up and realizes, oh my God, Sway is a freak, as he is like 9 stories taller and on controller.
Oh, you're talking about in the trios?
Yes.
Where it's like, oh, just crank, and then like, and then Sway got like super serious, Clicks got super serious,
God,
and he looks,
man,
it's like he does a double take, and then
It's that classic somebody sprinting and then someone ahead of them running backwards faster.
Yeah, literally,
is what it was.
It's
I know what you're
exactly
talking about
that.
now. I just never heard the term soggy. I'm not using
honestly
that.
cannot believe you
It's like the word moist. No one likes soggy or moist. Come on.
Don't.
I know you don't like the word moist.
Now that's going to be a topic, but I do believe that we actually have our winner for our first question. Now I asked you guys kind of coming into that last match, we got the Smile More boys who ended up moving on into the next round. I asked you guys a trivia question of which I said, how many weeks of Friday Fortnite has Roman Atwood played in? I was looking at the chat. I actually saw quite a few incorrect answers. Everybody was typing in, oh, it's got to be 3 weeks. Roman Atwood played in 3 weeks. He did not. He played in 5 different weeks, and that was all in 2018. He's yet to play in 2019. Roman, if you want to play, I'm sure you got a spot. He played in, I think it was week 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9. So a lot of different times Roman Atwood was playing some awesome Friday Fortnite, and like we said, we do have our winner, and that winner is Let's Do This 23105. Congratulations to you, sir. Very specific name. Congratulations to you. We will be getting in contact with you, so make sure to be aware of that. But congratulations, you've just won $1,000 for knowing the correct answer, which is 5 weeks. But hey, we're going to throw it to a commercial break. We just gave away $1,000 just as casually as that. We've got a lot more to be given away. We got a lot more awesome games to come as well. We'll be right back with more Friday Fortnite action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Landon Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, we just got through our first round of games. Some interesting ones already kind of coming about. Like we talked about kind of coming into the broadcast today, a number of different solid winners, round 2 games to come. A few heavy hitters already down in the losers bracket, as now they've only got 1 life left, so it's gonna be interesting, man. It's gonna be when
you put it that way, man.
1 life.
We've never put it that way before, actually.
Yeah.
1 life. What?
1 life left.
1 life left. I can't speak. But yeah, that makes it like Mortal Kombat. Like
I think
like
that was
this is it.
Was that a sitcom? 1 Life to Live? Back in the 90s.
Sounds familiar.
I never was into sitcoms.
Or
so you weren't into the 90s then? Is that right?
Yeah.
No, I definitely was into the 90s.
Not a
I'm
sitcom.
27. I'm definitely into the 90s, man.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I'm getting up there.
You are getting up there.
3 years away from 30.
Hey, getting close to retirement.
Everything's
hey,
collapsing down on me.
We're gonna have a retirement party for you. Probably like what, Friday Fortnite.
Wait, a retirement party?
Week number 98. It's Taylor's. It's Taylor's going away party. Permanent going away party. Let's go and take a look though, very quickly at our winners round 2 as we discuss a number of different games starting to kind of line out a little bit. But hey, we're seeing a few teams starting to fall. Any surprises in your guys' eyes as we take a look at who's advancing and who's falling down?
Well, I think if you look at already the match at the very bottom there, Ceice Riversan versus Ninja and Reverse. But look who both of those teams had to beat to get through there.
Yeah.
Of course, Zexrow and Arkhram incredibly talented players. We've seen them on this stage before and go very far into the tournaments. And on the other side, typical gamer and thieves, the Friday Fortnite duo that I think most people are probably familiar with, given that they always seem to be in that top conversation. But already both of those teams, like you were saying, in the One Life Left to Live bracket, which we are now affectionately dubbing it. But what a fantastic match that one's going to be.
Yeah, and I got to highlight, by the way, Nate Hill, FunkBomb moving forward to round 2. Their first match was incredibly difficult, playing against Team Bai. Got to be watching out for them moving forward in the future. MrSavage and Benjyfishy, though, I kind of want to highlight them. They had a tough matchup. Gotaga Mickalow, right, the duo that has played in a ton of Friday Fortnites in the past, whether it be 2018, 2019, taking them out and moving forward to play against Big X and his teammate. I'm excited to see how that one is going to turn out, given the fact that in winners round 3, we might see a number of teams there, whether it's Mongraal, Mitro, Nate Hill, Funk, right? It's going to be an explosive round 3.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think we have a number of different games that are going to be fun to watch. I know one that obviously, Now is bringing up is going to be Ceice and Riversan facing off against Ninja and Reverse, which I think has the capability to be a banger, as the kids say. I'm bringing up a number of different terms. I talked about soggy 90s. I've said the word banger. It's going to be.
I have heard that one before.
I'm
That's a little.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I have heard that one.
It is more common. We'll say it that way. But I am literally turning into more of a millennial than I already am, which is, it's pretty interesting.
It's okay. Own your generation, man. Own your generation. That's all I got to say. Be proud of where you come from.
Well, I appreciate that, Tim. That means a lot.
Is that
really
more
does.
Gen Z or is that millennial?
I don't know, actually. I didn't know that Gen Z was a thing for a long time.
Wait, what is
actually.
Gen Z?
Generation Z.
Generation Z, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know what you're talking about. I wasn't tracking it first, but
Were
now
you thinking
I'm
like
tracking.
Daisy? I mean, are we?
I was not thinking Daisy,
Okay,
no.
okay.
What's that one movie with the Z?
World War Z?
There you go, World War Z.
It's actually, people hate on that movie because they said the book
thought
is
it
a
was
lot
good.
better. I actually liked the movie quite
Who
a bit.
reads?
That's
I don't read.
I feel like that's most books and movies
Yeah,
relationships,
it's
though.
True. It is true. It happens. It's a thing. I'm more of a person that likes,
Well, the Harry Potter movies were amazing.
I thought people like the books, though, more.
I read like 4 of them.
That's a decent amount.
They were
that's
good,
a decent
though.
amount. Producer literally just is saying that you are dead to
It's
him.
cool. It's cool. What's new?
That's true. That is true.
What's new?
I mean, hey, it
The
happens.
abuse I go through here. It's
It has been a battleground this morning. It's been pretty rough. But speaking
That's
of
for sure.
battlegrounds, the match that we were talking about right here, Ceice Riversan versus Ninja and Reverse.
Ooh.
This is going to be a banger, as was said. And look at all those people already flying that they are chasing.
One of those guys, look at the top left. That's Stephen A. Smith. He's being subbed in here. I know 9 actually knows who Stephen A. Smith is.
Oh, my. Despicable. Horrible. Unbelievable.
Blasphemous.
Blasphemous.
And my goodness, this is going to be fun, right? These two guys together, along with facing off against Ninja and Reverse, who we know, right?
Yep.
Ninja and Reverse, a very talented team, one of which has played in I think it was week 1 was their only time they played with each other, but everyone knows, right, their desperate attempt to try and qualify for the Fortnite World Cup as a duo got them so incredibly close, but they're back here again. They're trying to dominate. Reverse literally has a nano leaf in the background of his current setup, which I am very jealous about, but I'm more jealous about his gun skills. He's already taken out a few players and Paradise Palms, making them look easy, and that's the scary part for me about this lineup here, guys, is how dominant these two are together and how much communication as well exists between them previously.
Oh, absolutely. Reverse Ninja. Any team Ninja's on, right, is always going to be a talking point because we know he can slay out, especially in these public lobbies. But I got to say, they have their hands full with this matchup, right? Going against Riversan, going against Ceice. Mind you guys, these two play together along with Elevate in the Trio Cash Cup, so obviously they have a long history of competing together. And on top of that, Riversan playing in the World Cup solo finals. He placed 9th. He took away a large chunk of money, and it's going to be a tough team to play against, especially with Ninja going down. If Reverse doesn't clutch up here, Ceice, Riversan are basically going to run through this map and come out on game 2 with a nice lead. But luckily, Reverse able to clutch. He gets the card. And you can only hope there's no one else left in this location, which I don't think there is. He should be able to get that revive.
I can't get over that picture.
I can't either. I really can't. Oh, at some point, can Stephen A. come and cast Fortnite with us, please?
That'd be incredible. That would be not blasphemous. That'd be a fantastic, whatever word you want to kind of call it. As here we go, Ceice, an interesting spot, right? Riversan goes down, and we were talking about kind of some struggles on the other side. Ceice brought down to a decently low amount of HP, considering the shield that he had previous, but you hear the calls coming in saying, hey, they're right behind you. You've got to be aware of that. Manages to dodge one shot, but can't stop the other. Ceice Riversan down off the start. And in Dusty Depot, a fan favorite by a lot of people. But if you are a fan of these boys, that is not something that you want to see. Reverse Ninja, they're up, right? They got the reboot off. They thankfully are still alive right now when it comes into Paradise Palms. But to have the enemy, who we know is super, super talented, be dropped this early on, and when Reverse and Ninja are destroying the way they are, right? We see Reverse now up to nearly 9 eliminations with that assistance. This is going to be a scary game number 2.
Wanted to take the head off with the snipe. This is crazy how things just turned around where Ninja gets dropped off early, Reverse goes in clutch. I'm starting to highlight Ceice and Riversan. They're going to walk away with this, but all of a sudden the tides have turned dramatically. Luckily, though, Reverse once again able to come in clutch, finishes a player off top. I don't know what he just did with his tongue, but hopefully that never happens again. He's going to get the revive onto Ninja. And he also has some minis to his name. But you talk about one of the best places to go, apparently, at least in this lobby. 10 elims at Paradise Palms for Reverse. That is unheard of at this location. Phenomenal stuff.
Right, and that's 13 total, and they haven't even left the area that they dropped. Got to be happy about that and the way that they're moving through here. But this is a question for both of you. The changes that we've seen in the map, of course, with Tilted, of course, with the Brute, all these things that we've kind of been highlighting that have changed over the past couple of weeks, has it made some of these less common drops a little bit better, at least in these pub lobbies?
Well, it's something always to think about, right? I mean, whenever it does come to the changing of locations, players used to go to Tilted a lot, Mongraal, Mitro. When Neo Tilted came around, wasn't as popular. It's kind of died off, right, from the original Tilted. We always talked about, especially in the earlier weeks of Friday Fortnite. But now with Tilted Town, still a lot of people go there, but you'll notice a lot of the more experienced players, like we've talked about, we'll highlight it on it, and we'll probably continue to highlight it as the night goes on. But you can't build there. Therefore, it kind of takes the advantage you typically have against lower-tiered players away. So given that fact, Paradise probably going to see a lot more action. Meg is probably going to see a lot more action. Dusty, or excuse me, Salty is now, I will continue to say this, Salty is the new Tilted. Even though Tilted's still there, Salty is crazy in terms of engagements.
That's for sure, man. Like we said, we've seen a number of different kind of locations be brought up in terms of where you'd rank them, where they'd kind of sit in your eyes. And I got to ask you guys, in terms of Paradise Palms, is it a top 5 landing location to go to?
I think so. Absolutely. I would honestly put it as potentially even top 3. I mean, especially with Dusty not being there anymore.
You can't look at these results and argue anything different. That was incredible.
That's true.
I think Paradise
out of the sample size we have, it's the best.
Well, 100%.
In general,
well,
right?
look at the rotation that you can make here, too, from it.
Yeah,
that's also something else to consider. Not too far from the slip stream. And, of course, Mega Mall, we've seen lots of people go there and put up big numbers as well. So I suppose in that respect, not too shabby.
Well, so the thing is, whenever it comes to Paradise, you go in, you slay out, you get kitted up. There's plenty of mats over there that you can get. Typically, there's, 2 vending machines, I think, that you can get. I don't think there's there is a third one that can potentially spawn. So a potential of 3 vending machines over in Paradise. Once you're finished, you have the rifts. As long as they've not been used up, you could just rift out and just basically clear the entire map if you wanted to. And so, therefore, rotating out is, even though it's on the edge of the map, it's still very viable, so I would say definitely top 3, 100% in my book, especially when it comes to elimination-based formats. When it comes to World Cup, landing at the mansion on the outside, pushing in is a very controlled push. You see a lot of players, kind of loving that kind of rotation, and it's not too bad and it's not too hard to loot. So honestly, yeah, top 3 for sure.
I like that. As it looks like we are seeing, like I said, a number of different rotations. We saw Mega Mall, we saw Dusty, and now we're seeing the play be made in towards Salty, but Grandma's got something to say about it first. You got to visit her before you head on into town. Is Reverse already the first man here? Unfortunately, did not pull out the trap card, but he's ready for it, man. He is primed, ready to go, taking down another player with the Shani, as that is going to be 11 eliminations for him, despite Ninja being on literally 3 HP. He's still making some damage happen, and despite him, I think he's fallen 3-4 times up to this point. It's not really that big of a deal because whenever he drops, it's for good reason and allows for them to be in a situation where, hey, if he goes down, no big deal. At least he kind of played as a bait. So that's what I kind of like about Ninja a lot of the times is that he is willing to do whatever it takes to get a W. If it's a matter of dropping early, no problem. If it's a matter of sacrificing yourself, being the entry, as we call it in a number of different other esports, absolutely. So we'll see if that can kind of continue to be the thing that carries them ahead, as they are having a fantastic early game.
And something to think about, too, is Riversan wasn't able to get Ceice's card whenever he dropped, or vice versa, right? And that's huge, especially if Ninja does drop again fully. Reverse is going to be able to go in for the revive, and that's going to be hugely beneficial. But I got to ask you, and this is something that I just thought about. Ninja last week, first stream on Mixer, and on top of that, too, it was he was playing at Lollapalooza, literally to a live audience, and they played considerably well. I mean, come on, you're playing with Bugha, which Bugha obviously the god whenever it comes to Fortnite, and no one can argue that point. First place solos, $3 million to his name, minus taxes, of course. I know you guys are always talking about that. Everybody learned
Wait a second.
Everybody learned about taxes, it seemed, after the World Cup, and I was amazed at how little people knew about taxes, but it's good that the education is getting out there. But with that being said, do you think Ninja now back in his own setup is going to be, you know, maybe is he going to play even better this week than he did last week? Because playing to a live audience, that's where Ninja's home.
I was going to say, like, that kind of is, and I'm glad that you brought that up. Myself, Clay, Dan, we were all bringing it up in terms of, like, saying, hey, normally for anybody else, it would kind of take them out of their element. For Ninja, this almost kind of helps him in terms of playing in front of a live audience, of which they were rooting for every single elim that he got. I mean, every time that he would down somebody, any time that he would at least put in a few shots, the crowd was going wild for him, and everybody was yelling his name. Even during certain points of the match, he literally had to take off his headset and be like, hey guys, how's it going? Because like he had to acknowledge that they were there because of how loud and how much they wanted to be involved with the stream. So I will say, like, I think that he has the ability to play as good, if not better, with the teammate that he has, but I think there's not really going to be too much of a change-up coming in toward home just because he's familiar with kind of that LAN environment as you spoke of. Now, I will say the one thing when you are in front of a crowd is when you put on a show. So that means making the highlight plays, trying to be the star, the main man, the guy who's putting up crazy moments. Here at home, that allows for Ninja to kind of play his typical style, right? Maybe try to bait for your teammates, which has kind of been the discussion up to this point, being kind of that entry assist man, the support player for Reverse. I think that's when the roles could kind of change up and may actually benefit the team, but there we go. Ninja down, and it looks as if he will be thirsted. Reverse a little bit too far away. So we've talked about how many times that Ninja has fallen up to this point. It's going to put Reverse in somewhat of a familiar spot considering the way this game has gone.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised that Reverse was so far away there. That took quite a while there. Ninja was holding the rest of them back with some of those builds and at least calling out where it was happening. I'm a little surprised that Reverse wasn't a little bit closer over, maybe trying to get some more mats before assisting. But, you know, only 12 total elims left on the map here. They've certainly done the damage right now. We'll see here if Reverse can add a little extra credit there. And
he's on the roof.
Yeah, this is going to be scary. How do you approach this situation? Just like that, apparently.
Yeah, luckily that opponent drops down. One of his biggest mistakes. He should have stayed up top on that high ground, because bringing it down to Reverse's level, he could easily overtake high ground if he wants. He's going to be boxed up for the time being, forced to turbo build, but goes to make a break, a little bit of a miss edit. That's going to be okay. He's going to be able to recover for that for the time being. Another miss edit, but luckily gets to knock as I think a three-piece coming through, and this is his opportunity. That's what I was going to suggest. Take the shockwave, take the high ground, and get your finishes off your opponents. He's at 13 right now, Landon.
He is feeling confident, immediately grabbing that second story advantage, places down the cone just to make sure that he's safe in case an excess build were to come through, but no harm, no foul, resources to grab, as that is going to be a big pot along with a few other things, right, to kind of complement that inventory up to this point, as he's got the Storm on the backside. No worries, though, in that instance, as he will have plenty of resources to get out of dodge, escape from this position, and there will be 7 more players left. I mean, can he get toward this 20 elim count, which would be very impressive, right? Off the start of the broadcast, at the start of the day, they're in winners round 2. You know, you're still kind of getting warmed up a little bit. For him to put up 20 elims already would be incredible, because I think that was kind of the cap that we saw, at least on broadcast last week. Aydan put up 21 eliminations in one map, and it took a little bit of time for them to get to that point. And Reverse is doing this in winners round 2. That would be very, very impressive.
He's got to play at the top of his game, and I can definitely say Reverse is carrying his weight so far. This Ninja is down.
Where are they going?
And honestly, even if he goes down at this point, let's say he gets heavy sniped right now, he goes down, it is what it is. You're still going into game 2 with a nice sizable lead, and that's got to feel good, make you feel confident. Mech off into the distance. He's going to avoid that for the time being, and wisely so. But one thing that I have noticed, we talked about the Boogie Bombs being a direct counter towards the mech. Nobody has decided to put those in their inventory. They're still going for mobility. For example, Shockwave, and I am surprised at the amount of players who are not playing in Shambles, but opting out to have their full setup. AR, Sniper, Shotgun, right? It's kind of interesting to me to say the least, but with that being said, lasers up ahead. That infantry never looking so good.
Great work right there. Yes, take the Elim right there. And where is the mech? So the mech is really far away right now. I think Reverse is just going to say, well, if you're not there, I'll just go do the job right now. No mechs for me to worry about. And nobody by themselves is going to be enough. A full Elim coming in right there. Now just a matter of baiting out the shots. And, you know, I almost feel like the Brute might help him in this situation, too, by taking down that whole build. But it looks like not going to wait for that to happen. Running right in.
Bringing it all down. Beautiful stuff, exactly what he needed to do, and there it is. He's going to get one knock at least from fall damage. Smart plays, knowing his opponent's builds weren't supported as much as he probably thought it was. Down at the bottom, good check through the little slot to make sure no one was inside of this building, and he'll continue to engage on a player up top. That's going to be a headshot. 62 wide off that player. He knows he's won. He's going to go in for the full sit, for the full attack. He's going to drop down. Got to watch out for the trap, so wisely doesn't just break it in, but Ninja actually saying, hey, man, just take his wall. Let's go. Get this Elim. And there it is. Luckily gets it. Campfire not going to be enough, and all the loot's going to fall to the ground. He's at 17. 3 more left. He could hit 20, Landon.
He absolutely could, which would be a masterful performance as he's already spotted the rift. And I believe that those mechs are at least gone for now. I know now we were kind of thinking, kind of talking about those. I know one got destroyed, but I think the other one may still be around or at least vacant. It may have been destroyed as well. And if you're Reverse at this point, you're saying, hey, now that the builds have been destroyed, thankfully to my own devices, a mech at this point in the game would probably not be all that great. Like we said, though, it's all kind of in lack of what we're seeing right now. 22-4 coming into game number 2, and that score could only rise. That deficit could only get bigger as the player's going for resources, and now is not the time. When Reverse is on the map, it's not going to treat you all that well, as there will be the 18th Elim, and looking for a 19th, looking for a 20th, and here we go. Another one found, and there is 19, and here we go. 420.
Ninja continues to scream.
Ninja, maybe be in the Twitch chat right now. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's giving him the gas. Reverse, though, not worried. He's not worried. There it is, 20 kills. A 20 bomb for Reverse 2K.
I think Ninja was actually being like the middleman for the communication for the team he was fighting. I'm pretty sure that was the voice, at least Ninja kind of had in his mind for that team. But man, Reverse, we cannot argue with that success. He played so well. 20 Elims, 25-4 going into game 2. And honestly, it was the Reverse show through and through.
Yeah.
This man was tearing it up. I think he res Ninja 4 times. Wasn't able to get the reboot at the end, and I understand why. There's only, I think at that point, 7 players left he could get. No reason to go for it. But it all started here. Paradise Palms, and he walked away with at least 10 Elims. And it didn't stop there. He finds 10 more going over towards Salty, then to the outside of Dusty, and then eventually finishing off in the tropical section. But man, Reverse, I got to say, this is probably his best performance I have seen on Friday Fortnite.
And how many assists do we give to Ninja for the cheerleading? Or whatever that was?
All the assists.
All of it? Okay. The pump up there. I don't even want to take it away from Reverse's incredible performance, but man, I was laughing so hard. Had the cough button pushed down the entire time so you all couldn't hear it, but it's 25-4. This is about as big a gap as we see in Friday Fortnite, and it's going to be very difficult even for players of Ceice and Riversan's capacity, skill, capabilities, all sorts of words.
100%, right? And my big kind of worry coming into game number 2 is going to be now, what we kind of learned from last week is that you can't split, because if you split, you run into the issue of running into the mechs. And there were a ton of different players who were caught off guard, right, who don't see those things on the map. They maybe start to get kind of away from themselves. They try to attempt to go for a mech, and we know off the initial, those mechs, they generate quite a bit of an audience, right? You got quite a few players that are around you who maybe have weapons and maybe have weapons of mass destruction in terms of the rockets and the shotgun and the stomp, everything that's available with that Brute. So I am worried coming into game 2 for a lot of teams that are are at a deficit because you have to worry about the split. You have to worry about those brutes and where they're going to be involved, as we will be diving in here for game number 2. And the question remains, Ceice Riversan, what can you accomplish? And while we do fly in, we also want to give a huge, massive thank you to our friends at Smile More, an incredibly and inspiring YouTuber, Roman Atwood. He and his brand are sponsoring this week of Friday Fortnite. $10,000 to the winners and $10,000 for you guys all watching. Make sure, if you haven't done so already, to visit thesmilestore.com, and once at checkout, use code FridayFortnite for 30% off, as this offer is only available while the tournament is going.
Definitely love it, guys. Get it involved. SmileMoreStore.com, Friday Fortnite code. Go pick up your gear, man, because I'm telling you, these shirts, these hoodies,
they're comfy, man.
This blanket we got behind us, come on.
What is the blend on this? Hold on. You guys take over for a sec while I figure out what blend this is.
All right. Okay, Slee, check the blend. There you go. I think you might have to take your shirt off for that. Thank goodness we're not on camera, because TOS, baby. But looking at Ceice up top, and he is raining down hell on the players below, and he is connecting that scope. They are looking nice. That's going to be 2 knocks. The third one onto Grandma. Shield off. He is not missing a shot. This is why Ceice is one of the best players in the world and why 100T picked him up. And this player
Ceice,
can't get away. He has literally got
chill out.
That's
Ceice.
3 elims. I know 2 more knocks down below, and he's finally going to come down and potentially find some more players inside of the depot. He's going to go up to the top, and wisely so. Now he's got the ultimate high ground. If there's a player down below, I think he's potentially going for some loot that's going to be up here, getting some mats, but not a bad start to the slow start we saw from Reverse and Ninja. They went to the outside. This is the mansion that I was talking about on the well, now they pushed in, but they started at the mansion behind. They got kitted up. And Reverse, he's got that legendary combat. You can't go wrong when you get a legendary combat off the break, and you can't lose a game when you get the legendary combat off the break. He has been blessed.
If anyone was curious, I cannot find the tag, so I will continue doing research for all you good folks at home. Shirt's comfortable. That's what I will say. And Landon, go ahead. I'm going to continue my research.
Okay, sounds good. It looks as if Ninja right now, currently roaming inside of Paradise Palms, having a little bit better of an opportunity. That's going to be 2 off the rip, and good work coming in from he and Reverse, as we discussed, right? You have that legendary on your side. It's going to treat you pretty well. The combat is nice, and there we go. Ninja coming through with the drum of his own, as that is going to be the 3rd and possibly the 4th. Okay, Ninja, he's popping off. He and Reverse together. These guys are a dynamic duo, one that you've got to be looking out for as the tournament moves on.
And it makes sense that they head over to Paradise, because I know Ninja, if you watch his streams, like especially if he's playing with Dr. Lupo, he's playing with Tim, or anybody in that mix, they love to go over towards Paradise. But unfortunately for Riversan, the Met comes through and the stomp to finalize, and Ceice, yeah, he had to get out of there. I don't blame him. Can you even go back and get the card? You can hope so, right? There's still plenty of opportunities to get it, but for as much distance as he covers, at least he gets further away from that card, and that is unfortunate. Now he's got to play, at least hopefully, thinking there's going to be some opponents on this rotation, but obviously Ninja Reverse, they're not going to stop. This is a tough situation, and this is what at least frustrates me when it comes to the mechs, is how hard they are to counter. And I don't inherently think mechs are necessarily a bad thing, per se. As, of course, Reverse, he's going to be on the good. If you have the mech, it's not too bad. If you're going against it, it's so frustrating. But I think mechs, there's potential they could be work, or at least be useful, but health has to be nerfed, as well as the weapons. Like, something has to be reworked there.
Well, for me, like, we were looking at the only 2 options of mobility right now, outside of the launch pad, which of course is found. But in terms of like real vehicles, you have the hoverboards and you have the brutes, and that's one thing that makes the brutes even more influential than previous. Is that it is nothing but a benefit to get inside of it,
especially with the movement glitch too.
Oh yeah, 100%. That is your key. Oh wait, is he going to get here in time? Oh,
he might. I think
so.
The brute chased him. Yeah, the Bruce ended up chasing him there, and you heard the frustrations there, but now saying
this is going to be so clutch.
I might be able to make it. 5 seconds.
Oh, he's got a bunny hop. He's got a bunny hop. He's got a bunny hop into it. Hopefully he makes it. No, he didn't bunny hop. He missed the bunny hop.
No!
How?
Clutch, Ceice!
How many times have we seen that? The longest 0 seconds ever. The final frame,
there's
he could
like an
have
extra
grabbed it
5 seconds after 0.
No one worry about the score. Doesn't matter. That was clutch, Ceice.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
When he missed the bunny hop, I was like, nah, there's no way. Well, Ninja
We
continued
get to watch a replay of this.
Okay, so 2, 1, 1, 0, 0,
Oh,
0.
and like
There were
blinked.
3
Yeah.
blinks of 0 seconds.
Wow. Well, hey, I guess that's a good addition, especially
The
if you're trying to
Fortnite
go clutch.
gods. They saw
Ceice.
Ceice at the Fortnite World Cup, and they're like, you know what? Okay, we'll give this guy a chance. We'll give this guy an opportunity.
Wow.
You know, granted,
Yeah.
the overall circumstances.
Uh-oh.
Okay, never mind.
They're going to get Sprute themselves.
Oh, man.
He's
Reverse.
getting out of there.
He apparently lost his own mech. Maybe that was the one that he was utilizing. Who
Oh,
knows?
beautiful.
As that is just going to go ahead and be such an annoying factor. As I think
What do you do?
whoever
Like,
was in the Brute actually just fired rockets at themselves, which is always interesting. And there goes Ninja.
honestly, that Brute was just better. Like, there's nothing you could do in that situation. You know,
Brute was
It's like,
just better.
It's Ninja just got outplayed in that situation. You know, there's nothing he could have done. You know, it's just,
I'd imagine that's exactly what he's saying to himself right now
It's
in a
just-
frustrated voice.
everybody is just so frustrated with it. Like I said, it could be usable if it just got reworked.
You know what, Taylor? In the midst of us kind of being a little bit frustrated, you know what would be a positive right now? To do a trivia question.
Let's do it.
Who doesn't love trivia
Let's do it.
questions?
I like it.
As Reverse should be taking down this llama pretty shortly. There we go. There's going to be one. But here we go, folks. Next trivia question underway. Question number 2 of 10 that we'll be having throughout the broadcast. Like we've said, if you are just joining us, we are doing trivia questions, obviously in honor of Roman Atwood and the friends at Smile More. You walk away, you answer this question correctly, you could win $1,000. You don't have to be first. You just got to get the question right. So here we go. Question number 2. You type it in chat. In what year did Roman Atwood post his first vlog? In what year did Roman Atwood post his first vlog? Okay? There you have it. Questions underway. I actually did not 100% know this. Taylor, you were close when you guessed. Don't say a word, but you were close. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if you guys get this one right because there's quite a few people who were all guessing the wrong thing last time.
That was like a year off of like each one, or at least one number off of each question
There
that
you
you
go.
were sending my way.
It's true.
Because they all did.
You were right on the edge.
It was right on the edge, but just
glory.
couldn't.
And there it is.
Just had to throw it in there.
I respect it, Landon. Thank you.
No, I had no
I
problem.
respect it.
I'm here all week, literally, every single week,
Same.
almost every week.
Same. Well, Reverse continues to dominate the server. Traps, place down. Player doesn't try to break through the wall, which actually I think he did, but instantly comes for the knock onto Twitch Hooligan, and there's going to be one more just down below. Edit comes through. Player thought he was gaining the advantage, does not. And Reverse has one more wall to take before this full team is solidified and elimed. But meanwhile, rockets are coming through, and I can't tell if that's a Brute or if that's just an RPG, but drops down, gets the instant elim. Ninja able to get the last, and that's going to be another Team Ninja having a great game himself, sitting at 10 elims. That answers my question. Legendary RPG in his hands, breaking the builds down. Good teamwork between Ninja and Reverse as they continue to dominate this server. 11 for Ninja and about 7 or 8 for Reverse himself. Meanwhile, the other end, Ceice in a fight, runs out of mats, forced to go up close and personal, and luckily able to make it work with attack in hand. And he's sitting at 9 elims himself. And if it wasn't for that first game being down 21 going into the second, this match would have been a nail-biter.
I mean, and it's so unfortunate, too. Like, we look at that scoreline and we're saying, wow, you know, like Ceice and Riversan, they've really started to kind of turn things around. They've really tried to adapt their gameplay a little bit. But just being down by 21 elims is so crazy. I think that was a mech that most likely came through, destroyed some of those builds. But regardless, though, Riversan taking down at least one there, but still. And that is always the talking point, is there's the mech. Speaking of talking point, speaking of the star of the show today, it is about if you do not have a good performance in game one, it's almost, I mean, depending on who you're facing off against, it's almost like not possible to make a comeback, regardless of how well you play. I mean, how often, I think we can count on our hands, how often a team that has been up by 15 to 20 eliminations has not kept with that advantage moving forward. And that's the same that is going to be said here for Ceice and Co. They're having a fantastic game. Obviously, you know, we've talked about Reverse and Ninja. They're still kind of staying consistent. But as you mentioned, Taylor, if they don't drop as early as they did, this is a super close game. One that means, hey, we're coming down to the final 7 eliminations. This one is super, super close. However, all our talking point is what could have been rather than what is.
Absolutely right. And we always reach that point, especially going into a large deficit in the game number 2. But I think more so in this case, it's absolutely true as a whistle comes in. And he's just chilling. He knows exactly the position that he's in. but he'll continue to slay out if he can, but Reverse not stopping in the same location he was in game number 1 where we saw him slay a team out. He is doing just that in game 2. As one player just down below, RPG comes through, luckily doesn't do anything, doesn't connect.
Goodness.
And he's able to connect his shots at least, and that's going to be another one in his name. That's 10 for him as he meets where Ninja was just before, which Ninja, I think, has a couple more to his name. Yep, 13. So we're looking at 24 now, 24 total elims in game number 2, and I don't think a Brute was used in this game. So I got to say, impressive stuff to say the least between these two team members, and if they keep slaying out the way that they are, a final run, a grand final spot is surely going to be guaranteed.
Well, how often do we see teams put up 50 points this early in the tournament? This is remarkable, and as we've seen here, it's both of them. Of course, last time Reverse with the 20 bomb, this time both of them coming in, and man, that Stephen A. Smith photo still getting me, but you can tell the frustration here from Ceice and Riversan, right? It's been 2 times this game that right when they've got some momentum going up, it's been broken by the Brute, and I think we've started to see exactly how close you have to have both of your teammates play together, because if a Brute jumps in and separates you, there's no way that you can really assist your other teammate, and I think, again, that's just one of the things that the players have to adapt to. What's the phrase? Adapt or die?
Yeah.
It's happened a few times this game.
And in Fortnite, too, I mean, like, adapting is one of the most important characteristics and skills that you have to have. Like, the ability to adapt in other esports sometimes is minor. It's a matter of, oh, you know, adapt to this, you know, particular weapon or this kind of change-up. In Fortnite, we talked about, there was a massive Brute creature character that was added. That totally changes up the tide of this game. Whenever players were trying to qualify for the World Cup, every week it was something new. It was something different.
The Infinity Sword. You look at the ballers being at, like the anti-gravity zone.
That's what I mean. Like
Kevin was around.
And that's what I mean. Like you have to be aware, and you have to be so willing. And I think honestly too, at the same time, Fortnite allows, and obviously in our format as well, it kind of applies to this because it is more of that public mindset that you have to always be attentive to what's going on. And that, for me, is what allows for Nate Hill and FunkBomb's kind of rise as of recent, right? 3 straight grand finals for Nate Hill. They defend their title from week 5 and into week 7 when they play with each other again. That makes it that much more impressive because it was a different game from week 5 to week 6 and now into weeks, or rather, yeah, you kind of get my point from the ones that they have kind of played and then now here in week number 8. Their ability to kind of keep up that same level of play despite things being thrown into the game makes it so fascinating.
Well, absolutely. And you look at what Epic did, and it's, you know, at least the World Cup spanned across 3 seasons.
Yeah.
You had to adapt. I mean, that was the nature of the game, and if you weren't able to adapt appropriately, then you weren't going to end up on top. Right. And that's why we saw, you know, a couple of people, like, for example, Bizzle, right? One of the top players in the world. Bizzle was able to consistently perform at the top level, at least during the qualifiers, too.
Right.
World Cup was a little bit different. But with that being said, he was a – oh, no, I think someone just got – yeah.
Oh, no.
I want to hear what Ninja's got to say right here.
I think he said that Ceice just got beamed by the shoddy from the Brute, man.
It's tough.
Wait, Reverse just hopped inside.
Okay.
He stopped in the driver's seat.
Oh, there's 2 Brutes facing off against each other.
Yo, Reverse has the chance to take that Brute out and then self-destruct. That would be 2.
Oh, no, it's been destroyed, and I think the other Brute's still alive. Ninja's getting laser from the left. Fortunately, he'll be okay. Reverse, though, does pick off 1 player, and now we are down to just 1, and Ninja has early pickings at him. He's going to go ahead and build up, try and take over that high ground. Unfortunately, drops down, still alive. Still alive, mind you. And he's going to beam this player. 1 more shot, and that's it. He gets it. 15 elims for him. Reverse right around the same.
How many elims?
Unbelievable.
How many points do they get in total? I want to know what the scorecard is.
25?
Oh, so they have 25 in game 1. They at least had 25 in game 2.
Right.
At least.
They're definitely over 50. I want to say 54 maybe? That's my guess. 54.
That's crazy. And this is winners round 2, folks.
Yeah.
53. What?
That's
okay. A casual 53 in 2 games.
Yeah, that's insane.
That is. And it wasn't a matter of, oh, it was Reverse the whole time. Oh, it was Ninja the whole time. No, it was Reverse in game 1, and it was Ninja along with Reverse in game 2. Like, the consistency was there, and that is why we saw this scoreline be where it is. And I'll be honest, Ceice, Riversan, phenomenal players, but they're dropping early in game number one pretty much allowed for game number 2 to just be a constant uphill battle, constant struggle, one of which they had to do a number of different things where they didn't feel comfortable. I know those guys can be talented. I know that was a team that you had your eye on a ton, Taylor,
Yep.
You know, kind of coming in toward the broadcast for today. But, hey, they met up against a very dominant team, one of which I know we're going to be seeing a lot more, and one that could be tempting toward a maybe final position.
Yeah, 53. I mean, we're talking about Camo Issa numbers like in, you know, the earlier weeks, or, you know, Savage and Benjyfishy, right? Those are the type of numbers they were dropping. And what's unique about them, they were able to successfully win or at least get that consistent grand final placement, even if they didn't win. So with that being said, 53, that puts them in a position to, I mean, especially if they keep dropping numbers like that, no one's going to be able to compete.
And one thing that I'm super interested by, I know we're kind of giving some highlights, right, to Ninja in Reverse. However, they will be facing off against Aydan and Sway in winners round 3. That is going to be a game and a half. That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that one. So I'm curious to see exactly how these matches start to kind of line out. So it should be a fun one. Now, I believe that I was just given word in terms of our next giveaway winner. Now, we kind of did this one a little bit quickly. We're trying to change things up a little bit, trying to keep it going a little bit more from time to time. But, hey, I'm going to go and read you guys the question again. Like I said, if you want to keep putting in your answers, it's not really going to matter. We've already chosen someone, so it's not really going to count. So I asked you guys for question number 2, in what year did Roman Atwood post his first vlog? And the answer is 2013. For those who got it right, congratulations to you. However, there is only one winner. The person who has won $1,000 is Dr_Manhattan13. Congratulations to you for winning $1,000. We will be in contact with you. But like we said, massive congratulations to you for walking away with that and for getting that trivia question right, for getting that one correct. And like we said, guys, throughout the entirety of the broadcast, feel free, right, to check out thesmilemorestore.com. Roman Atwood is donating the entirety of the prize pool today. $10,000 for you, $10,000 for the winners. Make sure to check out thesmilemorestore.com. And when you're at checkout, make sure to use code Friday Fortnite. It is 30% off while the broadcast is going on today. So if you're interested, you want to buy some clothing, right, maybe even with $1,000, if you're a winner out there, make sure to use code Friday Fortnite for that 30% off discount. But hey, we've got a lot more awesome games to come here for Friday Fortnite week number 8. It has been a blast, but we're about to hop in toward winners round 3 when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, as we're hopping in toward winners round 3. As we've got Dubs and Assault facing off against Replays and Nick A30. Now, to give somewhat of an update in terms of the bracket, Replays and Nick A30, they just got done taking down Nickmercs and Cypher, who had their highest placement since the inaugural kind of tournament for Friday Fortnite back in week 1 of 2018. So for them to take down that roster who has been on a hot spree as of recently could be an indicator of what is to come. However, you face off against a team like Dubs and Assault that is a totally different beast, boys.
Yeah, it definitely is, right. Dubs and Assault are known for slaying out, and they're going to do so this game. But only sitting at 3 elims to the 4 on the right for Replays and Nick A30, so just 1 elim down. A bit slower start than we're used to seeing whenever it comes to Dubs and Assault, but I will say Slow and Steady does win the race. Using the stairs to kind of give himself a little extra boost was Assault, and luckily a supply llama is going to be found, a loot llama, whatever you want to call it, and that's going to give him some much needed bullets, mats, as well as some heals and shields. And then of course they're going to be making their way over towards the anti-gravity zone at loot. They're going to use the rift and then potentially rift over towards whether it be Tilted Town or maybe even Pleasant. But I think some shots have been going down. An engagement is about to happen. Who's going to end up on top?
That rift you were talking about right there, I think, is where some of those shots were coming from. And we talked earlier about how nice it is to be on one of these perches on the side as people come and go from the anti-gravity field, because you don't move the fastest. When you go to the rift and start falling, you do, but getting to there, that's a little bit slower going.
Sure, takes some time, right? And that's something that you have to watch out for. And luckily, Dubs isn't going to be in it as of yet. Stinks are going to be thrown. He gets tagged up from behind. 62 health. Stinks are going to be clicking away at his health so far. That's going to be 5 health per tick, and they continue to come. tries to wrap the wrist with some bandages, not going to be able to capitalize, and it's going to be a tough situation now. Forced to turbo build, and it's burning through his mats. Luckily, edits through, teammate to help, and that's going to be at least one knock. Some slurps to come in to give him at least a bit of a top off. But obviously this team knows what they're doing, and they got to play this carefully.
Yeah, they played that super well. However, player just happens to turn around at the perfect time as there goes Dubs. Assault is there for the elimination regardless, and Dubs already calling out. We know how explosive his communication can be, saying they are trash. Assault comes through big, will get the clutch, and will keep Dubs afloat as we switch on over. Nick28 replays, like we said, versus a very talented team, a very aggressive team. We'll see how they start to deal with the adversity as we're already looking at Nick28. That's going to be his third elimination once he decides to finish this player off. And there we go. Resources, a slurp juice, everything in the bag now. As replays up close and personal, doing some fights of his own, as that's going to be his third as well. So good mixture, but there we go. One more player, as that always seems to be the case in Fortnite, as there just always is that extra teammate. What can Nick28 do? He's down to such a low amount of HP, and he is the sole man alive.
If I'm him, I'm taking this high ground like he's doing at this current time, breaking down the builds. If the opponents try to overtake his high ground, lasers the opponent up top. I believe that player now will be white, depending. I saw a lot of blue getting taken off. Nice snapshot down low.
Oh
and
no, he left his back
exposed.
exposed.
Snipe comes through from 64 meters or 54 meters. That is tough. The full finish, and now Assault and Dubs. They've got free reign to 33 players left on the map.
No, you called it earlier right at the beginning. You said they slay out as they will in this game. You were so bold to say it. Well, now they get the chance to do exactly that. Still plenty. They're reasonably well kitted up. I believe they've recovered from a bit of a scuffle earlier on in the match, stumbling a little bit, but you can see right here a good kit on Assault, and right now it's just a matter of them finding out where all of them are going to come from. It's not going to be long until they're forced to start rotating back into this position, and run around Dusty, you know they're going to be able to play the gatekeeping position, and it looks like they're going to start it by just cleaning up what ruined the rest of the squad mates.
That's exactly what I would be doing, right? I'm going where my enemies just died. That's exactly what you have to do. Good use of the launch pad to go up top. You know they're not grabbing that reboot card, but they will happily take out the opponents. Good use of the heavy snipe to come through, get the wall, and easily going to be able to take out one of the players that took out not only Nick28, but also replays. Now it's a matter of where is the remaining players at, and I do believe he has been spotted. Goes in for the roof, and it's not even going to happen, right, because Dubs comes in, cleans it up, and now they are going to take the lead. One more potential victim and a one-by-one down low. He easily gets cleaned up themselves, and now they've got their pick at the loot. Anything they want. Upgrades the epic heavy for the legendary, and they're going to continue to rotate out. 22 elims still to be had.
Yeah, and we know, right, what these guys can do. We know how talented these players are and how they are going to continue this aggressiveness coming in toward this second match. And in terms of Dubs, Assault, and the players that they actually have played with previously, right? Dubs is known for, of course, playing with Mega, who I think is currently on vacation for what I've been told from a few people. Along with that, we saw Dubs play last week with Mongraal. Very fast duo. And like I said, Dubs' kind of origins with Mega is a very fast team. Assault usually plays with Destroy, also a very fast team. So if anything is an indicator for these rosters, either previously, prior teammates, either current teammates, and now their team right now, they are always about that fast-paced, in-your-face type of play style. They want to try to put that foot on the gas pedal from the start. Now, while we, like I said, have Neo Tilted currently not really in the mix as of this moment, being labeled as Tilted Town until further notice, it could kind of change up the strategies because both of these teams actually like going there a decent amount. Dubs and Mega kind of preferred Mega Mall, but generally that was also kind of one of their main targets of choice. So I think for this team, it's going to be a scary lineup because whether they want it or not, they are slowed down a little bit, which has kind of been our main critique. Don't play as aggressive. Play a little bit slower when you have an advantage. Regardless, though, we know how aggressive that they can be, even with a few stipulations kind of thrown in there a little bit. But these guys, man, I think from this week and moving forward, as long as those kind of maybe manual upgrades are thrown in, they're going to have some adversity. And the only thing that's kind of slowing them down is a few early shockwave grenades.
Yeah, honestly, right? And you kind of heard his reaction. That's why me and Nine are laughing because he was like, oh crap, I think I overshot this.
Just a little off, and anti-gravity, of course, going to take you much further than it would have normally. Not just overshotting this one by a little bit, but by seemingly half the map there. But they are in a great position here. You can see they're going to be able to gatekeep however they would like to do. And already the call-outs, there goes the beacon, and oh my gosh,
there's 2.
Playing football right now.
At the 20, at the 10.
This is going to be interesting. Luckily, though, they have the distance, and that mech is going to be busted.
Well,
maybe.
He just blocked all of those instantly.
Okay, yeah, I think it's just about busted. The other one off in the distance, it's going to be just kind of chilling out. See, that's the thing. The mechs are still so new that you might run into a team that doesn't know how to use it to the fullest of their abilities. They could just spam rockets out, but because they're not as effective as like Nate Hill FunkBomb, right, as we saw last week, you know, they're kind of really not the biggest threat, to say the least, but rockets are getting a little bit close, and that does worry me. Good or not, you could do some damage with a mech.
I will say, though, they do have the Boogie Bomb, and I think that's what Assault's calling out as well, saying, hey, I just boogied them, and then you still hear those structures. I think one of them was just destroyed. However, no, there's another one that's just inbound. Dubs trying to hop inside and do a little bit of damage himself, as here we go. Now's the time to clutch up. The stink bombs are thrown, but regardless, though, Assault is sitting at the top of the tower, even jumping from the top rope, takes down another, as that will be his 9th, nearly at double digits, as they are just running through team after team, and that only allows for Nick A30 and FaZe Replays' lives to be so much more difficult, because as I discussed earlier, these guys, this is their play style, and they keep playing that way despite the advantages.
And the way that they played around both of those was masterful, right? Yeah. Just understanding one of them, okay, this one's not really moving. Let's gun this one down and get on with our lives. And the other one, luring it over to a certain spot, building it around, calling out that they had the Boogie Bomb there, which we've talked about so much, and then just blasting the team as they're forced to jump out of it. So I think take notes here if you've been bullied by a mech. There are those who can help you.
Nice knockdown low. Gets the full elim, takes his mats. Another player just up ahead. Loving the inventory from Dubs and Assault, though. These are 2 players, you know, coming out from the World Cup. They know how to play whenever it comes to shambles. What I mean by that, right, just rocking a shotgun and an AR, the rest of it being, you know, hills and shields, and then utility items, whether it be nades, as we saw in the hands of Dubs, or be stinks in the hands of Assault. And the dab comes through. And wisely so, right? I mean, I think he definitely earned that in that situation, but I'm loving their inventory. Picks up a sniper, that's okay. He'll take the bolt for the time being. He'll probably trade it out for a heavy a little bit later. Does have a little bit more versatility, to say the least. Good use of at least that roof to kind of catapult him through the anti-gravity zone. And I can't even see the player, but clearly he can. And Assault lasers him. And, of course, that player goes down. Awesome stuff, to say the least. They're going to go ahead and rotate through 6 players, 6 elims to be had, and you got to be thinking they're probably going to pick them all up.
Did you just see the world in 4K? Like, how did it identify where that one was? I couldn't see it either. Are we just that old? Is that?
It might be the case. That's sad but true. A lot of young guns, man. They're coming through, and they just see everything in color. See everything a lot better than we have the opportunity to. And Assault, unfortunately, just pretty much gets thrown out of the club. No opportunity to hop inside of there. However, another opportunity at greatness, and there goes another small soldier. A few players remaining. The Storm starting to close in, playing somewhat of that gatekeeper position, as they've got players running straight into the blender, and maybe another one in the mix. Another one to be thrown down the drain, as there we go. A stink bomb tossed out. And my word, just perfect shots. And I will say, you almost watch Friday Fortnite so often, and you think it's got to be easy, right? Hitting those shots, no big deal. Tossing up that stink grenade. It is literally picture perfect, pixel perfect, as I've labeled it from time to time. These guys are just so incredibly accurate. It's unbelievable. It really is.
Absolutely.
All this loot, too, that was
right
there.
A lot of legendaries that he's able to get. But he did pass up on a gold heavy, but, I mean, there's only 2 players left. So I think at this point he's not prioritizing maybe his inventory. I think he's happy with what he has. I mean, you know, when you go from playing the World Cup and playing, you know, Trios Cash Cup and whatever else that you're playing against, you know, public lobbies like this, honestly, is fairly easy for them. And I got to say, you got to be thinking, Landon, to kind of highlight on what you said about how we watch this so often, right, and how good it's apparently easy. But it is. I mean, if you think about how chaotic the World Cup style play is, especially in that final circle, when they come to this style of play, and they're seeing players just run without, building or things like that, them lasering opponents is honestly a godsend to them.
Yeah.
It's extremely easy to do, and they take full advantage of it. But
I think that's why we see so many teams play super aggressive, though, too,
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
coming from that style, because they're just so used to, as you mentioned, the Turtle Wars, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think aggression kind of is second nature now.
Yeah.
And don't get it confused, everyone, with, okay, you got to be aggressive and just W key blindly. That's not what I'm saying. These players, Dubs, Assault, I mean, you look at replays, Ninja, or Camo, Issa, the list can go on and on.
Yeah.
They're aggressive, but they're controlled aggressive, right? They know when to push and when not to push, and they don't just W key into someone's 1-by-1 and get stuck by a trap. They know how to play effectively, and we constantly see that time and time again from these great players.
I think efficiency is the best word
Sure.
here. They don't waste any time. They don't waste any shots. They don't waste any builds. They're able to go in, and they're decisive, too. I think that's the best thing that I can gather from these players. You heard a call out there towards the end. Built a pad.
Yeah.
And there was no question of what do we do with the pad? Where do I go? The pad's down.
Yeah.
And everything else from there, it's just easy.
Yeah.
It really does look easy.
As Taylor was mentioning, it's second nature. It's literally like what they kind of plan out. They're ready for these fights. They're ready for these engagements. And boy, do they make it look so effortless, especially in those shots. I know a few of the replays that we got to look at, it was just a matter of like, my goodness, just that looks so simple on screen if you've never played Fortnite before. If you haven't done so in a while, it just looks as if you could just go home and, big deal. No problem. Hey, no problem. We've been talking about the highlights. We saw Stephen A. Smith already. Thought I'd bring up some Shannon
He
Sharp.
played great, by the way.
He did. Ceice, a.k.a. Stephen A. Smith, very valiant effort, a valiant attempt. But boy, do we need to see a valiant attempt from replays and Nick A30 coming into what will be a heroic scoreline for this game number 2. As replays Nick A30 heading in toward Paradise Palms and not vending to split, which I think normally would not be my call. And look at this. It looks as if they're already trying to hop inside the mech, and they will successfully both get in that.
Oh, no.
And that's going to be crucial for them because they find one off the rip, and if they can get
so vicious.
and
They're having more trouble getting the elim than they did knocking. They're just going to leave it. They're just done.
If they can get in Paradise early, this is going to be a problem for everybody else who's at this location.
My gosh. And this is the thing about getting the resources so easily.
Oh, yeah,
You
look at all
can max
that.
out so quickly. 200 mats to get yourself a 5-second shield. I did the math once. What is that? 75 total seconds that if you have full mats.
Boogie Bomb!
Oh, yeah. And that's the Boogie Bomb coming out. Unfortunately,
The
or at
enemies
least
stun
fortunately for them,
themselves?
the enemies do themselves. Another one comes through. But it's that.
What?
Replace.
Replace took damage. He took damage. He's able to hop back in. He's trying to go for a weapon, and he'll grab it. Of course, it's the revolver. Of course, it's the revolver. And there they go. A valiant attempt, but one that will be foiled. And you see just on his face, it's a smile. It's a smirk.
Just smile.
That's the emotion you have to have at that moment because that was the play. And the hardest part, I think, was just making sure that both of them could get in the mech to allow for that opportunity to happen. And they do it.
Boogie Bombs. I'm telling you, everybody
The one
run
time.
Boogie Bombs.
The one time that one person dropped into 2 Boogie Bombs right off the start.
We've seen 2 people so far have a Boogie Bomb in their inventory throughout the tournament, and one of it just happens to occur right there. My word, guys.
It happens.
It does.
Hey, but honestly, they were doing some damage though in that building. That entire building was just about destroyed in an instant.
It was.
That's ridiculous.
That's unfortunate,
That's
too.
tough.
It absolutely is. I mean, I know that they just took down, I think it was Nickmercs and Cypher coming into this, winners round 3. So they had a lot of momentum kind of under them, did replays in that K30, and for them to fall in that fashion is unfortunate. But you look at who they're facing off against, and it's like, okay, it's understandable. Like, to go for that Hail Mary play in Game 2, it makes sense. It's just unfortunate they couldn't really have that same performance in that Game 1. If they wouldn't have gone down early, you're thinking maybe they don't try to go for that aggressive mech play off the rip. We saw, Nick A30 tried to do that last week, and it didn't really pan out all that well just because of, the reason why. It's a major factor. It's on the map. It's almost like another POI. Pretty much every POI gets somewhat of an action. It gets at least one player there normally. So the same works for the mechs, which are literally the star of the show right now.
And it was worse last week, I know, for you guys. And the only reason is because the mech challenges were still around, or the mech missions. I know they kind of switched it up. But with that kind of being taken away, maybe a little bit of pressure was taken off of the mechs. But it is definitely, like you said, and that's the best way to put it, Landon. It is literally a POI, right? An unnamed POI in random locations. multiple times during each game. It's crazy to think of. It really is. You know, you thought hot zones were shaking things up. No, the mechs definitely shook them up even more. But back on board with our man, Hogman. Smile more guy coming out and representing well. Unfortunately, missing the shot onto the soccer, but luckily able to connect up close with the blue SMG. And he'll continue to kit out his inventory as there was a lot of people flying around, but it's going to be a party. Even his opponents are going to be over at this location too. So he's definitely got to keep his head on a swivel, and I think he's going to go ahead and rotate out. And this is something to definitely think about as his opponents are going to be rotating out. If I'm him, I'm looking at the circle. Maybe going over towards Tilted wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe even over towards Pleasant. But some things to definitely think about is he now will finally be airborne as he backtracks. We could be seeing him go to Tilted potentially. Or might even drop down and just start engaging on more players.
Yeah, saw 2 or 3 right there and a build going off as well. And right behind and
Wow.
no time wasted whatsoever getting that. We are confirming that this is game 2 right now. We will have a score update for you all shortly. But you saw Hogman earlier looking at the score, calling it out right there. You have to think that means this one is pretty tightly contested right now, and that's, I think, why you opt to forgo maybe a full rotation in favor of dropping right down for some guaranteed elims.
Oh, nice. We got a WavyJacob on the screen. Now, this is a guy that I kind of wanted to highlight. WavyJacob is a very talented player. Controller player, obviously, but I will say he has played considerably well in the past, at least from watching his streams. He knows how to slay out. He also had some great placements when it came to the World Cup qualifications, but his teammate dropping, and now it's imperative he goes off, especially with this being game 2. You've got to imagine the score is going to be close, but still plenty of opportunities for ehPom as well as Hogman to come back, but nice clutch. Jacob proving exactly what I said, a talented player. He's going to get his teammate right up.
That's 12 eliminations, too, in the midst of going for the revive. That's massive 9.
That is, and you saw right down there, ehPom and Hogman were putting up elims that entire time, too. So you have to imagine, again, these teams are going blow for blow right now. And for Jacob to give his team a chance to at least stay competitive, guys, there's still 25 elims left to be had on the map. This one's nowhere near done.
There we go. ehPom finding another one just on the outskirts. You hear the call out saying, hey, are the teammates nearby? And the issue is they are not nearby, at least for now, which means that those could be possible elims for the opponent. Everyone kind of around this same position, or at least not too far away from each other. A stone tossed away when it comes in a loot lake. And here we go. Grabbing these hoverboards and trying to traverse the rest of the map. And you got to imagine, I know that in Roman Atwood's vlog kind of coming into today, he was mentioning and saying, hey, how crazy would it be if our players won $10,000 if they managed to win this tournament? Is that kind of provides you a little bit of a pressure, but it also provides them with a ton of support coming in toward this week, because you know that Roman Atwood, the entire family, everybody at Smile More is going to be rooting on these guys to put up one heck of a show.
And rightly so. Like I said, when it comes to Hogman, like I've been watching his stream since he was on Complexity, and just such a positive influence on the community.
Yeah.
And it's always a pleasure watching him play. But on your screen is a man who played last week, right? LG Problem. This guy is a beast when it comes to Madden. 3 times Madden Challenge champion, by the way. World champion as well. But Fortnite, it's a little bit different. And we will see him drop. And now Jacob has to go big. Player. He's only 15 years old, mind you, but so talented, much like a lot of these Fortnite pros are. Player for Fear Nova. And I believe he did, in fact, place 5th place in one of the World Cup qualifiers. It wasn't enough to solidify a spot, but I will say, talented nonetheless. Hoverboard out and almost lost it there. I thought he was going to take a little bit of fall damage, but he'll find his hoverboard once again. And he's going to go up for the engagements. He unfortunately has to push into the storm, but one of the things he's thinking about, maybe I can get the card, maybe I can get some elims, and starts us off right away. That's going to be 1 knock. That could be potentially 15 elims to his name. Player just out, and he'll take some damage. Another one just down below. Goes for the trap.
What?
Good engagement, but he's low. He doesn't have any meds, and he's forced to push out.
Oh, he ran to the mountain.
This is it. He's done. He's done. That is so unfortunate. Last thing he could do is go for some Hail Marys, get some elims. 17 is what he will finish with. Is it enough to hold off Hogman? And ehPom, I don't think it is.
That's crazy at the end.
That was.
What did he just do?
They're over 20 right now.
Yeah.
They're over 20, and
So I think I have an answer, and I could be wrong, but that zone for the no-build zone extends quite far outside of Tilted, and I think he hit that zone where he couldn't build, and that's why he wasn't able to get that last ramp to get up to the next step, and I think that's why he fell down, because that zone is brutal.
I think he also got cut off with the mountain being there as well.
The mountain too, right? But even so, you could still build on a mountain technically, but I think he reached that zone outside.
And there's just so much going on at that moment. It's a matter of like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm placing in this trap. For me at the end, that was incredible what we saw that man pull off. I mean, WavyJacob, a name that I'm not going to forget for a while after a play like that, making the big plays and trying to hold on for he and Problem. But here comes the blitz from the opponents as Hogman silenced, at least for now. ehPom still alive and at least was still ticking, and as he drops, you see the smiles on their face. They're smiling a lot, and they're smiling a lot more knowing that their result is pretty much going to be in their favor as they will hold on, win this game, and will move on to the next round.
Awesome stuff, right? And you got to be feeling good. Part of the smile more, guys. You love to see it, and like I said, they're being represented very well. But another highlight, right, is unfortunately they're going to move down to the losers bracket. But yeah, WavyJacob, talented player, Fear Nova, coming in and playing considerably well, and I expect a lot from him. Down in losers, but picking up on our winners bracket.
Wow.
We are now into winners semifinals. Hogman, ehPom against Aydan and Sway up at the top. Nyhrox and FunkBomb. Come on, would there be anybody else going against Dubs and Assault? But that is tough to say the least. Ninja in reverse now out, being taken out by Aydan and Sway. They'll be down in the losers bracket. Any surprises you guys are noticing?
I gotta say, for me, I mean, I was really interested to watch Ninja in Reverse versus Aydan and Sway. So I thought that one would be super, super close based on the way that Ninja in Reverse kind of looked in terms of that game versus Ceice and Riversan. They seem to be kind of on all cylinders. I won't say it's kind of a shock for me, but it's nice to know the result. And I'm super curious what that scoreline would be for that game. Obviously, Aydan and Sway, super solid roster. I think they finished with like top 4 last week, so you can't really bat an eye to them. But versus Ninja in Reverse, it's interesting to see that they're already down in the loser side of things. And I will say, too, right, we were discussing a super big game, FaZe versus NRG. How would that one kind of play off? And it looks as if FaZe, they could be looking at a 4th straight grand final, at least for Nate Hill. I know, not Hogman, excuse me, but for FunkBomb, right, kind of can't really hold on to that same title, but still, you know, to no avail. He's still trying to do some work and maybe capture what would be their 3rd championship, which would be absolutely miraculous. But guys, still a lot more awesome games to come. We are into our top 4 of the winner's side. It's about to be crazy. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for, as we're going to have another trivia question at the end of this commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 8, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Landon Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, it has been a fantastic broadcast up to this point. However, we are down toward our final 4 in the winner's side, one of those matches happens to be the boys from Smilemore, Hogman and ehPom versus Aydan and Sway, which is going to be a super interesting matchup. We talk about Hogman and ehPom. They've been kind of making the way throughout the bracket. We've got a kind of chance to watch their progression up to this point. They have looked stellar. However, their most difficult opponent is absolutely going to be here as of recent versus a team like Aydan and Sway, who have shown last week to be very, very talented.
Aydan and Sway, always got to be a competitor you have to watch out for. Sway with that clutch play that we always talk about in week number 2, week number 3. But Aydan too, right? He's always been a solid player. He knows how to slay it out. But at the top, though, Nate Hill and FunkBomb versus Dubs and Assault, man, these are some guys we have to talk about. Nate Hill, especially, has been tearing it up in our format. Now, in Minecraft Monday, we nerfed TechnoPig because he was just too good. When is going to be the point where we start to nerf Nate Hill?
I mean, it's going to require a lot, right? This guy is just unbelievable. And my kind of question coming into last week was, okay, hey, We saw Nate Hill, and at the time, it was 2 straight grand final appearances, one of which he managed to win with FunkBomb. The one prior to that, or rather the one after that, he played with High Distortion. They looked great, but they pretty much got their, they pretty much, lost pretty dominantly when it came down to the grand finals. They come alongside each other together again, and it's like, okay, how are they going to kind of live up to that first kind of tournament performance? Because if you guys remember, when they won back in Week 5, it was, is this the most dominant win ever? Is this the most dominant victory we have seen for a team in Friday Fortnite history? And it absolutely has the ability to be up there. And when they played last week, when we were kind of questioning could they live up to that same standard, it wasn't that same dominance, but it was that same level of the ability to adapt, that same consistency at the end game, their ability to kind of change up as time goes on, and that ability to continually hit sniper shots. Nate Hill, a casual 85 meters away, he's even jumping on top of mechs. There's nothing this guy can't do.
We watch him for less than a minute, and that happens. I mean, it's a prophecy that writes itself truly.
What?
And you have to wonder,
What?
really casually approaching that, and I guess
He just watches it explode while he's just having a fun time taking a mini.
Watch him snipe this guy, though. Watch him snipe this guy on top who thinks he's
happening.
safe, right?
This is happening.
You've got, of course, FunkBomb, or excuse me, that's going to be Assault actually trying to get in the mix. And that structure is going to be blown up. RPG in hands, but look who overtook the high ground. Great placement of the floor. You noticed, didn't waste any time. As soon as he had the high ground, or at least even ground with that opponent, places the roof down, or places, excuse me, the floor down, blocks the enemy down low, edits down, stops Assault from getting it, and gets it for himself. That's why he has 11 eliminations. Hoverboard max. Hoverboard going off in a distance because it was blown out by a mech. Nothing can stop this guy.
remarkably consistent, infuriatingly consistent.
Yeah.
That's what we'll say.
Yeah, for everyone else out there who watches, it's just like, really? This he just keeps doing it? Like, are we ever going to see a time where Nate Hill is just off for a game? Apparently not, right? He and FunkBomb, incredible players, and are looking to try and capture their 3rd title in just 2019. It'd be insane, that's for sure. And I know where we're kind of watching this match performance, the nice thing to do is also to maybe walk away with some cash. That's always nice, right, guys? So let's go and talk about our 3rd trivia question as we watch Nate Hill dominate from afar. Our 3rd trivia question is, I was going to say, give me a pause for a moment. There we go. 3rd question is, Roman Atwood played in Friday Fortnite 2018 a few times, right? But which week was his first ever tournament? We're talking about 2018. You just have to give the week number. Let us know which week was it. Which was his first ever week that he played in Friday Fortnite. Like I said, hint, it is 2018. In the midst of you guys doing that, be involved in the chat. Use ! Smile More. Also, visit thesmilemorestore.com and use code Friday Fortnite for a 30% off discount. You don't have to be first when typing in your answer. You just have to get the answer right. And speaking of the answer, Nate Hill is always the one who has kind of been at that kind of key interval where we've discussed how are they going to be able to live up to the hype. Nate Hill was always there as the answer for those kind of series and those questions.
Sure, absolutely, right? I mean, just 2 smart players. They work well as a team. And now on the bottom side of the bracket, the one that we are going to highlight, Hogman, ehPom, as well as Aydan Sway playing against each other. It's going to be a deadly match, to say the least. And I am liking the landing zone for Hogman and his teammate on the outside of Mega. This is an area that we saw popularized a couple of weeks back, especially from HD and whoever he was playing with, right? They love to go onto the outside of Mega. You come in, you get your materials, you get kitted up, and it allows for a very good rotation into Mega because now you have mats. Now you have a set inventory, and you don't have to scramble to find a gun. Meanwhile, someone else is pickaxing you or anything crazy or chaotic that happens over in Mega. Plus, it's also a short shot over towards Salty, so a lot of opportunities for this, but it's a very slow one. And what we know from Sway and his teammate Aydan, they like to start off hot and heavy. We're already seeing that on that elimination feed, as a couple of elims are going to go to their name. So if I'm Hogman and his teammate, I'm rotating out, but a snipe through the window comes in. Shield is taken off, 83 health. And just inside of Mega is going to be Aydan and his teammate, but luckily able to clean it up. Half pot in his possession. They'll be okay.
What a lucky pick right there with that half pot to more or less undo the damage that had been done. But guys, if they're able to pull this off, if the Smile Good team is able to pull this off, Smile More team, is this officially a Cinderella story?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, they could be kind of in that conversation.
In that conversation.
They're in
but
the
it's not yet.
conversation. It's not 100%. But I think that's fair. That's a good question to be bringing up right now. This is the time where you ask that question.
If they solidify a grand final spot, I would say yes.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So they got to win this and then win the next one, and I would say absolutely so.
Beating Aydan and Nate Hill, yeah, that counts as a Cinderella story. I would say.
Well, hey, no, Nate Hill hasn't won yet.
I know.
Nubs and Assault's still
That's
up
true.
there.
That's true.
But I don't know. Nate Hill was like at 13 elims or something. So.
And yeah, it's you just know that performance normally goes. And how crazy would it be if they took down FaZe? I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, already thinking that they could take down Sway and Aydan, which is going to be a very difficult task without question. But if they were to take down Nate Hill, who has been the final boss of Friday Fortnite, right? 3 straight, you pretty much silence him from getting to 4 straight grand finals, at least off the break. That would be incredible, and that would be a story of which I'd be very interested in, and one that is looking a little bit grim right now because Hogman, ehPom, they've yet to see anybody, and half the lobby is nearly taken down. Now, I'm not sure if they have their eyes possibly on a mech, which seems to be what they're running toward, but they got to hope that they get in this one. They got to hope that this isn't just a bait, that it is available and that they can start to utilize it. Because Aydan and Sway, they already went toward a prominent location. They're already spotting players, and here we go. Aydan's got that proximity grenade launcher, firing out a few off the rip. Sway's got 4 elims to his name. They've gotten this game early on.
I was wondering why that proximity grenade launched straight up into the air, and I think it hit the airport that was just down below, but luckily gets a knock. Comes through, knocks the bush off the player. One pumps him as well, as he'll go ahead and drop down potentially, as there's going to be, I think, one more potential victim. I know that at least Sway picked up a couple himself, and actually I think they're all cleared up. Yeah, that's going to be another squad wipe. I can effectively say Mega was won by Aydan and Sway, and that cut off a rotation. But on the other side, though, we're going to see our Smile More boys. They're going to be inside of that mech, and we have seen this go in a positive way and a negative way, and hopefully it's going to be a positive way. They're going to go ahead and gather some mats for the time being. It might even rotate out over towards Salty, see what they can do. But I got to say, a lot of farming going down and not enough slaying. You have to slay out.
I'm not even sure they found a fight this entire game so far. I mean, at this point, you would imagine that there's at least someone. And as I say that, they finally have located some poor unfortunate soul in this house. But this is the first engagement I've seen them take. And like you said, half the lobby's gone already.
Here you go. Now's the time.
Oh,
we're discussing when's the time to engage. There's actually going to be another mech in the midst of fighting. ehPom relied upon to try and do some damage. I think it was Hogman hopped inside and hit the self-destruct button. That's going to make their lives a little bit easier. What a play coming in from Hogman, as here comes the rush. The other one destroyed, and it's all about the gameplay. It's all about the fights. And as the dust starts to settle, it will be ehPom, it will be Hogman who do reign supreme. And as we have discussed from the very first matchup that we watched with these boys, once they get into the opportunity for some adversity, that's when they start to kind of get those highlight moments. That's when they start to perform, which is kind of needed. It's a scary situation, but they pretty much just jump off that cliff together and they do some work. But Taylor, we're looking at that kill feed. We highlight ehPom. We highlight the boys here from Smile More. On the other end, Aydan just picked up a few.
He did, and what's really unfortunate about the situation, ehPom as well as his teammate Hogman are hopping straight into a fight, which is great, but unfortunately, Aydan and Sway are going to be way too close for comforts, and a couple will be picked off, and that's going to be Hogman as well as ehPom finishing off that squad. But now you have Aydan and Sway so incredibly close, and you got to be starting to think about, if we use our launch pad, do we destroy it so our teammates, or at least our enemies, use it, right? They can't use it. We got to get over towards loot, and I think that's exactly what they're thinking in this situation. They're going towards loot. They want to use that rift that's on, at least in the middle now of loot. Smart play to do so, but letting a little bit low, and maybe because they're thinking there's some players around here, maybe they just wanted to kind of dip down and not glide through the air and get lasered. Either way, though, the result's going to be the same. They'll make it. They'll build up for the time being, and they will go ahead and rift out. Now, where do they go? That's the question I have to be asking, and I think Pleasant is probably going to be the location.
If there is one thing nice, if you look at the scores right there, it is going to be 10-5. That's not the worst. Someone got lasered there at the top of that and already dropping down to take this engagement. Ooh. What a great knock right there by Hogman. It has to be careful. Did not build up behind. We saw them get punished for this earlier, and it's going to come back again.
Wait!
ehPom gets the clutch. I think it is going to be able to save the day and allow them to keep the momentum. Guys, this is actually a pretty close score for all that we were saying. I think they're only down by 4 right now, but they're not out of the woods yet. One more. Are they going to take the fight, or are they going to try to build out? Maybe even let Aydan save the day for them might be the best play at the time.
And this is the thing, if you're Aydan, do you want to try to engage? Do you want to try to allow the opponent to do some damage? But unfortunately, Aydan is taking some damage from the other side of the map as well, so he's not unscathed. And that will allow, as Aydan does provide some extra builds, it will allow for him to try to get that medkit off, and it will allow for Hogman to get revived as well. So a huge opportunity as all four players are up and ready to go. Sway, ehPom, Hogman all being involved inside of that kill feed. So I know for ehPom and co, they will find the one frag that was pretty much halting them. But on the other end, it was Sway as well, who also found the one player who I think was trying to take down his teammates. So kind of an equal out situation, while it was kind of an awkward fight for the most part, as two players nearly were both falling at the same time. They kind of even out with somewhat of a split. And speaking of splits, we're seeing a ton of players starting to make themselves known, and it looks as if Sway is going to be the first one in the fight, taking someone down on the hoverboard.
Definitely so. Hoverboard wipes out. Still going. Shield just about broke off. Another player with the hoverboard just to the left of Sway. He'll go ahead and pick him up. Misses a couple of shots, but they're going to be the first one to engage. And as I know, Hogman was kind of, scavenging the ground for some loots. And his teammate, though, ehPom, was moving up himself, so he might get into the mix soon. Aydan and Sway, they've got to clean this up relatively quickly. Stinks are going to be thrown out. Stacks a couple of them. Unfortunately, though, not as big of an impact as he wanted. Luckily, though, he will spot a player rotating out without situational awareness. He gets taken out, and that's going to be another Elim going to his name. That's 9 now in his inventory, in his possession. Aydan, he's got a couple himself. Now if I'm them, I'm rotating once again. I'm going back to that rift. I'm rifting out, and I'm getting back to the safe zone.
This is really the chance, right? Whichever team is able to make this rotation out is going to be the big one, but what in the world? I mean,
does he even have a weapon?
I don't know. I think he was boogieing and then emoting with him. Okay, that's,
He's trying to pull a ninja from, back in 2018.
The strategy in this game always being developed, the meta constantly being pushed. But I agree with what you're saying, Taylor. I think the next rotation is going to be the most important one. There's still double-digit elims left on the map, and as we've seen Hogman and ehPom kind of scavenging around here, as you were saying early, I think they're going to get the chance to make that rotation first, which has to be feeling good for them. They were getting elims that entire time as people were trying to rotate into Loot Lake.
ehPom again coming through clutch. However, Aydan needing every single resource to keep himself alive, but the one positive he has is that he's in the anti-gravity zone, as that is going to be a huge benefit as a robot has got him in the line sight. Aydan brought down to 1 HP, trying to survive, and with that shockwave grenade will give him some shelter, but for how much longer?
That's awesome. He was able to get away. Did the mech go into the rift? I want to say, oh no, he's just down below.
Oh, Sway.
Sway's got
2.
Busted though. That's going to be 1. Can he get the second? Just behind on the Zoe, and yeah, that's going to be another knock. He'll go ahead and finish off both of them. And he got so lucky there. If it wasn't for Aydan getting as much damage with the AR as possible, that would not have been worth it. Hogman, though, on the other side, just outside of Dusty, on the top of this mountain, finishes a couple himself, and that's definitely much needed. He's sitting at 8 elims too. We could be seeing a potential 30 elim game with the score combined between the both of them.
As if that's possible. Hogman giving the call-outs in the midst of the trenches, in the midst of all the resources, all the builds. He and ehPom come through clutch and take down another 2. As back and forth we go, and I flip kind of toward the late game. One player or one team finds an elim, the other team immediately responds. We see Sway, take down that mech, drop 2 players in terms of being kind of in that Loot Lake position. The exact same thing gets found there for Hogman and ehPom, exchanging blows back and forth, as we'll see how the final 6 players will be found. And everybody's wanting to utilize that mobility, right? We talked about Season 10, a game that allows for you to not be as mobile previously, right? A number of different kind of items being brought out, being added toward the locker again, being added toward the Fortnite jail, as it looks as if everybody trying to utilize every advantage that they've got. And I will say, speaking of items, Aydan does have that storm flip in his inventory if things start to get a little bit hairy, but the continual use of those bounce pads are allowing for players to get toward these fights first.
Sway continues to pick up where Aydan is lacking, at least up close and personal. And I believe that's going to be a mix of players getting the remaining, but I see Sway at 14 elims. And what? How many for Aydan? What, 9? 7? 7 total for him?
That's 21 then, right?
That is, but I know that both of the members of the Smilemore team were at 9 and 8 earlier, and I think another one went down. This is going to be a very, very close score here at the start, and I think that has to be a victory for the Smilemore team, given how slow they started off. Look, they got their first engagement when 40 players were left in the lobby.
Very slow start. You know, considering the fact that Sway and Aydan headed over towards Mega, which was the natural rotation for, of course, ehPom as well as Hogman. They were going to head over, right? They landed onto the outskirts, went to the houses, and then they were going to push into Mega. Unfortunately, weren't able to do that, so they had to go over towards Salty. This engagement, though, I want to highlight. I have no idea. Zero clue.
Look at the head shake right there from Hogman.
Right,
I have no idea what that guy was doing.
No problem.
That was when you kind of mentioned the meta, but look at how close. 20 to 18.
Jeez, this one.
That's close.
This is going to be fun, guys.
That is.
This game number 2 is going to be fantastic. And the big thing that we were kind of mentioning, right, was, or rather, I mean, kind of coming into this game 2, which is now kind of a storyline, considering the way that we've been watching the boys from Smilemore play, is the aggressiveness off the rip, I think, has to be a little bit better. At least take down a team in the origins of the POI that you land at. Because, like we talked about, 42 players left, that's when you engage, and they're brought within 2. You just play better off the start, and you like to think you maybe take that game, you at least tie it, or maybe you're in the driver's seat. So, I don't know, I think for them, it's just a matter of getting in the engagements a little bit earlier, kind of being in those fights off the rip. And if so, we know how their late game has been. You know, granted, they've had a few interesting situations, you know, 2 of which ehPom came to the rescue, a boogie bomb, which may or may have not gone that way, depending. And also a fight that existed in Loot Lake just a few moments prior to that, where he was going big and keeping the team alive. Along with those clutches, I think the early game thing needs to be tuned up a little. And if so, we could be seeing a grand final appearances here for the Smilemore boys, which would be incredible.
Then we're getting close to that Cinderella story that you were talking about.
I want to throw around that phrase.
Yep.
I like it.
In the generic sports talk world, that's maybe the most generic of sports talks, and I want to use it here, dang it.
I have used it a lot, so I got to say it's kind of, converging over towards the esports world. It's a real thing, Cinderella story, and it could, in fact, happen. But like you said, that early game needs to be cleaned up because RNG easily could have hit there. They might not have found as many engagements in mid or late game, and they could have went into a totally different way, and it wouldn't have just been a 2 elim deficit. We could have seen a ton more. But one thing that I do appreciate here with it being 18 to 20 in favor of Aydan and Sway is the fact that both of these teams, they don't really have to change up their landing location too much, maybe change up the rotations, but everything's the same, and we're going to have a very competitive game. No reason to get crazy, so I think this is going to go to the distance, and already a mech is going to drop down below Aydan, and I think he's going for it.
I think he was tempting at the idea of it, decided to go and pick up that sniper rifle and is maybe ready to hammer a few shots away if things become necessary, as I think an enemy actually just hopped inside. And the self-destruct, you have to get out of there.
Wait,
you have to be careful with Sway. He did not get out of the mech in time as the self-destruct comes through, and he will be adhered to that. And so Sway is down. One of the first players off the rip is knocked, and it looks as if Aydan, despite that somewhat of a grace period, if you were a fan of Smilemore, you just got super ecstatic. If you're a fan of Ghost or FaZe, you just had somewhat of a mini heart attack, but they will stay alive for now. And how huge is it that off the rip he gets that kind of glorified opportunity to get his teammate up? That's massive for them, guys.
Oh, it's huge.
And if they wouldn't have found that, if Sway, for example, maybe ends up getting thirsted or whatever have you, it would have looked a lot more grim, and we obviously see those knocks. So kind of prior to that pickup, it looks as if Aydan did take down 2 in Mega Mall before going for his teammate.
This game could have been over before we even started. Oh, what? Hello, 1 pump. Okay. 1 pump comes through. Sway at 30 health. He's forced to go over to RVs.
And he's only got 4 sniper shots to try to... Oh, my gosh.
The only benefit, though, is there's a couple campfires over here, and I don't think anybody landed over here because this isn't a common place, at least in pub lobbies, for players to go to. So he should be okay, but that time card only has, what, like 90 seconds, so he's definitely got to put in some work. Start using those legs because he has to get over there. Get Aydan's card. You can't 1v2 this. You cannot 1v2 this against ehPom as well as Hogman, right? Because it's going to be too hard. You've got to get your teammate up, and he can't waste any time. He doesn't even have time to even use one of these campfires that's over this location. He just got to go for it.
And based on the way that you hear Aydan communicating, I'm not sure if that's even the target for Sway right now. I mean, you kind of see him starting to run toward that card, which is what I think should be the call. But I think for Aydan, I'm not sure if he was kind of giving the call out saying, hey, it's not really worth it, or kind of giving those, you know, sequence of calls for his teammate. But that's going to be a very awkward position for them, and just constant success for the other side. As Hogman, ehPom, we talked about, we need to see some aggressiveness off the rip. They did not fire a single bullet until 42 players were alive in the last game. And with what, half the lobby up for now, they've at least got 3, probably 4 to 5 in terms of their elims right now. Plus, they're taking advantage of the slow-paced play that the enemy is currently receiving. We see that indicator pop up on screen, which means that Sway has, in fact, found Aydan's reboot card. However, the biggest job is not done yet. You have to get your teammate back up on the map. That van is going to give a huge signal to everybody else in the surrounding area, letting everyone know that there is pretty much a no skin available. There is a guy who has hardly any resources, hardly any weapons on the map. And we'll see how they can start to kind of handle that. Because this is the perfect situation if you're ehPom and Hogman, knowing that your early game has been the struggles.
Sure.
The opponent, they're dealing with the early game struggles now. This is where you can start to thrive.
Absolutely. And you got to be thinking, too, with the 3 elims currently in the possession of Hogman, he's tied up this game and maybe even brought it down, because I think Aydan only had 2, if to my understanding. So with that being said, I think now it's just a 1 elim deficit on to the Smile More team. And they're already going into an engagement on top of Dusty Depot. And with the reboot van not being used as of yet, Sway might be in a fight himself. And that's something to think about. Shockwave Grenade Hogman, first one to engage. And on the flank is going to be ehPom.
So scary. And you have to think that if ehPom and Hogman are able to make it over, get these elims, and then make the rotation up to Loot Lake as they did last time, you have to think that's game, set, match, provided that they take care of business. And guys, this team really hasn't had any big disastrous mistakes either. We say a slow beginning. It hasn't been because they've been making mistakes. They just can't find anybody. When they find the fights, they generally do well. So I think it sounds like, at least with the way that they're rotating out, they got what they wanted out of that, cleaned up. Just building up some mats, and they are headed that direction that they've been rotating. It's been the same rotation every game for them.
It's so smart. This rotation works, right? You have to head over towards loot. I always talked about it, and Landon, I know you can kind of capitalize on this, right? Because loot was always that main transitional point, especially later on in seasons. You had, you know, the slipstreams being, you know, convergence there. I think there was like 2 or 3 in that location. Now you have that, you know, you had at one point had the bouncy lake. That was very short, though, with Kevin. But then you had, you know, the island being there where you could float through. So Loot Lake, what used to be an eyesore back in the day, is now one of the main transitional points for this map.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's a great point to kind of bring up. And even last week, just kind of attesting to its, you know, major usage rate, is players were going here constantly. This was the main call for Nickmercs and Sypher, who had a fantastic placement last week. This is the place that they went to. They went toward kind of the outside factories, and then they rushed right in toward the Rift, and they kept utilizing it to go from perspective to perspective. And if they got in an awkward situation, no worries. We have the zero gravity zone, of which we can kind of roam around a little bit if we happen to kind of engage earlier on with the Brute. No issue. So for them, I love that call. But the same thing continues to be the case as Sway finally is going to enter in toward this reboot and should be able to get his teammate up, which is going to be massive for them right now. But it's taken so much time, right? In this kind of interval, Sway has found nothing. He's found no elims in this time of which he's trying to get his teammate back up alive, which allows for a massive opportunity for the opposition to capitalize on this, to really start to make a run. But here we go. The Durburger Rifts are now being engaged. Hogman, ehPom, they're ready to sink their teeth into another elimination, trying to keep this momentum alive, trying to take down one of the most talented teams in Friday Fortnite. There goes the Shockwave Grenade as the enemy instantly realizes who is just ahead. It, of course, is that soccer skin, but desperately trying to stay up, as Hogman took a little bit of a shot to the shin, but no worries. He's got the chug splashes when need be. He's also got that epic, that legendary version of the tack. And he thinks that player may just be on the other side of that window, on the other side of that building. But you see how aggressive they are, how willing they are to want to try to get in the fight, and that's why Hogman, instant elim, as that will be his 5th. As Scar found, sniper shots continue to echo just on the sides of the block, but they're not slowing down. They're keeping their foot on the gas pedal.
Absolutely. Great retake on that high ground. Instantly comes in, takes the wall, drops down soccer player low, and I do believe White gets in, and that's going to be Hogman capitalizing from down low. And he's able to pick up an elim at least through that. Now Sway, I noticed, was picking up a couple of elims himself just on the outside of Salty. And look at Aydan capitalizing. He comes off the reboot van, and he comes in to help himself. He's now at 5 elims. And a game that looked very, very testy onto the other side of Aydan and Sway. Now looking pretty good if they can continue this momentum moving forward. Plenty of elims to keep it very competitive as long as they can stay alive.
You can see the numbers right there, 7 on one side and just 7 on the other. So still a 2 elim deficit right now. You have to favor the positioning that Hogman and ehPom are in right now. But if they don't find something off of this jump through the rift, I think that this has to be considered an even game. Once again, they've had all this advantage, and once again, they just haven't found the players here. I don't know if it's bad luck or what do you want to call it, but you can see right there as close a game as you're going to see with just under 20 elims left on the map.
And you see them surveying. They're looking through Pleasant Park. They're just trying to get a visual. As soon as they spot a team, that's when they're going to dive. That's when they're going to start to jump on the opportunity. And is it going to be Tilted Town, right? The newest edition of the Fortnite map, the newest POI. That could be what defines this game, but get a little bit colder as the gameplay as Sway managed to drop one down, as that's going to be another elim in their favor, and that's what we talk about, right? How crucial each one of these are. It was just a slim 2 elim advantage for Sway and Aydan coming into that fight, of which they now possess a 3 elim advantage. Not many players left, and you already see ehPom firing away. Oh my gosh, he's got to be ultra careful right now. He actually decides to go ahead and jump back in towards this one, and he's going to go and utilize that zip line. A wonderful call, and here we go. The Rockets starting to go past his perspective as ehPom wants to engage. He knows this is the time. This is the chance to bring it back and bring it within even odds. And I hear the shockwave grenades. Hogman's giving the call-outs as well, but look at this. A few more arrows, all of them on the top right of our screen as everybody wants a piece of these players.
Absolutely. There's so many players here. You can't afford to pass this up. Aydan has picked off a couple himself. Actually, there's going to be another 2 coming through. Trying to take over the wall, unable to get it, but more shots are coming in, and at least at this moment, ehPom knows he has to get aggressive, and luckily he's able to get that final shot in and solidify another one, but he only has 2 to his name. He's got to get a couple more. Minigun in hand, that's going to be a great counter towards the mechs. Meanwhile, Aydan, he's going to be hopping over, and I think joining Hogman, who's going to be just up ahead, goes in for the wall retake. Unfortunately, drops a little bit too low. Player will go ahead and box up in that 1-by-1 just up ahead, but he misses out. Hogman is able to get 3 in the meantime and continues to capitalize. Aydan, though, he'll get a piece of it. He'll find at least 1, and the battle continues on.
This is so scary right now, how close this is.
That's a mech.
And you see they're just hiding out right now. All of the players in almost seemingly one by one just saying, okay, guys, as soon as this is done, we all go for the same one, right? Peace, let's shake hands. And now the chase goes on. Guys, these are the elims that's going to decide it right here. There's one down there.
2
with the knock.
ehPom. So ehPom just found 2. He also gets knocked and nearly thirsted. There's a few shots coming in from the side, and I think, was it Hogman who found it? It is. Hogman finds the 3rd.
You can't go for the revive. You just have to start slaying out.
Well, he's not.
He's going for the revive.
He is. He's
out in the open,
He's not
mind
listening to you.
That's a good thing.
Trust me, it's going to say,
a good thing.
Depending, it is going to give an opportunity for the opponents to rush.
13 versus 11. This is tied right now.
Oh my gosh.
There's 8 elims left. Every single one of these is
Smile More team versus the coveted Aydan and Sway team, and it's coming down to the wire for a spot in winners finals.
Oh man,
it's going to be close, and that's an understatement. You can cut
there
the
it
hitch
is
with the wire, and yeah, there's going to be one of those mechs just up ahead, and honestly, you got to challenge it. You know there's 2 players inside, maybe potential of 2, maybe even 1. You've got to go for it and go full send.
And you notice, I think Aydan was waiting for the enemy to place down one of the bounce pads. He wanted to act as if he didn't have one.
Sure.
And now we'll see who can engage first. Aydan may be playing some sort of a bait, maybe trying to watch over for the team, as I think Sway, yes, they have utilized one of the bounce pads. As we're speaking of bouncing, I think the enemy possibly is emoting off of the distance as well with that mech, but everyone knows that it's more important to go for the players that maybe are just off toward the right, maybe try to get toward that mountainside. And Sway, first one to give the call out, as we talk about that yellow arrow, that's going to be Hogman from the skies. He's relying on some long-range shots. He's got to get some work done. But here we go. Sway already dropping one player off the rip. Here comes a few nades. Regardless, though, Aydan finds the second, as that's going to be an advantage for them as long as those kills get cleaned up. And here comes the rush again toward the top side. Aydan is hungry. He's looked so good in terms of this tournament of players trying to go for the revive out in the open. No worries, as that's going to be at least 3, if not 4, for Aydan and Sway. But as you mentioned, Taylor, it is going to be Hogman who at least finds one more.
Hogman, ehPom need to solidify these remaining 4 players, and Hogman still engaging on one of them, just on the outside of Valhalla Mountain, as this build fight's getting tall, and Aydan finds yet another one. Now we're just down to 3. And Aydan at this point might even have enough to just go ahead and take over the lead. But at this point, Hogman, ehPom, they can't think about that. They just have to continue getting high ground. And you got to be thinking there's going to be players up top on Valhalla. And I don't know if that mech was dealt with, but I thought I just heard some missiles taking off. So these final 2 players, or final at least couple players, might be in a mech. There's a mech up top, and I think I saw a darker mech just behind. So there might be 2 mechs still on the map, but this mech has been busted. Player drops down low. Aydan goes for it. Player one shot. Is he able to get him out of the air? Getting dinked from behind. And Hogman actually is going to be able to get that player from up top. Aydan now, player engagement from the top rope. Hogman, though, first one to be up there, and it's a mad dash to see who's going to be able to get it. And Aydan gets it with the combat up top. And Hogman, he finishes one off too. And we're down to just one last player.
It's either, at least in my opinion, I think based off what we've been adding, I think it's either mathematically impossible or ehPom and Hogman, they need this last one.
To clutch up
regardless, they have to get it. Like,
100%.
No question about it. It's either not in their favor regardless, or they have to get it no matter what. So this is a huge elim. I mean, this is it.
This is it. This is absolutely it. And you got to be looking at ehPom splitting off from his teammate.
There was a reboot.
Was there?
There's 2 reboots.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this changes everything. Oh,
absolutely. This is it.
Oh, there's players in there.
This is the moment. But Sway.
ehPom and Sway.
He found the first one. ehPom doesn't realize there's a player just toward your left. And it looks as if Sway finds a majority of them. And we'll watch this one again from his perspective as he just found all 3 from the back.
I think that's it.
And we were up 2? Yeah. Damn, they have to have 20. Oh, my God. We have 18.
Oh, they tied?
Wait. We'll see. We'll see. I know they're trying to add it up a little bit. We'll get official confirmation on how this game ended out. It is incredibly close, guys. Let us know in the chat who you think walked away with that game. Was it the boys from Smile More, or did Sway at the end solidify it for he and Aydan?
You have to think they did. I mean, Aydan was coming through on those final elims. He was picking up elim after elim. Sway as well. That reboot was clutch. And that reboot was even more clutch, potentially for ehPom and Hogman. But ehPom was only able to find 1 off that reboot.
Yeah.
And Sway found, what, 3? Insane.
So.
And I know our team is doing their best right now to add up the score, but I can only imagine how close this was. Imagine going into a potential rematch between these guys. I mean, come on. This isn't even the winners finals. This isn't even grand finals. This is winners semifinals, and we have already seen match after match come down to the wire. We have seen so many great matches, even go back to Ninja in Reverse with 53 elims that one game.
Yeah.
This week is crazy man.
I was looking at Nide's face, and it was
just
like,
like
what?
If we had a camera, if we had a camera on Nine that entire time, you would have been so entertained. And there it is, 39 to 36, takes it by 3. And how many players were rebooted? I think there were 3. So you got to be thinking that reboot was it. If ehPom was the man who was able to come in and pick off those players, that would have been enough. But Sway was a little too quick on the trigger. He saw the mech down low. He knew what he needed to do. Yeah. Fearlessly goes in, challenges the mech, busted up. Players from the reboot van running out of the storm. They're weak, and he capitalizes it, and he takes it 39-36. Aydan and Sway, they move to winners finals.
And what's really scary about that, too, is based on the math here, before that reboot, it was a tie game.
Yeah.
It was a tie game before the reboot, and I just
and there were only 2 left, I think, before the reboot happened?
Yes.
Or 1 left?
I
think 2.
I think there were 2, but we talk so often about the reboot van and what it can potentially do, and a lot of times we're just doing that to cover our bases and let you know that that is a factor. This is one of the first times we have seen a game that close be a factor right there with the reboot van.
Sure.
And, I mean, what a tough way to lose it, but what a great run so far for the team from Smile
And it's
More.
only funny that they take over this lead because the reboot van. Sway in week 2 when he made that clutch. He made that clutch and was able to win because of the reboot van too. So it's poetic. Reboot van changes lives.
It is. It is a history likes to repeat itself, especially when it comes into Fortnite, apparently. But my goodness, what a game that was! As I'm sure everybody was on the edge of their seats, as I know we were. That's for sure. But hey, let's go and talk about another giveaway winner. Right, we got a commercial, but hey, no worries. We're going to give you guys somewhat of an update in terms of who just walked away with $1,000. If you guys are just joining us, we're doing trivia all throughout the broadcast today. Massive thank you to, of course, Roman Atwood and the Smile Store for, of course, coming through big and allowing for this tournament to be possible. You know, applying the prize pool, being here, $20,000. Thank you guys so much. And like I said, $1,000 of that is about to go to one of you. So I asked, question number 3 was, Roman Atwood played in Friday Fortnite 2018 a few times, right, back in 2018, but which week was his first ever tournament? I saw a few other answers kind of out there, but the majority was correct. It is, in fact, week number 3. And the person who did get that one right, actually, as I took a quick little gander at the chat, I actually saw this guy commenting constantly saying, it's got to be week number 3. And congratulations to you. It is Sitos, a.k.a. S-I-T-O-Z, just to make sure we get the wording exactly right. Congratulations to you, as you are $1,000 richer. You got the point right. You got the question right. So congratulations to you guys. A number of different awesome questions to come, a lot more awesome trivia questions and a lot more exciting games as well, as we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it's time for some more semis and winners finals action. We'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, as we are about to partake in winners finals. Boys, a lot on the line. Of course, myself, Lando, joined in part by Reflections 9 Whole Grains. Guys, like I said, we have a lot of storylines kind of coming into this one. Aydan Sway, a very talented duo, right? Just took down the Smile More boys, but now are facing off against what have been the final boss of Friday Fortnite, Nate Hill and FunkBomb. This could be the 3rd straight grand final as a team. It would be the 4th straight grand final for Nate Hill and could put him on track for a 4th, or rather a 3rd title for him, and would be a 3rd title for them both. So a lot of kind of storylines, a lot of numbers being thrown out there. But regardless, though, this would be incredible if someone could take them down and root to getting toward that grand final.
And there has to be someone, right? Go back to 2018, right? Cloakzy as well as Tfue. What, 4 times I believe? Not necessarily in a row, or but I mean
it was like week event, like it would like kind of go in swings. So it'd be like they won, or they win a week, then they lose. They win a week, then they lose.
Right.
So,
but they won 4. So we're looking at a potential rival of that, and that's pretty crazy to think of because I didn't think anybody would be so dominant. And you look at Nate Hill and FunkBomb. I mean, they played well in the first couple of weeks, and all of a sudden they came out of nowhere and just started lighting it up left and right. And Nate Hill and Funk, obviously in winners finals for a reason, one of the top level teams. And Aydan and Sway, though, being their opponents, it could be tough. But what does have me worried going into the finals is the fact that Nate Hill and Funk are very consistent and they very rarely drop. Meanwhile, Aydan and Sway, we've seen them. Hey, they've been slaying out and having some great games, but we've lost Aydan sometimes. Sometimes we lose Sway, and it goes back and forth, and there's a lot of close moments. Meanwhile, Nate Hill, Funk, very consistent.
Absolutely. Guys, in the midst of this game going on, we've got a quick little trivia question as we watch the drops. Question number 4 is, Roman Atwood owns a donkey that just had a baby. And in one of his most recent vlogs, this donkey stars in it. What is that donkey's name? Let us know. I know it's kind of a specific question, but hey, if you don't have to do a whole lot of searching, right? You just go toward his YouTube channel and you can find the answer. Let us know. You don't have to be first. You just got to get the answer right. Like we talked about, we'll see how this game starts to go. Nate Hill, FunkBomb, Sway, Aydan, and this has been their spot ever since they started, right, Nine?
It has been, and it's so nice to know that even amidst all these changes that we have spent the better half of a broadcast talking about, Nate Hill does the same thing. He goes to the same spot. Keep dipping back into the well until it runs dry.
I agree. I mean, this is something that, if it works, right, why fix it if it's not broken? And that's something that they capitalize on very well. And even though the drop ship's not there anymore, you could still land on side or land on that weird mountain. And it just works, right? That's such a smart strategy to do. And we've seen a lot of players kind of mimic that strategy over and over again. But nobody makes it work as well as FunkBomb and NateHill. And FunkBomb trying to get a little snipe from a distance. Unable to connect, but tries to go for a second. Unable to connect on the second. But luckily, he's not been tagged up. He's still looking okay. And if, you know, one of these opponents try to get froggy and leap forward, well, they're going to be met with that trusty combat as well as that silenced SMG. So he's got an arsenal, and I don't think he's afraid to use it.
Yeah, definitely not right. Going to go for a few of these resources, wait for his teammate to join alongside of him. And he says, hey, you know what? This works out for NateHill quite a bit. Why not me? We're in phase for a reason, right? So has that sniper rifle primed, ready to go, keeping somewhat of a forward thought toward that reboot van, as we've seen that kind of treat phase members very kindly in previous. In fact, to be Sway, who happens to be just on the other side of things. And FunkBomb saying, hey, wait it out a little bit, then start to engage. That's going to be the easy elimination, one of many to come. As they start to sink their teeth in towards Salty Springs, NateHill immediately realizing, focusing his attention toward the top side, as this is an entire squad. They've got their hands full, but they know normally how to deal with the adversity, catching on a player in that attic, as that will be the first for NateHill. Going to grab that slurp juice. They're sitting fantastic when it comes then to shields.
Wow. And
there is going to be another one finalized by Nate. That's going to be accredited, though, toward FunkBomb. And getting toward the top of those stairs, they handle this one easy, guys.
Did they even take damage? It just looked so clean right there. We talk about efficiency. Sloppy 90s. How about clean elims? That's
there you
what
go.
We're talking
Soggy
about now.
90s.
Sloppy 90s, soggy 90s.
It's soggy 90s.
I'm never saying that.
You said it earlier.
I did, but just yeah, like it's almost akin to like moist 90s, and it's like I don't like either one.
No, it's not.
Landon, it's the same. Moist soggy is like this. Well, then again, maybe that is different. Like a moist cake versus a soggy cake is kind of like two totally different things. Either way, not saying it. Was Aydan screaming just now?
He was actually trash talking the other team. No, I'm kidding. That was.
It's a big LAN party.
Yeah, he's looking at NateHill and FunkBomb right now, just like, really, guys? You're going to try to take us down right now?
Kick the router. Come on.
Kick the router. That's happened at LAN events. Don't say that, Nine.
Oh, I know. It's a strat. Valid strat.
I don't know if it's a strat. Hopefully it's not a strat that they're using. Maybe so, though. Wouldn't surprise me if somebody's just, reached over, disconnected to Ethernet from the switch, said, hey, man, I'm having connection issues.
I know.
Terrible,
Versus both of these teams, I think they would get to that point. Like, the average player would just be like, how are you finding all these elims? How are you so talented? That's what I would do. That'd be my only play call. I would be disqualified, and deservedly so.
That'd be the only way we win. Well, you'd only be disqualified if you would be caught.
That's true. That's true.
Which we're not encouraging cheating.
I was going to say. So to change the subject, still a goose egg right now in the top right. We always talk about NateHill and Funk in the way that they tend to start maybe a little slower because they try to build up so that they can be more efficient on their rotations in the mid game. This time it's been going the other way. We've seen Aydan and Sway here start off a little slower. Take a look, top right, bottom right, zeros on both there. Meanwhile, FunkBomb sitting at 3 and Nate sitting at 1, so quick math, 4-0, and they've already started the rotation here. You have to think that this is exactly what they wanted to do. They have loved this location on the map. I feel like Fatal is where they make their money.
Oh, sure, right? I mean, it's where a lot of players make their money, especially landing at Salty. It's just a natural rotation. Unfortunately, the Slipstream's not being there, but what is?
I just find it interesting that they're splitting, though, NateHill and FunkBomb.
Oh, wow.
That they're not with each other by any
really split.
Yeah, like they're absolutely on
that's uncharacteristic,
total opposite sides, and there we go, though. FunkBomb off the rip. Drops one, and at least if need be, if he has to retreat, he has the masking of the corn stalks of that cornfield, trying to utilize it the best of his ability. It's silent sniper, children of the corn, snipers of the corn as well. FunkBomb.
Oh, he wants it.
He's ready. He has that trigger discipline. He's ready to fire away, but can he get the shot off? And yes, he will!
Nice.
Perfect timing. The trigger discipline has never looked oh so good, and FunkBomb, he's ready for the party.
Oh,
everybody's involved, and there we go. Tosses out the code, tosses out the pyramid, and was ready for the trap party. Has nothing available in those trap slots, though. A great inventory nonetheless, and a great editing party as well. If things start to get a little bit hairy, there we go. Trying to make his way on the flank, window tossed out, and there is going to be another instantly grabbing for a few of those minis to bring him back to as close to 100 as possible. as that's going to be his 5th. But like we said, we got to keep in mind, he is alone right now. He does not have Nate Hill, but that seems to be no problem for this man.
No, Nate, no problem here. We've talked so much about Nate Hill. FunkBomb here reminding you, hey, remember the times that we won? Yeah, I was here. I was the other part of that.
Let's go, Funk.
Watch out for me. Lucky number 7 right now. The cash crop in these fields being other players. Poor lobby saps here. And man, this guy is so remarkably consistent. It's incredible.
The references there, by the way, Nine. I just want to highlight. That was genius. Lucky number 7, cash crops or elims.
Ooh.
And Aydan, look at that, not stopping himself. Lasering some opponents up ahead in that anti-gravity zone, and he's going to continue on. Knock shield off one player, and he's going full send into one that's going to be boxed up for the time being. And I think his dog is barking in the background, unfortunately, but hopefully that won't be his undoing. But Sway's going to be off in the distance too, and look at Nate Hill. So maybe this is the strategy. One break off, right? FunkBomb going over towards Fatal. Nate Hill staying on the heels of Aydan as well as Sway.
It's not a bad strategy. We talk about how valuable mirroring can be, and when you have the accuracy from a distance that Nate Hill does, it's just like, oh, you've weakened them up for me? Let me just take that elim for you. Let me just pluck that away. And I can't really blame him, especially with the consistency that Funk has displayed, but now the rotations are going to start. This is a brutal spot if you're trying to come in from the side there, and I think immediately like, oh, yep, there they are. Let's see how many they get. Count them up, boys.
That's actually a great situation, right? Aydan's kind of on the back, and you have, or excuse me, Sway's kind of coming from the back, and Aydan's coming from the top side. So a great situation for them to be the only players here and to kind of have that unique advantage of trying to utilize the numbers to the best of their abilities. And that's where you start to notice, right? The teams that play the best, the players that are oh so dominant, utilize their numbers, but you're always seeing 1v1, 2v1 fights. In this situation, you're thinking, okay, it's 2 versus 4. They're not going to be in a good spot as a player tries to do his best interpretation of looking like a pineapple. But what they're doing is that they're constantly finding players by themselves, finding players who are all alone. And in that situation, you're in a 2v4. What do we only see? 1v1, 2v1 engagements in favor of the team that does not have the numbers. Very, very well executed as they pretty much just dissected that team and allowed for that blueprint to look oh so well. And on the other end, still by himself, FunkBomb. He's a lone man, a party of one, but dominating by himself right now.
Total of 8 elims. Misses some middies down below, but he's not going to lose any sleep over that. Campfire as well. He's going to be able to grab potentially. There he goes. Shockwave's not a bad addition to his inventory. He'll be able to rotate through. And the question is, the elims, they're starting to get thin. Does that mean he meets up with Nate Hill, who now is going to be completely by himself? A mech just behind him. Now, despite the split, we are at 10 and 10, and you got to be thinking if the split doesn't come into play, the scoreline probably would have been in the favor of Aydan and Sway, but because FunkBomb was able to capitalize over at Fatal, it made all the difference in the world. But good rotations down. That's going to be 2 for Sway, and the third one just below. That's going to be 1 more knock, and again, another player pushes in and easily takes them all out, and that puts him at 10 elims for himself.
I think that's going to shift the score just a touch, and now even gets a launch pad there, going to be able to work back over to the rest of the team whenever they think the rotations are. Now coming back to Fatal is Nate Hill here trying to make this work. I feel like he spent most of this game on a hoverboard trying to find people. Finally does, much to their dismay, but this is going to be a very, very close game, and I have to think that the big difference right now is just the fact that Nate wasn't able to find anybody when he was maybe mirroring or maybe moving back about, but there's still 10 left, and so often we see when there's only 10 left, it seems like Nate Hill manages to find 9 of them. We'll see if history repeats itself right now.
That's the big factor, right? I mean, kind of you look at his scoreline, 3 eliminations. That's by no means kind of his standard at this point. He's usually up in the 8, 9, 10 range, as you mentioned, right? So I think for them, it's kind of been the FunkBomb show, right? They've been kind of splitting off, doing their own thing, and kind of looking at that strategy now, you could argue whether or not it was the better play or not. Like we discussed, FunkBomb now being joined alongside by the opponents, and he actually just steal that one out from the grasps of FaZe Sway, his counterpart on FaZe Clan. It looks as if he just did. And there's going to be another one. He's snaking these ones away. And how crucial are these? We talked about how this game has got to be close. Sway on one end just comes through and takes down 3 by himself. And then there's FunkBomb to try to even the score as best as he can, doing as much damage as possible despite not being joined alongside by his 2-time champion teammate in Nate Hill.
And Nate Hill's going to be that wild card. He's all by himself, which means he has the potential to find elims, to find players. Sway and Aydan aren't going to be able to find, at least for the time being. But we are building up. Launchpad going to be used.
We're going to split here.
And they're going to split. You hear the call out coming through, and they need to do so. They understand that, right? Because FunkBomb, Nate Hill have been split up. They need to split up themselves to try and capitalize on the ground that they can cover. But, man, they are really going up in the air. And at this point, they're working their way into potentially getting shot down.
Wait, I heard a mech or something, right?
And unfortunately, Campfire is going to be wasted. And it happens to the best of us, right? Obviously, if it can happen to Aydan, it can happen to all of us. But FunkBomb, he has found a player, but unfortunately, it's not what he wanted. He found a mech, so he has got to work his way through. Meanwhile, this is a common strategy you've been seeing in public lobbies. Players will go and box themselves up in the mech to save themselves for that final circle. But unfortunately, he takes a lot of damage. He goes from 150 now down to 50, now up to 100. But snipe in hand, how did that not hit?
That was so close. That was scarily close, that's for sure. Sniper bullets whistling past everybody as there comes the engage. FunkBomb, can he do it again? Can he settle the score and prove the enemy wrong? Places down the early cozy campfire, but unfortunately is not going to be able to receive the benefits from it. He's trying to hop back in the engagement, and who sits at the top of the tower? Of course, it's good old Mr. Brute. That's going to allow for FunkBomb again to steal another elimination out from the grasps of Aydan. Rips it out of his cold hands.
Oh,
and
so smart.
FunkBomb from the top, trying to do some work, and I think he finds that, and he does. I think Aydan found 1, but FunkBomb escapes with 3, as that will be 12 in total. And my word, the plays at the end, the separation, as FunkBomb pretty much from beginning to end was doing all the work possible. As the 3-time, or nearly the 3-time champs, the 2-time for right now, we're saying, hey, we're a dominant team, no worries. Maybe it's time to separate and show everybody our unique skills. And we'll see if it pans off as we get ready to take a look at the scoreboard.
That split was crucial. Going over towards Fatal made all the difference in the world. FunkBomb was the key player in the first round, and because of him,
my gosh,
they will go into Game 2 with a 3 elim lead, 19-16.
I want to point out something,
that much closer to being in Grand Finals.
I just want to point out something. FunkBomb, he pretty much stole 3 eliminations, and that is the amount that they're up by. If he does not steal a few of those when it came down to factories, that one at the end outright from Aydan, this game is looking different, right? We're coming in this one with a different score line. It's looking probably a lot more in favor, right, of Aydan and Sway. So for me, I think in this moment, it was a matter of not just FunkBomb having that dominant performance, because we obviously saw him play well, right? And we saw Nate Hill kind of toward the end of things. Those clutch frags at the end really, for me, kind of settled the score and changed up the entirety of this game, because the amount that he stole is the amount that they find themselves in.
And also, too, Nate Hill towards the end, we saw how low, I mean, at the end he finishes with 7 elims, but up until that point, I mean, he was sitting at 2, even 1 elim for the longest time. If he stays with FunkBomb over at Fatal, or maybe they don't even go Fatal at that point in time, they don't find all those elims, right? Because whenever FunkBomb left Fatal, I think how many elims? Probably like 8, 7 elims, something like 7, because lucky 7 is what you pointed out.
The cash crop. Cash crop.
He walks out with 7 elims, but if he sticks with Nate Hill, makes the rotation that he was making, it wouldn't have been as fruitful. Yeah. Right. So because of that split, risky as it was, is the reason why they have a lead going into Game 2.
That's going to be a lot of confidence, right, that you kind of put in your teammates to say, you know what, I have no problem splitting. I have no problem allowing for you to kind of go off on your own and kind of do the work necessary. That's a lot of teamwork and chemistry you got to have, Nine.
It is. It's a lot of chemistry. It's a lot of teamwork. It's a lot of trust. And it's a lot of skill, right? We say all these things. We glossy it up as trust in your teammate and belief, but it's all on a bedrock of skill. And that is why they are currently in the lead right now. We'll see if they opt to start a little differently. Now look at where Nate Hill's headed. The same place that he has headed every single game at the start of this potential final game here. I suppose there's always the chance of a tie in winners finals. Yeah, I mean, we have to at least cover our bases, right? It's possible.
Absolutely. And it's so beneficial for FunkBomb as he tries to get some nasty deagle shots up ahead. He connects onto one, knocks at least 50 health off, and goes in and tries to clean up the last. But another player up top, unfortunately, he is going to be quickly returned back to the lobby. But I wanted to kind of note, right? FunkBomb landed up here on the Meteor, finds 2 slurps, also finds a combat plus a deagle, and he cut off Sway, who was trying to land up there. And because Sway couldn't make it there first, he was forced to go straight down in towards Mega to help out Aydan.
I can't.
We'll see that starts to pan out.
Loot what I can.
Oh my gosh, 1 shot?
I think that might have been the guy that was
One
deagled
knock.
from FunkBomb.
That would make sense. That would actually be, that would pan out statistically exactly right. So there you go. Assistance, maybe unneeded, maybe unintentional, coming through from Funk. Regardless, though, from one phase member to the next, Sway is just constantly lining up players, as that's going to be a second. Can he make it a third? And it looks as if the additional knock, I think, may come in from a teammate, so good work on that end. But there we go, Sway, the third one. We discussed, would it be worth it? Was it a cutoff that allows for FunkBomb to have the advantage? And maybe looking somewhat opposite now, depending on how the scoreline starts to go. There's 3 brought down to a low amount of health, and it will be Sway who falls. Aydan, though, from the skies, the chug splashes get tossed out, and I think Aydan fell as well.
That's it.
And that will do it.
No, Sway had 4. How many did Aydan have?
It's close.
It's
Aydan
definitely
had
Aydan had
1,
1.
so
Aydan
they
had
had
1, so that's
5.
5. So with that being said,
That's
still
going to
very
do it for them. That's going to do it for their lives in this game. That's crazy.
So they were down 3. We're currently sitting at 0-0 for Nate Hill and Funk. So with that being said, or Funk has 1, so they need to get what, 2?
2 to tie, 3 to win.
It's crazy.
Absolutely doable.
For this team.
Absolutely doable.
Absolutely. Well, now, let's be fair, though. The last time we saw this, it was Nate Hill who actually almost went down way late. I think that was when he was teaming with HD, and I believe that Nate had to go all the way to the top of the map and hit a crazy sniper shot to make it happen. This one,
and the second one, that's it.
a lot easier of a way to do it. We are trying so hard to make this like, oh, we never know what might happen, but
That's incredible.
history repeats itself,
There you
gentlemen.
go.
It's literally unbelievable how they come through every single week, regardless of what's kind of inbound, and they put up numbers. They look like the exact same dominant team every single time. You throw in the mechs, you throw in Tilted Town. No big deal for these guys. They keep on pushing and look so talented while doing it. And they're pulling out new strategies every single week. Like we called out, I know that was a few weeks ago where, you know, it was a matter of them kind of making some interesting plays. I think they were actually kind of separating in week number 2 of them playing with each other. And then here in week number, kind of in week number 8 in total, but for them, you know, kind of in search for what would be another grand final appearance, they separate. They're doing damage and they look so talented as if, why weren't they doing that before? Like they just make it look so effortless. So that will be Nate Hill's 4th grand final in a row, and I think that is a Friday Fortnite record for most appearances in a row,
100%.
which is unbelievable to think about, and that will be, as a team, along with FunkBomb, he and Nate Hill's 3rd grand final in a row as well. As we discussed, there was one week where Nate Hill played with HD, made it into the grand finals, did not win that particular week, but that allows for FunkBomb to just be a little bit one late along with the entirety of the team, but man, these guys have looked unreal since they started to kind of catch that momentum, and they're not slowing down.
No, they can't slow down. I mean, Nate Hill is just honestly
Can't stop, won't
he's
stop.
too good. And can't stop, won't stop. And FunkBomb too, right? That duo is they're just insane. I mean, they've competed together in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah.
You know, they have done so incredibly well and continue to do well. And it makes sense. I mean, they're just 2 talented members overall.
Yeah.
Breaking records, 4th appearance in a row, definitely a record, 100%. And then potentially going for your 4th victory, tying that of Tfue and Cloaksy.
Will be their 3rd, I think, as a team.
Well, 3rd as a team, but for Nate Hill, though, kind of tying
Right.
that record is
Yeah.
massive, right?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
we haven't had anybody who's even been close to that since. And
Right.
even back in 2018, no one was close to breaking that
no.
other than, you know, Tfue and Cloaksy was just dominating. So we could see a record here, at least tied tonight, but we've already seen a record beaten, right? Our 4th in a row appearance is insane.
It really is nice. And like I said, it's a marvel. Every single week they come through and they look just as dominant as the week prior. And every other team, like we talked about, like some teams kind of struggle depending on how the game starts to get implemented. With them, it's just another week. It's just it's the same game.
Same game, and we're all just stuck playing it.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it goes, right? I mean, we have glossied this up as much as we possibly can. We've tried to break down the strategy, but it is infuriatingly consistent, right? We've said it. Nate has done the same opening every single time. And as they continue to adapt and change how they play, the fundamental portion of it is still exactly the same. And like I said, it's all built on a bedrock of skill. And guys, what can take this down? Nothing has so far.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Like those teams, the losers bracket right now, they're all fighting. They're trying to find the blueprint. They're trying to figure out the strategy, the way to take down these boys, but they just have yet to accomplish it. They've yet to pretty much find what is going to be the kryptonite for the FaZe boys, as I feel like we've said that phrase a few times previously. But let's go ahead and talk about the giveaway winner. I asked you guys right before we entered in toward that series question number 4, which was Roman Atwood. Everyone knows it if you've been watching his vlogs. He does own a donkey that just had a baby, and that donkey obviously starred in it, and it had a baby. What was the name of that donkey? And you guys knew exactly what it was, which goes so that you guys are always watching Roman Atwood's vlogs, which is fantastic. It is, in fact, Pixie. That's the name. That's the answer. So massive congratulations to Pixie, of course. But still, also massive congratulations to Go Happy 2K, as you have won $1,000. You answered the question right. Massive congratulations to you, as we will be in contact with you shortly to obviously figure out all of the details around that. Of course, if you guys have also happened to win, you know, right, the 4 people who have already won up to this point, we will be getting in contact with you if you are a little bit curious or are kind of maybe not sure with how that process is going to work. But as we've been discussing throughout the entirety of the broadcast, massive thank you to Roman Atwood and the Smile Store, or rather the SmileMoreStore.com. Massive thank you to you guys for, of course, sponsoring this week. They're putting up $20,000, or $10,000 of which will go toward the winners of today, and $10,000, which of course is being spread out toward you guys. If you haven't done so already, make sure to use code Friday Fortnite at checkout when you are purchasing, as it is a 30% off discount, which is awesome, right? If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to use code Friday Fortnite for a 30% off discount at the SmileMoreStore.com. We're going to throw it to a commercial. When we return, it is time for some more awesome losers bracket games. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lena, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Ho Grains. Guys, like we talked about, it is Nate Hill and FunkBomb who are in the grand finals again, their 3rd time as a team in a row. Nate Hill, overall, his 4th time in a row, which is incredible to think about. And now we've shed our focus toward the losers bracket to see who can possibly meet them at the top of the mountain this week.
I mean, you got to be thinking that, right? Obviously, loser bracket is always a grind, especially for those who got eliminated earlier on. So it's going to be tough, especially for the players down low. And already starting us off, we see a player is going to be eliminated. Oh, no. Are you kidding me?
Who picked this one? This is, wow, this is rough here.
Gotaga Mickalow.
Yeah.
Both down. Now Nick in replays. Full range to the map. Now, granted, though, it happened a bit late. We're still looking at, what, 9 total elims to be had. If this would have been off the beginning, I would have been a little bit more worried. But still, the point remains. There's a total of 9 elims Nick in replays could get in this point in time. And if they do so, that's a nice lead potential going into game number 2. Good communication, as we do expect from Nick28T in replays. Unfortunately, Nick is out of mats, but luckily drops down. Has a couple of walls that are his. He'll also be able to heal up for the time being, but with no mats, it could make fights a little bit awkward. He does get a split from replays, so he'll be okay for the time being, but those stinks are not making things easy.
No, and we said earlier how well this team had played earlier on. Of course, Nick28T, as much a part of Friday Fortnite as anybody has been, and you know, you thought maybe this would have been one of the better runs here, and there's still a chance. Replays does have a decent number of mats right there, a pretty good kid. And like you said, it is late, sitting on 8 elims already, but I'd like to be able to at least get that to double digits, opting to run away, which is exactly what I would do in that situation, which is get out. But this is so scary. Cone down. And maybe might have found a new angle at one of these opponents.
Oh, that player's weak, too. You got to be thinking he's just about one shot Unfortunately, not able to get that iconic skin down low enough to get the knock. Forces attention up top. This is a sweaty final couple of fights. Now, there was a launch pad just to his side that he could, in fact, use if he wants to disengage. He also has that rift just up ahead, but that only delays the inevitable. You're going to have to fight these players, so you might as well fight where you know where your builds are.
Trying to remain calm. Replays. Most likely with the game in the midst, as he's hearing a ton of shots fire out right now. There goes the trap, and he's going to be super careful of that situation. He's got a decent amount of maps, or rather mats still available. And here comes the stink bombs. They know that there are still a few players holding ownership of these walls. Still in ownership of a few of these apartments as he starts to make his way down. He starts to take the elevator down as that one will be halted. Knowing there are players just off in the distance playing somewhat of a necessary gatekeeper position. Hops on the bounce pad.
It's a tough fight.
It is. These guys are not giving him anything, making him work for every inch. He's got to be careful, right? Every single time he starts to make his way outside, that's when the enemy is going to spot you, and I think he has, in fact, targeted one player that was just below there, and he's just shifting his focus toward whoever wants to present themselves.
Honestly, I mean, that's really all you can do in this situation. There's still 6 players left, and that circle is very small. Plenty of builds all around. Luckily, spots a player down low, but sniped from 50 meters, and that's what I was worried about. And that's what he was worried about, too. And that's why he wasn't engaging as much as he possibly could, because you know that player was down low in a 1-by-1. You mentioned he was getting targeted, right? Yep. But he couldn't just spam the wall because he had to worry about at least 6 other players that could have potentially been coming his way. So that was a tough situation to be in. Getting sniped, unfortunately, was inevitable, and it just so happened to happen. So it is what it is, but a good fight nonetheless, and probably one of the better final couple of players in that final circle.
Yeah, I think we were given word that was in fact game number 1, so that is kind of nice to know in terms of how, if you are a fan of FaZe replays in that situation, he leaves the game early. It's not necessarily a huge rage quit in terms of, oh my gosh, we just lost that series because of that play. It allows for them to maybe carry over something into that game number 2, but obviously no player staying alive for that victory royale could give an indicator for how that game was looking for everybody up to this point. But hey, that losers bracket, it's getting interesting. And the winner of this game actually will be facing off, if we look kind of toward more of the middle side, middle top side, if you will. The winner of that game, I believe, will be facing off against Energy's own MrSavage and Benjyfishy, which is not going to be an easy series, to say the least, considering that Energy have, in fact, won a week so far in Friday Fortnite 2019.
Interesting to see that Ninja in reverse did, in fact, beat out Nyhrox as well as Nayte, right?
Wow,
we talked about them in the World Cup. Nyhrox coming through and obviously finishing in a very respectable first place with Aqua in the World Cup duos, right? Winning $3 million, at least a portion of it. Now a free agent, by the way. So somebody out there, pick up this man, because trust me, it's going to be worth it. But Nayte also, too, 8th place in the World Cup solo finals. So he won quite a bit of money himself, player for LeTsHe, but taken out by Ninja in reverse. They're going for the long haul.
And speaking of the long haul, take a look just below that. Fighting for the chance at revenge against them, Zexrow and Arkhram fighting against Problem and WavyJacob. Of course, round 1, we saw Ninja and Reverse take out Zexrow and Arkhram, and we didn't really get to see the score for that one, but you have to assume that was a very high-scoring game with some great players. So the rare chance to get your revenge in the same bracket. But right now, we're going to hop back into the game. So they drop right here, and it looks like they're heading in the direction of Paradise. We've seen this a few times here in this this whole tournament, I believe.
Right? Ninja in reverse opting to go to this location quite a few times, and we've seen them walk out with 10+ eliminations, and with the scoreline being 12-9, that is very, very close. So both teams have to be playing to the best of their abilities if they want to try and move forward in the loser bracket.
It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be fantastic, and off the rip, we're already seeing replays spot a few players trying to give a few calls right now to Nick28T, saying, hey, they're in the pool. They're going for a dip. And Nick28T is trying to provide some support fires. He'll go and take down one with that burst SMG. Lovely stuff off the rip, as he'll go and grab a chest as well, trying to increase that inventory. And feel free, guys, get involved in the chat. Let us know who you think will be walking away with this game and moving on toward the next round. And while you're in the chat, and putting in your answers. You can feel free to also put in the answer to this next trivia question. Here we go. Question number 5. What is the name of Roman Atwood's G Fuel flavor? We may or may have not had this one on the desk. Sipped it a little bit, had some fun. It's keeping us going throughout the day, but feel free to let us know. Question number 5, what is the name of Roman Atwood's G Fuel flavor? You don't have to be first. You just got to get the answer right. We'll choose one of you to walk away with $1,000. That's also one of the driving factors that's keeping these teams alive, right? It's not just the victory, but you also are fighting for that $10,000 prize pool as that now starts to weigh on the mind of Gotaga, as it looks as if Mickalow is already down.
Yeah, he is, and I think, Nine, he was taken out by a mech, and that is unfortunate. Forced to take the roof fight, getting tagged up a bit, 55 health. That's kind of the risk that you run, right? You're on, you know, ehPom, you're playing off of host. It's a bit tough, right, to play off host, but on top of that, getting in those 50-50 fights when you're not building on a roof is definitely tough. Because you open yourself up to getting one pumped.
One pumped and then some, and great job holding this spot again. That was such a scary position to be in. But take a look at the map in the top right, that mini map. There are not only 1, but 2 mechs that were moving around in that general area, so going to be a very scary fight on the other side. More eliminations to be had. Can Nick close this one out? Looks like not able to get a good position there. You'd like to be able to get a little bit higher up, but I think stuck there.
Man, interesting stuff. Player just up ahead trying to get as many mats as he potentially can. Just a med kit below, doesn't opt to grab it. Meanwhile, a lot of shots are coming through, and quite a few players in this box. Nick, he's going to find one. Drops down for the second. Is he able to capitalize? He is not. That player's one shot. Now we need to see replays go big, and replays drops down. He's able to solidify the elim, but can he get the pickup in time? Will anybody else decide to challenge? Well, replays check and score while going for the revive. You could only imagine he managed to at least go clutch in a situation.
Oh, there's a
but
med kit there too.
Mickalow. No one was able to get his card. Gotaga, he's going to have to go at this 1v2 for the remainder of the second game.
And that's so unfortunate, right, to kind of be in this game knowing the score line and how you pretty much have to try to pull this one out all by your lonesome. We were given an update that he was probably about 10 seconds away from getting up Mickalow, which is going to be so heartbreaking at this moment. And we do see Mickalow did finalize and kind of end this game out with 1 elimination. So we'll provide at least somewhat of a boost toward the score as of now. But Gotaga, he's known as the French monster, as he'll be probably facing off against a few other monsters labeled as the Brute when it comes down to this game, as there actually is going to be one on his mini-map if he vents to want to venture over toward that area, which I think at this point wouldn't be the worst call. When you hop in a Brute, you kind of have that extra armor. You have that ability to kind of gain some attention while also maybe trying to get out of dodge. It is a scary situation, but depending on and kind of keeping in mind the players that you're facing off against, it could be worth it. So I believe now 16-15 as Gotaga does find that particular frag. He's going to grab some more health items, which is going to be key. Some stink bombs he can maybe throw in the mix, and also that trusty boogie bomb, which we know is super, super influential. You always want to have that in the arsenal when need be. That was kind of one of our major talking points coming into this week, Taylor, was a matter of how do you defend yourself against the Brute? How do you defend yourself against that very difficult mech? Well, at least one way is a matter of just tossing a boogie bomb in.
That's it. Boogie bomb, minigun Terminator style, or even hopping in it and going for the detonation, which we saw in a couple players' lives, at least throughout the bracket, throughout the tournament, in a couple of matches. Interestingly enough, and Gotaga skips out on the medkit to carry 13 bandages. Over time, 13 bandages does have more healing potential than a medkit, but it doesn't set you at 100. And you also have to use considerable amount of bandages, which would take more time, essentially, to reach up to 75 than it would if you just took a straight medkit. So kind of curious as to why he did that, and if that's a trend maybe that's starting to become more popular within the scene. I'll have to look into that, because for me personally, I'm just curious about it.
See him slowly starting to work up on these players here, and you see right on the other side there is that giant, terrifying Brute, but you're going to have to go through 2 players to get it. Probably just as well was going after them anyway. And, man, Gotaga, this is opting to go for the approach. I was going to say he has to move from the position he's at. He's out in the open, and you see the builds coming up to the other side that we're trying to approach. So I love the fact that he jumped down on that player early and gets the elim right there. Might not be able to keep up the entire way, but gosh darn it, he's trying.
He definitely is. As he drops down, he gets tagged up a bit, but no worries. He's going to manage to at least get one Boogie Bomb out. Did it connect? I don't think it did. Excuse me. Smoke or Stinks was able to come out. So that is going to connect for the time being. Takes over the high ground. No, he gets coned. Now he's going to be forced into this 1-by-1. Player just down below. Trap also at his heels. And Gotaga goes down. And I think that is it. Gotaga, unfortunately, if he, a lot of things could have went differently there. He was 10 seconds off from getting Mickalow's card. If he managed to get that, that could have been, a much better situation. Pick him up inside of Salty, but it is what it is. Meanwhile, replays. Nick, business as usual. Good cone to stop the push from his opponent, but still, overtake on the high ground. He dips out for the time being, and they need to get one, Landon.
One is all they need. I think they maybe have given the call saying, hey, one, and it's all GG's. This allows for some hectic moments, right? You got to be careful. You try to engage in this one at the right sequences, taking some shots while in the midst of taking that bounce pad. Replays not getting out of this one without losing a little bit of health. I almost said a little bit of hearts, just kind of getting in the Minecraft mindset there. But still.
Zelda, Minecraft.
Has 20 hearts. Wow, that's crazy, man. Replay still hanging on. 122 HP to be exact, but utilizing these bounce pads time and time again, and they realize, let's go and get out of the fight. Let's try to disengage, but
oh, this is perfect.
This is their moment. Should be a free one right here.
Yeah, definitely so. Disengaging was the best thing they could have possibly have done. This no skin just up ahead. Gets into the box. That's only a knock. He needs to get the full elim, and there it is. They take over the victory by 1 elim, but disengaging from that fight was the smartest thing they could have done because, honestly, they weren't getting anywhere.
No, they were actually getting tagged up pretty hard in the immediate call by replays. They're saying, we're not fighting, we're not fighting, we're not fighting. Like, this is a little too difficult. We only need one. Let's retreat. We will find others. But great work to replays and Nick28T continuing their run in the tournament. A very deep run. Yeah. Moving up to, what is this now? Losers semifinals, I believe.
Or losers quarters.
Or losers quarters? Yeah. Okay, my mistake there, but that's still a fantastic finish that they have to be proud of.
Sure.
Assuming that this is where their run ends, it might continue to go on even further.
It might. You got to be thinking too, right? Gotaga Mickalow have been known to make great runs. They're the duo that has been consistent for quite some time. But yeah, got to say, replays Nick28T moving forward. Good communication, a bit chaotic at times, but sometimes it has to be chaotic with how much is going on in Fortnite. And honestly, as many times as they play together, it makes sense. But this is where it all started. Gotaga, an up close and personal fight up top. And this breaks my heart here because he wins this fight. He's got plenty of loot, but a reboot van was just off to his right. And if he would have been able to get Mickalow's card, things could have been so much different. Yeah,
that's kind of the major storyline. Like I said, we were kind of told when we swapped off his perspective, he was 10 seconds away from getting Mickalow brought back in this matchup. And as you mentioned, it all kind of came down to that moment. If he could have gotten his teammate up, how different would things have looked as the French monster unfortunately falls. And that will progress replays in Nick28T into the next round, which will be versing Energy Zone, MrSavage and Benjyfishy, which, like I said, for a lot of fans out there, you're happy, right? You made it through the French boys of Gotaga and Mickalow. However, now you face off against Energy, who we know are super, super talented. They played in the Fortnite World Cup. They've qualified constantly, and they're always a major competitor when it comes into Friday Fortnite. Now, I do say that, and obviously you got to give them a lot of respect. They're always a team that we always have in our radars. They've been struggling a little bit recently, so much so that they actually placed top 24 last week. So I am interested to kind of see how they kind of progress on, if they can kind of maybe get back to their old form, because in the first, 3 weeks, they were always in that conversation of, being contenders and whatnot. So I'm a little bit shocked to not see them be in that same conversation right now.
And I have a potential answer for that. They were also, World Cup was on their mind. Maybe they were so focused on that.
It was for Dubs and Mega, though.
Yeah, it was for okay. Now,
back second place.
Shots fired, ladies and gentlemen. But the
shots fired. I'm just speaking
World
the facts.
Cup is over. Maybe they can focus wholeheartedly now on Friday Fortnite. And this could be their week.
It could be. Hey, if there was ever a time, it might as well be now, right, to a certain extent. Week 8 could be their week, and I know Energy, the boys, they're rooting them on and so on and so forth. A lot of organizations, one of which, of course, is the Smile More team, rooting on their teams and rooting on their players to try to make it through the very grueling losers bracket that we have on our plates, at least as of now. But, guys, we're going to throw it to a quick little break, and when we return, it is time for some awesome losers bracket action here in Friday Fortnite. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019, Week 8. unfortunately, someone has taken a little bit of a nap. In fact, it is the llama enjoying all of the Smile More products that we've been given. Roman Atwood, thank you so much. It's allowing for all of the Fortnite creatures to sleep well and to hold on nice and tightly. As much as he did, you guys can feel free to do the same. Visit thesmilemorestore.com, and once at checkout, use code Friday Fortnite for 30% off, as this offer is only available while the tournament is in play, while the tournament is on. As we hop in toward our next losers bracket game, we've got replays and Nick28T facing off against Energy's own MrSavage and Benjyfish, as they actually are planting themselves inside of Pleasant Park, which is a pretty interesting call because this is not normally a rotation that we see be brought out from them. They've kind of been typical in terms of wanting to go toward a location like Mega Mall, but here we go, already in Pleasant. They've got a few people alongside them, one of which is a Brute trying to hold on, escaping into the bathroom, much like you would during a natural disaster, which is what this mech can do from time to time. It looks like a natural disaster, especially when those rockets are being fired upon you. Replays low on health, but that's not stopping MrSavage and Benjyfish from trying to take hold of what could be a necessary advantage. There goes Nick28T, and here we go. The mech and placed in the lower basement area. MrSavage losing some health, but here we go. There's the engagement, and Benji will find it. A massive victory for these boys as they will stay alive for another time longer inside of Pleasant.
Man, talk about getting close, though. Pleasant, always a tough area to be in, and you highlighted it. We've highlighted it over the time. And, man, that is a rough one to say the least. But luckily, with them making it out, we're going to have a very competitive game here, to say the least. Nick28T's card will be picked up, and it's going to be business as usual just for the time being. But MrSavage and Benjyfish, they love at least going towards Mega, but for them to choose Pleasant, kind of interesting. But replays, hopefully he'll be able to clutch out in this situation. He's over at Mega for himself, and he will have some mats to kind of build up a little bit, but if he gets challenged, this could be a tough situation, Nine.
This could be, and this is a very, very open spot and a very, I would say, dangerous place of all the reboot bans you could pick, but sometimes you just got to go with whatever is closest, whatever is available. Can't quite make something out of nothing here, and it does look like halfway through this, there's going to be the opportunity. But you were talking earlier about what Benjyfish and MrSavage may be doing differently today to make a run deeper than they have in the past. And then right there, you talked about them changing up their opening and the way they like to drop. Do you think that sometimes the old dogs can learn new tricks?
Clearly they can, right? Or new fishes can learn new tricks. That joke's never going to happen again, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize
there you go.
for going ultimate dad mode there. Even though I'm not a dad, I guess I'm ready. With that being said, though, going over towards Mega Mall, that's usually their area. And for them not to pick that, go for Pleasant, there has to be a reason for that. But, I really can't think as to why they would switch it up. I mean, it's just such a strong rotation to go from Mega over towards Dusty and then into Salty and then over towards Loot. It just makes sense, but maybe they know something we don't, and they did pick up quite a few elims, and maybe they were prioritizing that mech drop, knowing there's going to be a lot of players who were dropping over that location, and, hey, they picked up a ton of elims. Maybe that's their new strategy. Maybe they're going to prioritize mech drops, maybe if they don't even pick it up, but they know for a fact that a lot of people are going to be there.
Called it a mobile POI earlier, I believe.
That's what Landon called it, yeah.
There you go.
It pretty much acts like one, man. It's crazy how that thing can work from time to time, as we'll hop on toward Benjyfishy's stream, and who he's been kind of talking about. He's been utilizing the face cam. Great to see Benjyfishy, a lovely-looking human being and a guy who has a fantastic shot, right up to 6 eliminations already. Has a sniper bullet whistle past the fin as he's holding on very valiantly, right? Still a decent amount of players still up, so to drop already would not be the greatest, but trying to fire off a few pop shots. He's got his teammate MrSavage alongside of him. And maybe a little bit sad by those Shadow Stones being taken out of the game. We know what MrSavage can do with those from time to time. Maybe if they're unvaulted from at a certain moment, maybe in a future week, they could provide some more highlights. But here we go. Here comes the engagements, and pretty much easy pickings for these two.
Always easy pickings for MrSavage and Benjyfish. I swear, every time I watch them, they're so fluid in the way that they play. Now not focused on the World Cup, focused solely on Friday Fortnite. This could, in fact, be their week. Did you hear the callouts coming out? Replays. He gets one. Another one. is going to be solidified by Nick28T, and a couple more to be had. That legendary RPG definitely going to come into use, and you hear them kind of calling out. There's definitely got to be more players around, and you definitely would think there would be. But thinking they're hearing something, maybe a little bit of a discussion. Are there actually players here? Hopefully they find them soon, or else they're going to waste quite a bit of time that they could have been rotating.
Didn't they all land around here?
They landed around.
You know, it's so nice to be able to hear these comms and just slowly try to piece together what the players are thinking. And it does look like they are going to move out. They, of course, have the slipstream that they can use to move out if they so choose. And, you know, they've gotten geared up remarkably well after how slow a start was. And taking a look at the numbers here, we do have 6 against 11 right now in the elim count. So, of course, MrSavage and Benjyfishy doing their job. But this isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be, given how rough that start was.
Absolutely. A very rough start, to say the least. And, man, it's going to be a rough ride if they can't find any more elims. But honestly, I believe in both of these guys. And this is loser bracket, as you called it, Landon, earlier, right? You have 1 life, and this is the 1 life that you have, especially. Well, I guess you have 2 lives, technically, going from winners and then now to losers. Right now you have 1 life. And it's going to be a tough one, to say the least. But shots will be fired. Tropical area is going to be it. And MrSavage, we have seen players in the past, what they can do with that scope they are. And trust me, he can connect even more so. It's a beautiful thing. And you know what I want to say, though? We haven't seen the new sniper at all.
We have not, actually.
We have not.
I've been waiting to call it out, but we haven't got an opportunity
for good reason. I don't think it's that good. I think, no, seriously, I really don't. And I think it's because of the projectile. It still shoots like a sniper, but it feels like a scoped AR.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes it feel very awkward, at least in my opinion. And also, why would you choose that when you can have something such as a bolt or a heavy sniper, right, that has more versatility?
Yeah.
Or even a scoped AR if you want to kind of play it in that range.
Oh.
That was a nice shot, by the way. That player was totally dropping, connects it at the end. That's what I was talking about. When it comes to the scope they are, the first shot accuracy, and not only that, the hit scan ability of it is beautiful, and it's one of the most underrated weapons in the game.
I think in MrSavage hands, you could definitely make the case for it. He's the man who could test that, that's for sure. He's already doing some damage. I think that might have been a mech off of the distance, or maybe just a vehicle. Regardless, though, MrSavage doing all the work right now and looking for those rotations here in Loot Lake, which should be upon us very shortly. You kind of see him joined alongside by Benjyfishy just in the back lines. It looks as if they've spotted. Yep. Just off the distance, that is a mech, in fact. I thought it was maybe something that could just take that excess damage, and mechs everything flying about. MrSavage having a hand in making all of them somewhat weak, and that mech, I think, is at least trying to go for
the Rift, maybe?
Yeah, I think he's trying to go for the Rift, and I'm not sure if...
I don't think he knows how to drive it.
I don't think so either. I think that is, in fact, a student driver who has gone out for the first time, just not ready, not deserving of that permit as of yet. But MrSavage, man, he has been driving this game.
Uh-oh.
And unfortunately, that player just comes out of view distance for him, but still, he was doing all he could just before the buzzer sounded.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all you can do, right? Got to do all you can until you can't do anymore. Nick28T, though, is going to find yet another knock, and we are down to, what, a total of 18 engagements? Now 16 engagements to be had as Nick finds yet another one. But look at this, MrSavage on the prowl, and he is going to find a couple of more just down below, and I think it's going to be a full squad. And I do see a blue arrow coming in. That's going to be Benjyfishy. So luckily, he'll have his teammate to help him out in these engagements. And Benjyfishy, he's not going to slow down. Starts off and gets 1 knock with a rifle, with one of his ARs that he has in his possessions. Goes in for the trap play, backs out, gets tagged up, 57 health. Spam meta coming into play. Tries and takes some minis for the time being. He's going to go ahead and heal up for at least the moment. Running out of mats, but he's going to be okay at least for a little bit. But he's definitely got to be cautious and aware. They're going to be inside of the storm, and he can't lose any more health. He just used his last campfire. He doesn't have any bandages. This might be the end of MrSavage if he's not careful.
And I think maybe just trying to go for this elim and then get out at least one of them there might be what they're trying to do, understanding there's not much left. And a med kit at the perfect time, but Nick28T is in with them here as well, so not just the two of them. Nick28T joining in, maybe trying to steal an elim or two. Fairly low on health himself, but again, they're just trying to find the elims. Precious few left on the map. And it looks like a hoverboard here is going to give him a chance, and I don't know how Replays is going to get out of there.
Yeah.
That is.
And Nick28T called it out. He goes, "I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to steal it, but I had to." Like, you can just tell, like,
I don't even think he'll make
Nick28T
it.
is literally the nicest person ever. He really is. He literally apologized. Wait, there's a player right here?
Hello?
Okay.
All right.
On the run. Why not?
That works. He's got to pop the med kit.
He's going to make it, though.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, you're right. But I mean, if he gets in an engagement, he's going to be forced to pass it up. There's no way he
100%.
can just chill out here. And he hops off of the hoverboard, thinking maybe that team, right? Because he got one knock just down below. And maybe he's thinking there's going to be a team pushing out. Luckily, in the safe zone, Benjyfishy and MrSavage, though, continues to battle the hardest opponent. That's going to be the Storm. Benjyfishy might not make it out, just a sliver of health, and he's going to drop.
Wow.
And now MrSavage, can he make it?
Savage might be dead in the storm.
And he's actually going to be just behind. And finally, he makes it out at 17. He'll be able to get the revive, but a close one for all four
huge.
members.
Yeah, that's massive at the end. And I think it was Nick28T who called out and said, "Hey, now's the time, right? We need to kind of catch on this advantage, and we'll see if they can do exactly that, as it will be replays. All four players, as you mentioned, Taylor, just narrowly make it inside of that next zone. It was unique and different for each one of them, but nonetheless, they're still succeeding. Nick28T already finding one off the rip. That's going to be his 8th elimination so far of this game. Having a fantastic performance and calling out saying, hey, we've got no health items, no heals, no shields, and hardly any resources to really call out. We've got some rockets, though, which is arguably one of the most important things when you could have a giant robot running at you. But, hey, we'll see how that can kind of continue as we look at all four players. Look at that. Just so low on health. It's crazy.
You see that little reaction? That's why you laughed, huh? It's like Nick with a smile on his face, like, how many kills do you have? I have 8.
Yeah,
and then he like does a little head tilt thing, kind of like, I have 8. How many do you have? 2? All right, it's cool. We're
little shoulder shrug there, like, yeah.
I have 8. That's
got
kind of
8,
something I would do with my buddies. Like, I know I have more than my teammate. How many kills do you have? Just slowly, weird flex, but all right. Just throw. I have 8.
Well, I mean, that's that's pinning your teammate into a corner where they can't possibly win. You already know how many elims they have, but you just want to make them say it, too.
It also doesn't happen very often for Taylor. So.
Oh. All right, speaking of fighting amongst teammates.
He continues to roast me. The abuse! Hashtag stop reflections abuse. That's a long hashtag. That's a really long
I'm sure it'll
hashtag.
catch on.
I don't think so.
It's okay, Taylor.
Someone starts the tweet. Wait, we're already to over 240 characters? What is this? Speaking of characters.
Oh, Boogie Bomb.
Here's the Brute, and there's the Boogie Bomb. Outside of your vehicle.
Oh, trap.
And replays with the trap play. Love this call as everybody's getting in the mix.
Justice is served.
It is. That is a victory for the entire Fortnite community there. As it
Hashtag
will be
remove the mech.
self-destructed, but look at that. I thought for a moment Nick28T was going to be caught inside of that 1x1 while it was self-destructing. He's all good, though. It made me a little bit worried, but still. They're tossing out chug splashes, and they're ready for the final 5 engagements.
Taylor, I think they read what was trending on Twitter right now.
Hashtag remove the mech. It's a real thing. Everybody's saying it. And I agree. Stick up for your community. Stand in what you believe in. Final fight's going down. We're now down to the final 3 players as I believe that's Benjyfishy who managed to get at least a couple himself. And we will continue to push forward with a couple more, and I do see a mech off in the distance. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I've noticed a trend happens, especially when I was playing too. As soon as you destroy somebody's mech, the people that come out of it typically don't know how to build. Typically don't know how to really shoot or do much.
Imagine that.
See, everything that you have described about mech being able to carry players who aren't as skilled and things like that, I would be that player. I would be the one jumping into the mech and trying to rely on, as you call it, a broken item to carry me into the game. So I think you are absolutely on the right track with that one, Taylor.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah,
I think we're all in agreement of it. I think we instantly when we came together this week, and obviously I was, alone last week for the most part. I had some guest commentators who did a fantastic job. We didn't really kind of get an opportunity to converse about the Brute and how it kind of worked. And we came into this week and we were all kind of having our conversations, and it was like, yeah, so the Brute, it's pretty good. It definitely had its facets, and obviously it has its kind of negativities from a lot of the community. But boy, does it play a factor! It totally changes up our Friday Fortnite tournaments. As I believe that there was a call out saying there is one more player left in replays. would like another opportunity at that one, maybe a replay of that as well, as here comes Nick28T, the rocket from the skies, as that will be his 11th and final one of the game. And we'll be adding things up.
15 for replays and Nick. Not bad at all. And 11 for Nick28T. That's a high scoreline for him.
Yeah.
And I will
Definitely.
say, it's very nice to see him capitalizing as much as he had this trap play, though. Oh, sweet, sweet justice.
So it turns out to beat a mech, all you need is a few traps, very quick building skill, and for the pilot to not really know what they're doing.
And a boogie bomb.
And a boogie bomb. Yeah, that's all it takes.
A boogie bomb, too.
It's a BuzzFeed video waiting to happen. Like just all the supplies all in one, just making it look really simple, but in reality, it's not that way.
I will say, though, I got
those cooking videos. It's not that easy.
Oh, those cooking videos are like the
ones, the overhead ones.
The 30-second cooking videos or whatever. They just show the hands.
It's
some of the stuff they make. Frustrating. Some of the stuff they make on there.
Well, I mean, it's frustrating for me to try to replicate. That's what that is.
Oh, hey, listen, facts. I can't cook myself. I don't know why I'm looking at you and
I was going to say, is this a call-out here?
I don't know.
I happen to be confident in my meal prep skills.
That's what I'm saying. You work out, you meal prep. You got it going on. 18-15. It's going to be the score, not the time, ladies and gentlemen. 3+ elims ahead. MrSavage and Benjyfish looking solid, to say the least. And like I said, they're not focused on World Cup right now. They're focused on Friday Fortnite.
You know what I'm focused on? Announcing this next winner, because we've got one. We've got a winner for the next question. I already covered it. We talked about it. What is the name of Roman Atwood's G Fuel flavor, Taylor? There it is. What is it? What is it called?
Bahama Mama.
Bahama Mama. You guys knew it instantly, of course, as you should. And like I said, we always talk about it, right, in terms of G Fuel, that are obviously a partner of us. So make sure to check out the official energy drink of esports. You can visit gfuel.com. But once there, you can use code UMG for 10% off. So massive thanks to our friends at G Fuel, who also have a partnership with Roman Atwood as well. We talked about it. The answer is Roman Atwood. And the person that we chose who got the right answer is Bailey with 4 Ys, Bailey26. Congratulations to you, as you have won $1,000 for answering that question correctly. So massive congrats. We will be getting in contact with you. And you know what? I'm just going to throw out another question. It's fine. It's no big deal. We're going to throw out question number 6 for those who are already like, oh, man, I lost that one. No worries. We're hopping into the next, as we obviously are looking at the drops as well. And question number 6 is, Roman Atwood has 3 kids. What are all of their names? Let us know. What are all of their names? All 3 of Roman Atwood's incredible kids, who are constantly in his vlogs and make for a lot of entertainment, that's for sure. But boys, while the entire chat starts to kind of echo up that conversation, let those answers start to fly out a little bit. Our question is, who will come away with this game? Replays Nick28T going toward Paradise Palms, while MrSavage and Benjyfish, they're hanging out yet again in Pleasant Park.
Don't like it. I do not like the Pleasant Park aspect of this. I just still feel it's one of the top 3 worst places to land. I think the engagements are awful, and the loot that you get, weapon-wise, inventory-wise, is decent, but you also don't get a lot of materials. So with that being said, though, it worked out last time for them, and they managed to get 18 elims, and that was the start. But here we are, inside of Paradise, and this is something that I definitely agree with. Like, Paradise is a great place to go to, but Nick28T is quickly finding out it is not going to be this time. And the L dance comes through.
Wow.
You do that to the nicest guy in gaming, Nick28T. That's terrible.
Nick28T after that saying, all right, no more Mr. Nice Guy. If I get my hands on you, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be emoting as well.
The guy doing the L dance is probably a guy that lands immediately on a mech because he can't build.
Dang. Taylor felt that one nice.
Fuego, baby.
I felt that one.
Jeez.
sorry. Just
if that's what
PTSD
you, if
from the other
that's
night.
if
Taylor,
that's the
simmer down.
attitude you carry towards, people taking out other people, what is it like when they take you out?
Oh,
you
gosh.
have no idea.
Yeah, and I'm beginning to think I don't
have no
want to
idea.
have an idea
No
either.
idea.
An idea that we need to have, though, rather quickly is, can replays clutch this out? Still plenty of elims left to have. And again, not too far away from that card.
Oh.
Needs to win this.
He's out of bullets.
And out of bullets. Oh,
All right,
okay.
Cypher Jr., okay.
Yeah, that's decent way to work yourself out of that problem.
Oh, he's got the quick edits. He's in service. And here we go. There's possibly another one just near the cabana, and there we go.
Beautiful.
Lovely work done from replays as he was caught up, right? Had pretty much an awkward situation. And speaking of situations that are not favorable,
Oh my
Mr.
gosh.
Savage is down, and Benjyfishy is rising to the occasion. And my word, that heavy assault rifle has never looked so good. Pixel perfect. A few shots is all he needed. And Benjyfishy coming through, picking up MrSavage. And much like a number of different memes going on, he's giving up those thumbs up like he did at the Fortnite World Cup.
I was about to point that out. Do you see that?
And getting his squad made up. It's a great picture. I almost thought about making it my profile picture as well, but I did not.
What, putting Benjyfish as your profile picture?
Yeah, or like using it as a meme. Like if someone, tweets you something nice or you see something
Did you see
cool.
the new one, though, where he did it and someone put like a Renegade Raider helmet on him?
Oh, gosh.
Awesome. Awesome stuff, man. I love to see it. He looks so happy.
He does.
You want to talk about smiling more. He was the happiest he's ever been, I think, on that World Cup stage, like playing and just doing his thing. It probably was an incredible feeling that so many of these young kids got to, establish and just get, and it's a beautiful thing. Fortnite honestly is, some things frustrate us, but honestly, Fortnite is, no, I mean, seriously, and also, it's a great game, and it makes me happy. Hashtag remove the mech, and then everything is good. Because I got to say, Season 10, believe it or not, is genuinely a good season. Like, I like almost every aspect of it except the mech. That is the only negative thing about the season, but given other seasons, I wasn't too necessarily happy with. But I will say, it is a good season, to say the least. But with that being said, MrSavage Benjyfish rotating out. They come out of Pleasant with 4 elims. And on the other side, we have 3 for replays and Nick28T. And they are taking their time, right? They're getting kitted up, trying to do the best that they can. Nick28T luckily was able to get revived, but on the other side, the rich get richer. A loot llama is going to be found.
We've both got fucking llamas. We're destined to win this game.
Okay. I like that. Okay. Calling out saying, hey, we're destined to win this game. I think MrSavage simply goes, we are.
Come on.
Yep, we are.
You can't
we're
mess
totally
with
destined.
Destiny. You can't mess with Destiny. That's just a real shame for Nick28T and replays that Destiny is not on their side here. But this is kind of the way that we have seen teams make their money over the course of this tournament is however you start, you eventually rotate mid-game to Loot Lake, and this is where you get good vantage points. It's where you can find people running in. It's where a lot of the mechs are as well, whether you want to look at the mech and go into it, whether you want to camp around it, see if other players come in. It's been interesting to see how consistent this has been, and I think that same tried and true strategy going to pay some dividends here. Some building going up, and MrSavage and Benjyfish crashing in on it. One on one side, one on the other. And I think this is going to get bad for this player before it gets better.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, that ended quickly. Shotgun comes through, nades to kind of destroy the structure, and they have their pick at the loot, but I think they were hoping they maybe would have found a little bit more on the other end, though, and mega chaos is ensuing in replays. Just found his first victim.
What have many more to come, it seems. Mega Mall, always a great rotation, especially if there are players here because they are in multiples. I think Nick28T might be in a fight of his own, trying to give some calls, and maybe this is the same one as replays wants the bird's eye view. And getting that call out from Nick28T and when to engage, and a lovely snapshot from replays. And trying to grab all this available loot as the fight does not end here. Nick28T still contesting toward that top spot and out of resources as he has continually had a few of those situations, but regardless. Wait,
243 meters!
Benjyfishy, just the most devious laugh ever. The shot from range ruins Nick28T's opportunity. One shot, one kill. Benji,
Look at that
you
smile.
savage.
Not to make some smile more than stealing an elim with a rifle from 246 meters away.
The Friday Fortnite experience right there. That clip by itself pulls it all together.
Oh, that's awesome. That has to be a replay. That is
Why
a
do these
beautiful
things
thing.
always happen to Nick28T? I don't
He's the
understand
nicest guy in
it.
the world, but it's constantly like, but it's all fair game in love and war, right? It's
You
all
know,
fair game in love and war.
Oh, man.
I'm loving this. This is great. Benjyfish just like,
That
yeah, I
smile.
did that. I just did that.
All that work, worked his
big
way
deal.
around with no mats, didn't have many heals to his name either, and for that to be the way that it ends.
3 people up
Oh,
ahead,
see ya.
rockets are out, and
See
they
ya,
have found
folks.
their victims, and that's going to take off a lot of shields. Meanwhile, one of his teammates, he's going to go ahead and hop out. Unfortunately, Mech has been busted. But one thing that's not busted is Benjyfish and MrSavage's gun skill, and they're going to continue to push forward. As no knocks have happened yet, but this team's not trying to take over high ground, which means Benjyfish, MrSavage pretty much have free reign to go onto the engagements, and that's going to be one player just down below. Shield has been cracked. Takes over the wall. Easily takes over at least one player there. Goes for the ramp edit. This player has escaped for the time being. The replays, he's going to find at least one off the elimination feed. But Nick, he's been dropped.
Wow. And that's a huge momentum boost right now for Energy, even if they didn't have it already, right? But maybe another player around this area. As yes, there is still one more to engage upon, and that one will be found from Benji. MrSavage, man, they are taking away every advantage. And Nick28T, thankfully, he'll be grabbed with that reboot card, but that is not a justice for them right now as he's trying to go for that quick destroy and phase through the wall. Unfortunately, he's not able to land it right now. He's entering in toward that first story, but regardless, though, Energy, they are just killing it right now. There is another one. And right now, if you're replays, it's a matter of just trying to retreat, maybe trying to even get up your squad mate, which seems to be what his idea is as of now, possibly running into a few along the way. Dusty Depot presenting us with at least one for replays, but it pales in comparison, guys. We've seen Energy just constantly light up. They've been sealing elims. Whether or not it's been laughter or sadness from replays, it is a much more negative emotion.
100% so, right? And they came into this game with a 3 elim lead, and definitely have to be worried if you're a fan of Nick as well as replays. But still a lot of work to be done, and we're sitting at a total of 13 elims to be had, which means there's still potential, very much potential, for a lot of things to be shaken up here. Meanwhile, Benji, he's going to go ahead and rotate out himself on the hoverboard, blasting a player through the air, and that player is gone, and he can't even believe what he's doing. Benjyfish, you're insane, my man.
I think that's the third time this game that he's just...
He shocked himself.
He shocked himself. It goes all the way to the start.
Oh, we got to watch this again.
Oh
Let's
my
watch this
gosh.
again, just in the midst of doing some tricks on the hoverboard.
Doesn't miss a shot.
Did he land too? He landed the trick.
Oh, he did. Wow. Exactly. And he also, it's not as if he had like a SCAR or a heavy assault rifle to like land all those. It was just, you know, a regular assault
rare
rifle.
AR, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was a common. Like, it was literally just nothing. No big deal. Oh, okay. I was going to say, there's
they got
a
a
mech.
dance pad.
There was a mech just casually dancing over in the cornfields, and Benjyfishy is chilling.
Can 2 mechs
He says
stop?
I'm
He's got the
bombing
boogie bomb. He's got the boogie bomb dance for me a little bit.
No, but he's got stuck on the hoverboard.
Look at his face
he
now.
got stuck on the hoverboard.
Benji, a game full of emotions.
Oh, he was feeling invincible. 2 mechs, no problem. I'll take him on. Get stuck on a hoverboard and stomped.
I want someone to make a highlight clip of like before you enter in a fight with the mech and then after you have a fight with the mech. And I want to see the picture of Benjyfish when he steals that kill away from Nick28T, and then whenever he died there by just being stomped by both mechs.
All you memesters out there, make it happen.
Oh yeah, it needs to be a thing. The many faces of Benjyfish.
The shift of emotion just contagious right now. But man, what a fun game this has been to watch. And you see right now MrSavage probably trying to avoid that hornet's nest that is 2 mechs running around, especially since you know the effects of the boogie bomb have worn off. But not really a luxury that replays has. He has to get these elims. He's like, okay, well, there's 2 of them over there. That could potentially be maybe 4 players. That's, you know, we might not be too terribly far behind, but gonna have to run in here and try to make it happen. Maybe opting to go through the cornfield.
Yep.
And you still hear Nick post-mortem giving the call-outs, but not much room for error at this stage in the game.
And he can't be revived at this point because then you bring back Benjyfish, right? So it's kind of like a mano-a-mano one-on-one. MrSavage now taking over where Benjyfish was unable to capitalize on. Those mechs on his hills. He'll go ahead and blast one, and I can only think this is a full squad who's got both of these mechs locked in.
Wait, there's another one.
Oh, one's been
Just stop to the
destroyed,
left.
and now MrSavage is going to work. He's going to drop down. This is a 3P opportunity. 1 player from behind. That's another Nox. That's 2 Nox in his possession. Solidifies 1 player up top. He's going to go ahead and take over high ground if he can. Doesn't have to. Player using a campfire down below. He'll go and bust through the wall. Launchpad, though, as the player actually traps himself, places another one. And even so, I heard Benjyfish laughing at that.
Benjyfish.
He's having a time of his life.
He's having a very interesting game, maybe even a YouTube upload based on the amount of things that have happened so far. And I think in the midst of trying to go for a revive, the enemy at least will be spared for now. MrSavage says, to be continued. And when he says to be continued, that means actually just a few seconds later. So there we go. Another one found for MrSavage. and looking like one right now as he tosses out the boogie bomb and says, dance for me a little bit, as that's going to be another, and he is not stopping. Do not tell me he's about to pepper that player from the bottom floor on toward a mountain. This would be incredible if MrSavage could actually do this. Thankfully, Replays is on the flank. We actually do see the self-destruct come through from the mech, and it's pretty much just cleaning up all the work that he's done prior. And look at all this loot, folks. It's looking great. It's looking very, very good right now for Energy.
All that looting great. Definitely good stuff. Replays, though, is very weak. 21 health. Traps have been placed. That's luckily going to be his. He'll try to break out for the time being. Minis, slurp in hand. But 5 players that he has to worry about. And I heard the call out GG's guys coming out. MrSavage, the couple himself. And there you hear it replay saying that was a good game and is now over. But man, let's highlight MrSavage and how well he was playing, the shots he was hitting. An AR shot the still, and Elim from Mega from 264 meters away, and then stolen, or didn't steal it, but on the hoverboard, that one Elim, the nastiest stuff I've ever seen, only to be matched by aimbotters with a minigun on a hoverboard themselves. Benjyfish, man, absolutely insane, but MrSavage capitalizing at the end is great, but Replays, got to say he played well. 9 Elims, Nick28T had a couple himself. He finished off game 1 with, what, 11?
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like, this was a great game overall, and this right here, the highlight play right from Replays inside of Paradise. Nick had already been dropped at this point, and he has 3 players pushing him, and he managed to get 2 knocks there, and then comes in for the 3rd straight ahead, showing his skills overall in those box fights. Great stuff.
Have to be proud of the way they played there. And like you said, a game full of highlights, great plays from all of the players. We call them all out at least once with their great performances. You see right there, 24-34. Still a very close match, you know. If Nick is able to stay up a little bit earlier, you never know how these things go when they are this tightly contested. But if that's what we're seeing here in quarterfinals, gentlemen, I cannot wait to see what semis and beyonds hold for us.
Oh, 100%. And my goodness, Benjyfishy, just unreal stuff. Normally you'd think a fish out of water is not a good thing, but in here it is a lovely thing. This guy is just unbelievable. Same thing with MrSavage, as you were kind of highlighting it, Taylor. It's just a matter of from beginning to end, the highlights, and then in sequence for both of these players were just fantastic, because they'll pretty much walk away with this game, not necessarily unscathed, because it was a difficult one to walk away with. Nick28T and Replays, they put up their best effort, but you talk about a team like this who are just very, very solid. It's never going to be easy to try and take them down. As I believe we've got a few other games kind of going on right now in terms of the losers bracket, and I know kind of giving some updates for you guys. I believe it is MrSavage and Benjyfish who will move on to the next round to face off against Smilemore's own Hogman and ehPom. But right now, we're actually hopping in toward losers round 5. As we got Ninja and Reverse facing off against LG's own Problem and good old WavyJacob. As you've been calling him out, Taylor, he put up what I think was like 16, 17 elims in one of the performances that we got to watch him in. So more elims than his overall age. That's pretty impressive.
That's actually a fact. He's only 15, and I gotta say he is representing his org well.
If I heard this correctly, Ninja's team won the first game 30-10. So you guys talk about big numbers, little decent number right there. We talked about how awesome it was that they got over 50. They're trying for over 60 this time, guys.
Ooh, 60.
Just lightly, no big deal. No, ain't no problem.
Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Oh, if he connects on this.
Oh.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Oh, my God.
Jeez, man.
Is that mech just walking?
That mech is
casually
moonwalking.
across the...
That mech is moonwalking. I have seen it all, ladies and gentlemen.
That's incredible.
He's probably dancing.
And we have a mech.
To be fair, one thing I do love about the mechs is you could dance with them. I think that's cool. It's just like whenever Thanos was in the game and you could dance with Thanos,
gosh,
make him do star power. It's great. It's great.
That's insulting, I'll be honest.
A lot of people were offended.
Thanos should not be acting like that. But hey, snap of a finger, things are done for. Reverse Ninja. Easy work, right? As they're pretty much dominating on one side of the map, while WavyJacob has already found 7 eliminations. This guy's crazy. This guy's unbelievable. It already takes some damage, unfortunately, and he's got to be careful trying to place up the builds. And I was going to say, has nothing in his trap slot outside of the bounce pad, and he will be finalized, which is so unfortunate for him right now, as he'll be relying heavily on Problem from Luminosity. We obviously talk about how talented this guy is when it comes down to Madden, regarded as one of the, if not the best player in the world. But unfortunately, just as we try to hop on his perspective, he also gets taken down, which will be a W for Reverse and for Ninja, as they will carry on the Fortnite World Cup duo who desperately try to qualify, or at least having some wonderful moments inside of Friday Fortnite, playing well and continuing, as you mentioned, Nine, to dominate.
Domination has been the name of the game, and why not a couple more? The match is already over, but there are still players to be dealt
Ninja,
with.
they have
apparently.
families.
You
Come
know,
on.
If they knew who they were getting elimed by, I think they'd be okay with this. And goodness gracious, played with the food as long as possible right there. But let's talk about this team a little bit, right? They put up the big numbers earlier on. We said they had a 50 elim round, 53 elims to be exact, 30 in one single game. And who knows where this one could have ended up had they had to play the full thing out. But you talk about firing on all cylinders. This might be the best that we've seen this duo play.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's very fair, right? I know the one time that they did play with each other, which was back in week number 1. I think they had a third-place finish, but they're absolutely en route to most likely make that exact same thing happen, if not, you know, kind of play a little bit further. I know we've kind of added teams over time. A few of the World Cup players have kind of started to kind of get more familiar when it comes down to Friday Fortnite, because I know in the earlier weeks it was a huge struggle trying to adapt, learning how to kind of play this format, how to value your life, also at the same time wanting to try to walk away with elim. So I will say, I think at this point here in week 8, the competition, I think the average player in Friday Fortnite has really increased. So I think this is kind of I think they are at the best of their form, even if they weren't the kind of, let's say they get 4th outside of a 3rd place finish. I think this one is still even more impressive because of the way the players have kind of, you know, produced and changed up over time.
Sure, absolutely. But I think Ninja Reverse could go to distance.
Yeah,
Obviously, a
absolutely.
very talented team, and they are or at least moving their way forward. Kind of curious who is going to be their next victim or next opponent, I shouldn't say. But I know a loser bracket is just about ready. We'll pull that up and kind of show you guys what they have in store, at least moving forward into loser semifinals. And you are over there talking about,
Yeah.
So I think I might be a little worried. Let's pull it up and let's see who are they going against. And do I agree with you? I do. Dubs and Assault. That's going to be a true test of their strength.
That is. That's a very, very, very solid team. That's for sure, man, here in Losers Round 6, a.k.a. Losers Quarterfinals. It's going to be a difficult task to try to make your way through this game. As, like I said, even for both sides, right? We got the boys from Energy now facing off against Hogman and ehPom, which is going to be fun, like I said, along with Dubs and Assault versus Ninja and Reverse. I mean, either of those games, either of those series are going to be an absolute fantastic one to watch. So feel free, guys, to let us know your predictions. And I know we've been kind of talking about it. I asked you guys a question not that long ago, and it's time to announce who has got the next answer correct. I think it was, question number 6, if my mind serves me correct. I asked you guys, Roman Atwood has 3 kids. What are all of their names? And it was Red Coaster 24 who got it right, and the answer is Noah, Kane, and Cora. It's obviously awesome to see them constantly in Roman Atwood's vlogs. If you guys have not done so already, make sure to check them out. I know most of you, if not all of you, have already. Make sure to check it out. I know we've seen a number of different amazing moments kind of throughout the vlogs over the years for all 3 of them, and obviously, you know, Cora as of recently. But hey, we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for some more awesome Losers Bracket action. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019 week number 8, as we've got a very electrifying game popping up here for our Losers Quarterfinal, one of which is currently breaking down right now, as we've got Dubs and Ghost Assault facing off against Reverse and Ninja. It's going to be a fun one that could be ended early if not careful, as thankfully it will be Assault handing off that medkit and going for the revive, just to make sure that this game can still live on to the hype that, of course, we have presented it with. But it is myself, Lennon Lano Sanders, doing in part by Reflections and 9Ho Grains. Guys, here we go. It's about to be a fun one, and one filled with a lot of eliminations.
So I'm seeing, and hopefully they're not eliminations on the other end. Like you said, I wanted a competitive matchup, and I think we're going to have one just here. But look at that minigun. It is destroying, and now he's got to get up close and personal, but who's already there? Reverse. Now, how many times have we seen Ninja and Reverse go Paradise, and how many times have we seen them walk away with 10+ elims? With 5 for Ninja, and however many for Reverse. Now looking at 5 for him. What do they walk away with? 10 eliminations, 9.
Quick math. Gotta love it here. And look at how quick they're able to rotate out as well. I know that this is the rotation that we've talked about so much. You start down, eventually working your way up through Dusty, and eventually ending up at Loot Lake. And again, we've said so much. Why change if it's been working so much for you? And on the other side, the old reliable Salty.
Yeah, I mean, and this is great if you're looking at Dubs and Assault. Given the fact that they're landing Salty means if they do make it to Grand Finals, we could see a direct competitor for the landing spot of Nate Hill and FunkBomb. So that is very encouraging to see, to say the less, but they still have a long way to go before they get to that point. So they've got to focus on the task at hand, and that is Ninja and Reverse. Mech, though, in the possession of Dubs as well as Assault, and this could rain down destruction. Let's see if it's going to be fruitful.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Once you get in one of those mechs, you got to make sure that you're getting all the worth out of it that you can. What? They've still got 730 HP to be exact still on it, and they've already spotted a target. Not too crazy to think about when it comes down to factories, but nonetheless, Reverse, Ninja on the other end here in Mega Mall, wanting to try and capitalize on it as well as Reverse getting involved with an engagement. Regardless of that, though, Dubs still firing away. Actually, got an enemy mech, and as soon as he decides to hop out because of some recent explosives coming through, he will be receiving the negatives from that. So he's got to be very careful about his position, knowing that he does not have a ton of resources in comparison to what that mech can provide you with.
Right now, again, just like you were saying there, Taylor, get out quickly and then build quickly. It's like you have that much time in order to make something happen. And I think when this fight started, there were well over 500 mats here, down to under 100 at this point, and they haven't managed to put any meaningful damage on that mech.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Whenever it comes to battling a mech, you can burn through so many mats, and it definitely hurts, right? It hurts, to say the least, that you burn through so many. And Reverse, or excuse me, Assault is going to go down, and it's not looking too good for Dubs himself. He's got a couple players down below. I think the mech is still alive, and the stink is coming through, and luckily does not take fall damage. He has to dip out. Luckily doesn't get lasered out of the air. He got incredibly, incredibly lucky. Now at this location, bandages, they'll be found. Now, does he heal up and wait for the cavalry to come through, or does he go for the revive? Well, he's going to go ahead and heal up. He knows the players are going to be challenging. In that case, though, honestly, I think it would have been worth it to go for the revive.
Yeah, one's knocked.
You'd like to assume it would be.
Get him again.
Tossing at those
10,
stinks,
15.
and there it is. Ninja
I'll get him.
looking to try to give the call-outs for his squad mate. Pulling out that minigun and watching it go to work, destroying all the resources that players tried so desperately to keep intact. However, to no avail. It's done for. It's destroyed. It is all dissipated, and there we go. The elimination. Ninja's 7th, as we discussed, right? The rotations outside of Paradise Palms and into Mega Ball have been fantastic. Already at 10 plus. I know what Ninja's already got 2 extra ones on top of that, so they're at least sitting at 12. Reverse, I think, had found an extra one. So 13. Fantastic performance from them, and you look at the other end to 8. Much different for both teams, and much less adversity that Ninja and Reverse have had to face off against.
And you did see that the reboot did come through, so very clutch there, at least giving themselves a chance here. Still plenty of elims left to be had, but you know, I think this is the secret sauce right now in terms of the way that Ninja and Reverse have gone about their business. We've talked about it so much. You heard them call out no mats, no mats. So I think right now they're going to take a little bit, reconvene, build up the mats. We have seen how quickly mats can go, especially with all the recent changes here, but you have to imagine they won't stay here too long, continue their long saunter up. But it does look like on the other side, Dubs and Assault are making that run into Dusty ahead of time, so the natural rotation may be at least a little bit cut off for now. We'll have to see.
Player just up ahead, and Dubs coming in on the support row. Assault now trying to break some builds down. Basketball player forced to rotate through, but they've lost high ground. And it's going to be tough to overtake you. You're having shots nonstop coming through, but he's going to go for it anyways. Goes up top. Player has retreated down. Now going to be questioning where did he go. Might be a potential 1-by-1 just below, but you have to really think about how you want to attack this, because if you just start lasering someone and get tunnel vision on a player, you might run into getting sniped. Player just up ahead. Combat's not going to be able to connect. AR, though, is going to chip off 40, but teammates, their opponents, they're coming in, and they've got a mech.
They got the kill.
When Dubs goes down, though, Dubs is down, and you hear him calling out, saying, hey, they got the kill, no worries about it. Focus on your fight, and here comes the mech just to make sure that everything has been finalized. And Reverse and Ninja, they pretty much walk through, they take all the elims, and they get their business done. No worries, no harm, no foul, as they'll walk on, carry forward, and grab the resources from it. Like a superhero, right? Just saving the day and just briskly decides to go ahead and escape and fly off into the distance. Lovely work coming through from Ninja and Reverse, as they'll pretty much be battling it out with a few players who could be trying to escape from the storm. And they also do, if they can get there in time, they could also utilize that rift if they really would like to, which wouldn't be a bad call by any means, just to try to get you a more right of a bird's eye point of view. They also see a few players starting to rift. And now's the time where they make the call.
Ninja calls out. Rockets are going to shoot down, hopefully destroying that 1-by-1. Yes, it does. Now going in for the stop and the shotgun shots. One player is going to get knocked, but I don't think those were his rockets. I want to say that may have been another mech's rockets, but actually it probably was his. I didn't realize the reload time happened so quickly, at least in that engagement. But I got to say, they are wiping the floor clean of players. 8 elims for Ninja. Reverse has just as many himself. Now, Landon, last week, I believe it was Nate and FunkBomb who had the most elims with the mech, I want to say.
I know that they were one of the teams that was absolutely dominating with it. Like, in the beginning of the tournament, they weren't looking like the greatest, but in terms of, like, mech eliminations, they were absolutely up there. Like, they kind of started to catch the strategy alongside Myth and Zexrow, and from there, those were the two teams that were in the grand final for a reason. It was kind of like whoever eventually mastered it over time looked by far as the best team, which could be what we're seeing here from Ninja and Reverse. They've got the mech in their hands, and they've not looked back since.
Well, look at the bottom there.
Oh.
All of those elims, that had to have been at least 5 that came through there, or certainly somewhere around that. And I think that all of the damage that they just did, they may have just given Dubs an assault a way back into this.
That's a risky run, especially whenever you're rocking a mech, but Dubs does go down, and he's going to be fully eliminated. And now Assault has to go big. This is his moment to shine. But you hear the frustration coming out, and I do think it's either his teammate who's saying that, or it's the mech who came through and was able to get at least one knock. Now Assault, he's going to have to rotate around. Now the benefit of this, he has a hoverboard, which is infinitely quicker than that of the mech, despite the glitch. So with that being said, he's up close and personal, but the mech comes through. And does the mech get this elim? Yes, it does. Oh my gosh, the mech, excuse me, let me take it all back. The mech clearly can cover ground very quickly. Ninja and Reverse got there, and were able to lock it down.
Can we dub this mirror mech? The mirror mech? Mech mirroring, whatever you want to call this. We talk so much about mirroring. How about you do it with something that can break down anything and just steal elims? I'd be frustrated too.
This is crazy. 9 elims for Ninja. I think Reverse has just as many. I do. I think he has just as many. And I missed last week. This is probably a common sight for Landon, but for me, I'm absolutely mind blown because
I will say we never really saw like too many kill stealing opportunities. I kind of like the way that they're utilizing it, but like I said, every single game,
oh my
what?
God! Oh,
the
Boogie
Brood
Bomb.
Stop! Here comes the Boogie Bomb. Unfortunately, though, for the opponent, they've also they also did it as well. So there we go. Ninja turned into a crop, and we'll see if Reverse can maybe harvest him, but in a good way, right? Trying to keep his teammate alive. There we go. The nice shots threading the needle. That's all that you can do when you're near some farmland is just try to do your best at put off some tricks, and there we go. Reverse says, you know what? Let me just go and hop inside of this mech really quick and just survey the entire area as he's ready for the double jump. And here come the rockets as well, just to make things a little bit easier. He's ready to dive on in, and there we go. The shotgun takes down the first. One of many more to come, as Ninja was thirsted, so we will have to kind of go for that reboot card if he'd like, or we can kind of continue on. And that seems to be the case. Maybe try and destroy the other mech just to make sure that it won't be possible. And I think that Ninja maybe was calling for the revive, and that may be what they're going Vin to do here. Or maybe not. Okay, so I was going to say, with the mech and bound, you definitely don't want to be stuck still, that's for sure. But 548 HP versus what could be 1,000 on the other end. I still trust Reverse. I trust his driving abilities.
Ooh, and Assault now up close and personal with a couple of players. One player is going to be Ultimate, and he might be able to knock this down. Trap place just below, and I don't think that was his. I didn't notice any blue, but quickly able to take out. Yeah, bro, he goes down, and you hear it, man. Dubs getting just as pumped up as him, and we know Dubs, He knows how to bring the hype, and he's doing that just as he typically does. Up close and personal with one. That player is hitting some walls with the pickaxe. Not going to be enough, and now I think the final couple of players are going to be inside this last mech.
Oh, and there goes reverse. There's your opportunity. Dubs, I'm sure, was yelling at him saying, hey, this is your chance. Here you go. And he will hop out of dodge just to make sure that his life is a little bit easier. He knows the situation at hand. When you got a hype man like that, letting you, kind of giving you the gas, right, just giving you all the confidence in the world, I'm sure it's got to be a major boost, Nine.
It is indeed, and if there's 2 left, I would imagine, why wouldn't you just both go into that mech? This should be 1 versus a mech here. If Assault is able to pull this off, this will be incredible. Certainly has the mats to make it happen, and you see more and more damage. This is like a boss fight right now in a video game.
Well, he has to run away.
Wow.
Luckily, he has launch
That's great.
pads and
That's a great call.
shockwave. 3 shockwaves and another launch pad in his possession.
Oh, he's good. I mean, oh, he's got the element of surprise in the trees. Okay. Thought I was going to make someone of a fort. Like the attempt, like the idea. But, hey, still moving forward. He's got the weapons of choice. As you mentioned, he's got some shield. He obviously does have those shockwave grenades. And there comes a player out of the skies. And here is time for a trap. Assault actually takes some damage.
Yeah,
Will be brought down to 37, but still will take down the first. And one more player to come.
Just above him.
As he does decide to go and utilize that heavy sniper rifle. Fires through one of the builds and decides to back up for safety. And these are huge right now for Assault. Assault plays down both medkits, wants to make sure that he's good in terms of shields as well. But the enemy not too far away. A 1v1, and these are valuable kills right here.
Yeah, but this is also where Assault is comfortable in these box fights, right? So this shouldn't be a problem, to say the least. Shockwave ups. Oh, yeah, beautiful plays. I haven't seen that used since the Impulse days, but Shockwave works just as well. Drops down, and that's his wall, but takes a lot of damage, and that's the risk you take, getting in that 1 pump range. Forced to back off, take some minis. Still, 1 more Shockwave grenade just below. He can use that to break these builds down, get through, maybe surprise his opponent.
Oh!
But luckily, yep,
Wow.
that's going to be his wall, and that's going to be the final elim. 17 elims. Wow.
Assault, calm down, buddy.
And after all,
is he going to land it? Oh, he had the bottle flip mode. I was like, if you do that after 17 eliminations,
I was so happy when I unlocked that.
we don't need to. We don't even need to play game 2 at that point. At that point, it's
game's
all
over.
done and over.
Oh, man. Now, we are be given some updates in terms of the other quarterfinal game that's going on right now. And if you are a fan of the Smile More duo, they are, in fact, in the lead 13-3 after game number 1 for them. However, our current matchup that we've got going on right now, far the closer. Ninja and Reverse hold on to the lead by 1 single elim, 22-21, coming into game number 2. This has been a phenomenal series, and it's kind of lived up to the hype so far. I hope that it only continues here, Taylor.
And I think it will, right? I mean, we're talking about Ninja, we're talking about Reverse, we're talking about Dubs and Assault. The list continues to get even more prestigious the deeper we get into this loser bracket. And I got to say, great stuff from here. Taking a lot of damage from that trap, still able to capitalize. And can we just highlight the fact that Assault not only got 17 elims, but was able to 1v2 a team. 1 player pushing, trying to get the advantage, and the other one with a mech. That's impressive. And that's hard to do. And he made it look easy.
He did. Well, a lot of times when we talk about the mech, it's by no means an easy fight, or it's not looking great. He went 17 for 21.
Yeah.
17 for 21. That's... I don't know what to say to that. I really don't. I don't know how to call that.
All you can say is it's impressive.
It
really is.
It was masterful for sure. That's without question, man. Assault, a one-man wrecking crew. I know he's normally playing with his good old buddy Destroy, but he's still got that hype man. We always talk about Destroy. An insane hype man. Dubs,
I love it.
He's right in contention for that title.
Yeah, he is.
That first place prize of being the most hyped person in Friday Fortnite today. I will say in terms of Minecraft Monday, there is a very clear person who holds that title, which is Tyler 1. But
I was about to say, I was hoping we're on the same page. Tyler was like, and it was so funny because Greek was like a perfect balance.
He was.
Because Greek was like just laughing at him like, bro, just calm down. It's cool.
Yeah.
I got you. But
gosh, man, those two are. I hope that we see them again in this coming Monday. That'd be incredible. One of the many amazing duos that
Tyler
go on
1
here.
and Techno.
Oh, that'd be incredible. For those who do watch Minecraft Monday, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah.
It would be an insane storyline as we go and fly in for our next game, our game 2 of our current quarterfinal. Dubs and Assault, Ninja and Reverse within just 1 single elim of each other. And while we're flying in, it's time for a quick little trivia question. Here we go. Question number 7. Roman Atwood played with a few different people in Friday Fortnite 2018. However, which player did he play alongside the most? Now, he had one guy that he always was playing alongside, one of which we've mentioned maybe a few times so far throughout the broadcast today. I'm not going to give any more hints than that, but he played with this guy a ton in 2018. Let us know. And like I said, you don't have to be the first. You just got to make sure that you get the question right. So we'll be looking at that one probably at the end of this game. So make sure to go and fire away with a few of those answers. But here we go, boys. Dubs, Assault, Ninja, Reverse. We're within just one single elim. And it was the Assault show last time. You'd like to imagine if Dubs is here providing that consistent support player or whatever it really may be, just that consistent extra slayer, these guys are looking poised to make this comeback and have a really good showing here in Game 2.
Absolutely. I would expect nothing less with it being these two teams. But, man, it does get close, at least closer matches as the more we move through the brackets. But with that being said, nobody here at Dusty so far. I do not think anyone's got an elim, at least on the side of Assault and Dubs. So very slow, and that's pretty unorthodox, especially for a location such as Dusty Depot and Meteor. Typically, there's always a couple of teams that land here. But I don't think they were accounting for that. So if I'm them, I'm trying to rotate over towards Salty as much as possible. I think I just heard straight chili.
Straight chilling.
I heard chili, and I was about to say. Straight chili, and I'm like, all right. Is that what I heard? Straight chili, straight fire?
I thought it was straight chilling. Well, yeah, clearly,
these kids now,
as the old folks talking here, showing our age.
Soggy 90s, straight chili.
Banger games.
Oh, man. All right, here we go. Swan diving from the top rope, and that's going to be one knock for Assault. Gets to finish. And he has his pick at some loot, but he'll just go ahead and grab that pump. And look at these players trying to heal up for the time being. They got to be burning through some mats. He'll go over and take over the high ground for the time being. Player tries to escape. That's one. The second. Can he get the third down below? The Addicts come through. There he is, but takes a shot himself. He's down to 48. He's got to be careful in this situation, but luckily all those walls are his, and that's going to be an easy elim. So from 0, from a very slow start, from Meteor over towards Dusty Divot, out to Salty, 4 elims for Assault himself.
I'll finish.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you can see Ninja does get a knock. That's going to be one down there. And they've already made their rotation to Mega Mall here. And this is much earlier than we usually see this rotation come out. So I have to think they either just felt that there was absolutely nobody in Paradise, or maybe they just want to move a little bit quicker here. Seeing on the feed there in the bottom left, the other team's making moves. We got to move a little bit too.
Oh, no. Ninja's actually saying, hey, these kids are actually trying really hard. Player on the corner trying to play like it's Tilted Town.
Oh.
Not building, but great edits through the window. That's 2. Goes for the third. Ninja on a different angle, and this is going to make it awkward for the opponent. They're going against Ninja, goes in for the full send, and there it is. That is a great engagement. Phenomenal edits, right, coming out for Reverse. That was the highlight play, coming in for 2, editing the window, knowing if he did the triangle edit, it wasn't going to be enough. It was going to expose him way too much, right? But he goes for the right angle peek through the window, gets 2. Ninja comes in for the pinch. The spam comes through. That opponent, he can't do anything, and they solidify a full team elim. Great stuff.
Absolutely. Consistency being shown from Ninja in Reverse versus a very talented squad. However, they're facing off against one of the most talented in Friday Fortnite right now. Brought down to low HP, and there goes Assault. Dubs taking some damage from the skies, and the question remains, will he go for the revive already? Reloading that shotgun and making sure that he is good to go for the future. And it looks as if he's going to go and refrain right now. He's aware. He knows that there is a player just around, so he's going to go full send. If he drops, this surely is the game. Ice in his veins. Dubs, we know he has the capability to do it, but will he do it here? There comes the trap. It's not going to do anything, and that will be the successful elimination along with the revive. A big play coming in from one of Fortnite's best. Dubs goes huge and gets the revive on his teammate Assault, but here we go. It looks as if they might be going for the resources, and yeah, they're good to go for the future here, guys. I was worried about what the resources would look like, but they're feeling good. They've got some chug splashes, they've got some minis, and they're ready to carry on forward.
That was a great engagement from Dubs. And the reason is because even though Assault was down, he knew he couldn't go for the revive. Like you mentioned, Landon, there was a player up ahead, but they also knocked somebody, and they didn't fully elim that player, which means for an average player, they're thinking, okay, I got to go for this revive, and that's exactly what they went to go do. And he used that to his advantage and was able to get the second. Finish comes in with the snipe for Reverse. Ninja was the one who got the knock. Another player just down below, and he's not going to build up. Easy elim, and the second comes through, and that's going to be 3 for reverse.
And remember, there was only 1 point separating these two teams, so as of the time of speaking right now, I do believe that Assault and Dubs have their lead, but it's only by about 1 point, maybe with those elims that just came in. See Ninja gathering up, retooling, getting ready to move. They understand they don't have any time whatsoever to be sitting around, because take a look at this. Already another fight for Assault and Dubs. They are not wasting any time, and this is what we've talked about. This is their strategy. For better or for worse, they will come to you.
Absolutely so, and capitalizing on some engagements, throwing out the chug splashes. He's just trying to get as much health as he possibly can. And you know it's chaotic whenever you don't use the chugs for your own team, but a spam meta coming through, lets the wall break, comes in, player pushes out, and that's going to be Dubs picking off 1. Still, more players remain. They're on low ground, so it's going to be an awkward fight. They've got to manage to take over this high ground, and they've got to do it properly, but there's going to be another one at ground level. Good edits to try and take over any walls they can. Immediately takes over high ground. Goes in for the player. Player proximity grenade will take off a little bit of damage off of Dubs.
Oh, they're going to
Dubs,
reverse.
though, still going to live. Reverse is going to get dropped, and now Assault and Dubs, not only are they picking off a team, they're also in a 2v1.
Oh, this is huge. Ninja has to come up big right now, and you have to wonder what they're being engaged upon right now. We've seen this whole fight over here. Take a look at the bottom left. Ninja did get a knock as well as an elim to go along there, so the reboot card will have to be collected. This is so big right now, and you see we're till at about just under 30 elims. There's still elims to be had there. This can still be done. Revive can be made.
Oh,
what? Oh my goodness!
Let's go, Ninja. That was a
gracious!
beautiful shot.
Tyler Blevins, my word, sir, just I think had a hand in at least weakening 3 players all in sequence as if it was all written up previously. Ninja, a big call right now, still has yet to get the reboot card. However, it's calling his name. It's not that far away. As you see the enemies quickly, we're inside of that storm trying to get back onto the main zone. That's the one thing that Ninja does not have to worry about right now. But here we go, just toward the camping area. There are players, though, still
This is
over.
creepy.
There are still players still over on top of that mountain right now, placing down the trap just to make sure that he's safe. And this is an awkward spot. This could be the game right here.
Yeah.
Decides to go and hop and get out of dodge. And look at that. Just a player right where he decides to spawn back up, but he's still being tagged up from behind. A big situation and a sniper shot that cracks his leg, as that will be Ninja down and Assault and Dubs. And a great spot. They've got the rest of this game, folks.
There was absolutely nothing he can do in that situation, right? Ninja had players pushing out from Tilted Town. He had players pushing from Loot. He had players pushing up from Loot Mountain. He also had players over by RV. I mean, there was literally nothing he can do in that situation. If not a 4P, that was a 5P. That was absolute insanity. How many players were targeting just him? And Ninja did everything in his power to get out of that situation, even trying to disengage with the launch pad straight into a team. Unfortunately, there's no way you can predict the team is going to be up there too. That's tough. That's tough to say the least. But like you said, Landon, now it's Dubs and Assault, and they've already been tearing up the competition. And now you're going to be questioning, right? Going into this game, Ninja Reverse only had a 1 elim lead. Is it enough to keep it intact? And you see the score already. Dubs and Assault, 33-32. Ninja Reverse both down. They've left the lobby. GG's have been said. Dubs and Assault will move forward. Ninja and Reverse are now out.
Man, and when 30 is your lowest score, that is so frustrating to play so well the entire tournament and then have it end like that. But we were saying, what was it that took Reverse out? Because Reverse had been playing so well all day. How about 5 other teams converging on your position? Suddenly starts to make a little more sense.
Yeah, it definitely does, right? And as you guys have both mentioned, it was just kind of a matter of getting swarmed. These guys from the start of the tournament were playing incredible. Their consistency, their major points off the break. I mean, what, they had 50-point games, they had 40, and obviously they end out, as you mentioned, 9 with 30. A very respectable finish, and I got to say, Ninja and Reverse, they come back next week. I mean, it's just a matter of that situation just getting overwhelmed, one bad fight. But in every other elim situation, every other team fight, they were looking ecstatic. They were looking incredible. They were clutching up, and they were finding the frags when they mattered the most. And a valiant attempt, but it will be Dubs and Assault making it in here toward losers semifinals, ever closer to that grand final spot.
And then we need to find shields.
And oh boy, guys, let's take a look at this right now.
Wow.
As we're seeing a scoreline of 17-11. However, you notice ehPom, Hogman, they are out, which means that energy, They just need a few more. They've got the rest of this game to walk away with these, right? So they've only got to walk away with 6 eliminations to tie, 7 to win. It's doable. It's not going to be easy. The spotlight is on these boys to get on to the next round. But my goodness, if you are a fan of Smile More, you're on the edge of your seat right now. Especially considering that they were up 13-1 after game 1.
Yeah, 13-3, yeah.
Yeah,
13-3, yes.
You just have to wonder maybe if it was one bad fight at the start, because that's a team that hadn't made any big disastrous mistakes. It was just a matter of, picking the right fight, starting a little slow. And we take a look right there. Keep an eye. They are racing against the clock right now. There's no doubt that these players can hit their big shots. We saw Benji put on a highlight reel alone in the last set they played, but right now it's them against the rest of the lobby. They have already secured one of the elims they needed. You said it, 6 for the tie, 7 for the win. Make that now 5 for the tie and 6 for the win. And you can see right now they are taking no chances, making sure they are perfectly kitted up so that when they make their run in, they don't have to slow down one bit.
The only thing I'm worried about, though, we are running out of players. We're up to 15 total players, 15 total eliminations. And when you think about that, right, they still need 5 to tie it, 6 to win it. And back comes it. Are you kidding me? Don't tell me it ends like this. Benjyfish forced to retreat out. His builds get. He's up in the air. Luckily, he's able to catch himself off the mountain, and he's definitely blessed in that situation. Continues to run away. That's the only thing you could do here. And luckily, they're right next to the zone. But this is crazy stuff, Landon.
It absolutely is. They're also on the enemy's servers, right? They've got 112 ping right now. They're trying to do all they can, and there goes MrSavage. There he goes. Benjyfishy, the only man alive. We'll get the update on his screen as he's got to do this one all by himself unless he can get the reboot off. My word. What can he do? As there is a massive task in front of him, trying to take down the Smile More boys, and there are brutes everywhere wanting to take him down. And this is the scary situation for Benji, right? You're not sitting great when it comes to resources. You have no heals. You have no shields. You've got your skill. You've got your teammates' comms, and you've got a sniper shot that's just ready to fire away, but to no avail. He may be able to go for his teammate. And there is going to be some items down there, so that is going to be a positive. But, guys, this is it, right? This is make it or break it right now. I know we're going to get word on exactly what the score is and how many elims he needs to kind of overtake right now, as it will be 4 eliminations to tie, 5 to win it. This is going to be crazy if he can pull this off.
Yeah, this is going to be insane, right? I mean, we're talking about solo versus the world. Solo versus, I believe, at least 2 mechs on the map. I know they were kind of fighting it out down below. Campfire could potentially give away his location. There's a mech right there, and I think it's looking right at him. Is it coming towards him? As I heard it groan.
Oh,
and yes, it is. The
my
rockets
gosh.
are in. Luckily, launch pad to be used.
This is like a horror movie.
It's terrible. This is going to be a tough situation. He's going to go ahead and head over towards building, and you heard him calling out, hey, let's just hide in a building. The mechs can destroy a building, but it's his only option. But the thing is, the more time you waste, right, the harder it's going to be. And the more elims that are wasted are elims that he could have been getting in order to catch up. 4 behind, 5 to win it. And I do believe a reboot did in fact happen. So now we're back up to 12 total elims.
Got to be feeling good about that. And you saw him right there when he was just listening. You saw the eyes shift away. This is that exact part in the horror movie where you think you hear the villain coming across you, and then it's suddenly silent again.
The building's about to break through. We could make a movie about this.
We
really
could.
could. Benjyfishy. He's got that Hollywood face, man. I'll tell you what.
Got the
Heartbreaker.
Hollywood thumbs, man.
He did. That's
He
for
just,
sure.
like, get the thumbs
Never
up.
thought I'd ever hear that, but it's true. I mean, it's true.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever hear it again.
Yeah, probably not, but
It's kind of
that's
weird.
the name of the movie.
Retire that
Hollywood
one,
thumbs.
Retire that one, yeah. We'll never hear it again.
I'm no
but hey,
Steven Spielberg. What do you want me to do?
I mean, no one really can. Can't replace the good old Spiels. But hey,
Go Spills.
that's what all his friends call him. It's fine.
You go to
It's
a
no big
party.
deal.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Spills?
Yeah, it's cool.
I don't even know you. Don't call me that.
And I love the idea here, just waiting, understands that the
Oh,
storm is going to be
gosh.
moving in here and will have a chance to at least
Oh,
get it.
my gosh!
Wait! He's trying to remain calm. This is, oh my gosh, this is like Jurassic Park. He was just trying to outlive it, and thankfully didn't fire a shot, and he's on the back of somebody.
How
There you
blessed can
go.
you be?
What a play from
Are you kidding
Benjyfishy.
me?
What a play. staying alive and carrying on as we may go back to where we were just previously.
That player was just trying to get a dub.
Oh, Benji, hanging on, and my word, that like literally, this is the definition of a horror movie. He literally just saw Brute pop up, and it was a matter of, okay, don't place the build down. I'm ready if need be, and now it's about hanging out again.
Oh my gosh.
This is the definition of intense, folks. It's either heroism or heartbreak. Benji just taking a time to breathe, as that could be his last breath.
He only needs 3 more. There are 10 left, and he only needs 3 of them to tie.
Oh my goodness.
There it is, the monster over on the side, the Brute.
Oh,
it's destroyed. You hear his teammate, MrSavage, calling it out, saying, hey, it's done.
That changes things dramatically now. You see now how confident he is, right? He's pushing forward. Now he knows the fight is back in his favor. No worries about a Brute. But he does have to worry about a couple of players, and there might be some players inside of here, and he could get pretty lucky. There is a chest there, which only means that maybe there's nobody here. But trying to get every potential mat that he can get.
Ooh, and also
Shockwaves.
find some shockwaves,
That's
yeah.
going to come in handy, right? He has the mini, so he ditches the bandages. Smart plays. And miraculously, no one's been eliminated, but player off in the distance trying to go for some pop shots, unable to connect. His position has been given away.
You know, not necessarily that this is going to come into play, but now that the mech is gone, there is a reboot van that is currently available and over there. Do you think that that'll come into play whatsoever?
Maybe for the enemies. I definitely don't think for Benjyfish. There's no way that you can take your time, chill out, and just go for a revive. Right now, he's going total World Cup status, right? He's trying to break walls, use existing builds
He's
as cover.
surrounded right now. That's so unfortunate.
Luckily, he's in circle, though. So if anybody's applying pressure from outside, which actually you do see some builds up top, he's aware of this. This could be an easy pick.
Oh my god, what?
Benji.
He is so committed.
He said this guy's pretty committed. He wants to stay in the storm if it means taking down Benji, but here we go. Shots from afar. Constant 29s, and there you go. We're within 2 to tie. As long as he can stay up, that's going to be the defining factor. Fires through the pirate ship as if he's a cannon. And continuing on to the storm, actually, as he might have somewhat of an inclination as to where the fight could be progressing on. So I like that call, right? Wants to be positioned ready for the next storm as it starts to move here in the next 30 seconds. But as we called, within 2, he's doing damage. He's doing all he needs, but still he's starting to run out. In terms of those resources, they're starting to become a little bit skewed. And the captain off in the distance is going down with the ship. He's not going to hop off of that one anytime soon. However, Benji, he does have the rockets.
Ouch.
He's hanging on by a thread, guys.
There's only 4 elims left available, too. He has to find half of them, 3 of them, to steal a victory away. One of the hardest earned victories I think you could imagine in a situation like this. And now is the time making the charge. All or nothing right here. And does not have many mats left to make this work.
He's gotta get on
my
that hill.
God.
He's got to get on that hill. He has no choice. He doesn't get this hill, then it's, I mean, he's going to be at extreme disadvantage.
He's got like 10 mats. That's about it.
Yeah, I know.
And there goes, yeah, there's 2 of them right there.
Okay, nice shot. So if this player gets caught out in the storm, gets eliminated by storm, because he damaged him, he'll get that elim.
Nice.
But he's not going to stop there, right? He wants to go ahead and get it now, and man,
That
so
player
many
could still make
shots.
it in, though.
For an angle.
Player shield has been broken. Reboot van just up ahead.
Oh, that's your, I mean, imagine if someone just went for the reboot van and got it off.
You roll your
That
RPG
would
down.
be the ultimate gift for Benji, and you see him kind of focusing his attention toward that and trying to fire away. The enemy does have some rockets, and as you mentioned, Taylor, in the storm, since he's done some damage, that would be his elimination to win. And here come the rockets trying to destroy the structures, and will it bring it down? It will! It'll bring it down. It doesn't matter, though. Benjyfishy catches him off in stride, and I believe we are within 1 to tie, 2 to win it all. Benjyfishy, structures being limited, goes down to the basement level and is ready to destroy some structures again, possibly. This may be the call. He's waiting for his moment of opportunity. And destroying that tree is going to give his position away, you'd like to think. But hey, there's 3 players left. They all have somewhat of an idea as to where they are. And he's got the rotation in mind, fires away the rocket in sequence, and is trying to fade away toward what is his new target. But look at this, guys. 1 more build left, and that is it. He's got to find something, but he's still doing damage, and this is for the tie. Can he get it?
Should be able to get it. That player's going to get eliminated by the storm. Has to. Player
Oh
still
my
hasn't been
gosh.
eliminated. Goes for the reload. He only needs one more shot, and that's it. So
I think there's one last guy.
what I've been telling, right, that is, in
Yeah,
fact, a
yeah,
tie. Trying to solidify the win. Player just up top. And this is going to be a tough situation, to say the least, but breaking down the builds. Player still over on high ground, drops down.
What?
And there it is. He takes it for the last possible player. And the smile coming out. Benjyfish, my man, is moving forward in the tournament, but it's bittersweet. Our Smile More boys are now out of the tournament.
They are, but I gotta say, if you were to go out to a team, I know it hurts to lose in this fashion, but energy, man, they are just on another level. And the thing is, you talk about it, I know it hurts to say, you find one more elim, and it's tied, because that's all that Benjyfish had the opportunity to get. I mean, other players were falling in sequence at the end. He had no capability to decide who fell and who didn't. He just worked with what he had. And if that extra elimination, even two, right, come through, no matter what Benjyfishy could have done, it wouldn't have happened.
Imagine
So
the reboot van doesn't happen.
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. The reboot van doesn't come into play. Everything is different in this matchup. And I don't know what happened to Hogman and ehPom, but man, one more elim, if they could have stayed alive for a little bit longer, a much different scoreline. That seemed to be kind of the idea for both of these games, right? And we see, what, 3 elims for energy in game 1, 4 in game number 2 for Hogman and ehPom, but a valiant effort from the Smile More boys, who put on an incredible show for everybody out there. I know Roman Atwood was rooting on them, and obviously the entire team there were just in support of their boys, and they played valiantly, and they did their very best effort, as Nine is a little bit sad right now. Just he had his hopes up. He had his bets on Hogman.
I did. I'm sad, but also scared. I don't generally like horror movies, even ones with happy endings like that. But
with Care Bears and bananas running around.
You know, it's what an amazing show, though, that those guys put on there. And
that was incredible.
That's literally just 2 people left, and it's just a 1v1. It's either a tie or you move on with the victory. And I think Benji's reaction there, just how priceless and how full of energy, and just how wholesome it was to just be like, yes, I did it. I had to play that entire situation perfectly. And as we said, certainly earning that victory in every way imaginable.
I agree.
Whenever he saw that brute, it was just around the corner. I mean, you couldn't have wrote like a better looking storyline, or how similar that was to just a number of different movies, as we've obviously been kind of on the cinema talk as of recent. But that was literally like the perfect thing that you could have possibly saw at that moment, was his face just when that was all going on. It was like, okay, I'm going to back up. Then he places down the, what was it, the shockwave grenade, enters in right next to it, an enemy, takes him down. It was literally perfect.
You think about it, he went to go place a wall down instinctively.
Oh, yeah.
Good trigger discipline, he does it, because if he places that wall down, his position's, it's totally gone.
Oh, yeah.
And a mech is coming straight down, and it's just stomping all over him.
And that's his credit, right, in those moments, kind of used to the Turtle Wars, used to kind of those very interesting kind of late-game situations where you have to be clutch and you can't allow for the opponents to know where you are from time to time. And that's just, like I said, just a little slight reaction of what every other player would have placed on a build. Benjyfishy, though, just ready, calm, cool, collected. He rode on, and he narrowly, and we mean narrowly, just by the skin of their teeth, move on into the next round, just by one single elimination. But as we've been talking about it, I know it's kind of a matter of our trivia questions going on throughout the day, and we do have a winner here for question number 7. I asked you guys, Roman Atwood played with a few different people in Friday Fortnite 2018. However, which player did he play alongside the most? The answer, which of course is a little bit sad right now, it is current player for Smile More, Hogman, who just went down in that last game. You guys obviously got that one off the rip. You guys clearly watched 2018 Friday Fortnite, which is great to see. And the person that we've awarded to win that one, who is now $1,000 richer, is Ye_Ye. And if you are curious and had that same username, it is with 11 E's. I try to count them up. At least that's to my knowledge. So Ye with, I think, 4 E's, and then you kind of get the rest, right? 7 E's after that. So Ye_Ye. Congratulations to you. A very difficult username, but hey, we're obviously in the conversations of comments. You've also got a few comments coming your way in terms of the $1,000 prize that you're walking away with now, guys. But hey, a lot more awesome prizes to be given away. We're getting ready to hop into question number 8 at the end of this commercial break. But in the meantime, while you're kind of having some fun watching the losers bracket, you can feel free to visit our friends, obviously, at the SmileMoreStore.com. Feel free when you're obviously visiting that website to also use code Friday Fortnite for a 30% off discount. It's not a permanent thing. It's not going on for the rest of the month. It is only going on during the broadcast. So make sure, if you have not done so already, visit that website. I'm telling you that for a reason. Visit the website. because it could maybe involve a future question. And make sure to use code Friday Fortnite at checkout. We're going through it to a quick commercial break. When we return, it is time for some more Losers Bracket games. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019 as we are diving in toward what is going to be a losers semifinals game, a very intense one that allows for Aydan Sway to be just off in the distance. But here we go, folks. MrSavage and Benjyfishy facing off against Dubs and Assault. It's about to be a phenomenal one.
Definitely is, right? Pleasant Park is our location that we're currently at, and Benjyfishy, MrSavage have been loving this location. And this is the location that they've been choosing time and time again for some reason. Before it used to be Mega Mall, but now it seems to be this. And I gotta say, we got some like miniature Turtle Wars going on, and Benjyfishy luckily has turned up quite well, spamming some shots up ahead. Meanwhile, MrSavage, being that distracting force, goes in for the cleanup. And it's not going to stop there. Another one is going to be onto Doghouse, and we'll see if Benjyfishy can solidify it.
Oh, and again, if you are just joining us or missed either of those last two sets that we got to see, I pity you, first of all. This man right now, the clutch god, ice in his veins, probably hasn't even thought out yet from the last set. Benjyfishy, of course, needed to get a number of elims by himself, one versus the world. Meanwhile, on the other side, we saw Assault and Dubs winning a firefight of a set with Ninja and Reverse. So two very different stories coming into here, but should make still for a fantastic set. As we see it starting right now, very even here in the opening.
Yeah, very even off the break. And as you were mentioning, both of those games within one elimination, just unbelievable stuff. And like you said, different storylines without question, but all kind of had a very similar result. And now we're here together to see who can make it on to the next round, as we're on screen with Dubs at the moment toward the top side of these builds. Unfortunately, does not have that high ground advantage, but wants to try to take down the enemy to make sure that his life is a little bit easier. A sequence of guilt, a sequence of slowing things down a little bit. And here comes the patient play, decides to engage, and there we go. That's going to be another one found for Dubs, and that is only going to be a knock, meaning there are still players nearby. And this is great to see for both of these players, right? Having this aggressive start, we know this is kind of their DNA, right? Both of these players come from historically very, very aggressive duos. And if they can kind of keep this level of play up, right, to be that fast-paced team, that has kind of been what has won so many teams championships in Friday Fortnite 2019 has been the aggressive play style.
Aggression does work out from time to time, and in this tournament, it seems to be working out quite well for Dubs and Assault. As that elim is finally going to come through, and it looks as if Salty for the time being is going to be one, and hopefully they'll be able to find some mats. That was one thing Dubs was kind of commenting on. He didn't have any, so maybe a split might come through. Meanwhile, MrSavage, Benjyfishy have in fact rotated all the way out, and I like this opportunity. Going into Tilted, you could find quite a few elims here. I know you're shaking your head, Nine. I like it. Why don't you like it?
I like it too. I'm not sure if I like a split, and it does look like they've rejoined back up. I was a little scared there at the start too. That was the one thing we said, was that you could throw a Hail Mary pass here. There would be elims to be found, but you know, going here by yourself, of course, very dangerous. It's a saloon. Unless your name is John Wayne. This is not where you want to go, but my goodness, talk about cutting it close here. Now that they're both here, I think you feel a little better about it, but I think they can't stay here long. They're going to have to make that rotation pretty quickly after they've cleaned this up.
It's a matter of just rinse, repeat, right? You visit multiple POIs. It's pretty much just trying to get out of Dodge as quick as possible, and as you said, just move on. Get out of here as time comes about. Player just on the outskirts, player just around the corner, and that will be another easy one, another added for MrSavage and Benjyfishy, who have looked fantastic up to this point, and they're only trying to continue that, as we discussed, right? Dubs and Assault, they're on the run. Same thing with Energy as of this time, as it is pretty much, what, an 8-7 game advantage toward Energy, at least for the moment. We'll see if that can be kept up, if that one can continue. MrSavage and Benjyfishy, man, these guys, you can never doubt them.
Let's get the mech.
And it looks as if they're calling out, saying, hey, we want the mech, man.
Yeah.
I'll say it. I'll say it. That's the perfect thing, at least in my opinion, to go for at this moment.
I agree, right? Mid-game is a perfect opportunity to go for the mech. We've seen early game. You go for the mech, you don't have as much success. We've seen it get detonated early on. We've also seen players get caught off guard and get eliminated right next to it.
I'll split you then.
But also, too, you don't get kitted up. So whenever you go to a mech, you kind of go full send into it. And the problem with that is, yeah, you may pick up a couple of elims. But if you don't have an inventory after your mech is destroyed, how do you fight? How do you get your match, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword. So it makes you all powerful, but it also is a risky play to say the least. But onto the side of Assault and Dubs. Dubs did melt somebody out of the air. And Assault melted somebody on the ground. Meanwhile, Dubs comes in to clean up, and that's going to be another team eliminated. 5 elims in the hands of Assault.
Let's make moves.
Let's make moves. You heard it right there. That is code word for let's move. Let's get out of here. Let's start our rotation here. Of course, they have seen one right there that they're going to try to make a move for. And I think going one behind, one in front. People saying watch out. And I guess maybe not. They go to the hoverboard instead. One slipstream, one hoverboard. Not really a split. They're just having a hard time moving together right now. You see Dubs on top, and now Assault going to move up as well. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Benjyfish, MrSavage trying to keep pace right now, which has really been the story, and they're doing so. It's a giant mech. Got to feel good about that one, as you guys said. Mid-game, but we're starting to approach the end game here now. And this is the point where I almost wonder if abandoning this might be a little bit better just for the sake of being able to have, I don't know, better vision about trying to find these stragglers as they move in.
And I think that we were kind of calling out, right? It's been like the splittings, the little kind of minor splits that both teams have done right now. As I think this is Benjyfish just trying to fire off a few bullets in stride. And yeah, I think that it is going to be Dubs and Assault that have separated, at least for the moment, right? We see Assault on our screens. Dubs, I think, vacated himself and dropped off inside a factory. So they did, in fact, decide to go ahead and hop out, change their point of view, and Assault will snake that one out. That's a massive one for him to find, just out from the depths of the opponent. As he'll make it look easy. He'll hop on his hoverboard, and NRG will go on their valiant way.
Rotating out now towards Shifty. You could be thinking maybe there's going to be a couple of teams that are over in this location, but I do like the idea of having a mech as well as a hoverboard. Not a bad strategy to say the least, but MrSavage and Benjyfish still up ahead, trying to search for potential victims and no one to be seen as of yet. But I do believe that is a fresh mech just up ahead, but their mech hasn't been damaged as of yet, but you can only imagine they're going to go through, they're going to destroy this one, detonate it, and get rid of it. And that is the smartest play to make. You don't want anyone else having a mech but you, especially closer to final circle.
Dubs Assault still separating. Still looking for different opportunities. One on foot, one in the midst of a hoverboard. And we'll see if that will work out for them. That's going to be kind of a main talking point at the end of this game. Was it worth it? Did it actually add to anything? Did it allow them to have the advantage despite the other team together and roaming ahead on one of the only mobility items still available in the game, along with the hoverboard, which of course is right now good old Mr. Brute, double jumping from location to location as they have made their way toward more of a snowy landscape, tossing out some rockets and allowing for those players to be put on skates. And I think I actually did see just off in the distance another Brute just on the other side of that mountain. So they'll have to be very aware of that when as time goes on. But these should be pretty easy elims as they are just being countered is the opponents. And yes, there is the other mech trying to go for the stomp. And good night to you, sir.
Oh, he hopped in.
Oh, he did. Oh my gosh, the play. I didn't realize that they both weren't in there for the time. So big play coming in from the opponent. The average player can get a dub there.
Oh, talk about taking high ground. My goodness. We're just about at the top of Polar Peak, and he's going to rain down shots below. MrSavage getting dropped. Mech about to pop up. Luckily, it is standing still. Gets the player to white. And I think we've been in this possession before, right? Benjyfish against a mech as well as the world. He made it out before. Can he do it again?
The moment, though, he has another opponent, and that shot missing is big. They're already in the white, so you have to imagine that shot probably would have taken him all the way down. Still gets the knock as necessary there. And guys, I'm really starting to wonder if putting both of you in the mech can slow you down a little bit too much, whereas splitting with a hoverboard like we saw Nate Hill and their Assault and Dubs do, I'm wondering if that might be the better way to go about it, at least at this part in the game. You saw them desperately trying to chase one player very slowly, and when they finally were able to do it,
The person just jumped in and exploded them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's your risk you take, right? I mean, I think it's very slow going into a mech, and I think in terms of our elimination-based tournaments, it's a bit of a risk that you have to take. I mean, go all the way back, though, when we were watching Ninja as well as Reverse, right? They were using the mech, and they were slaying out. But in a situation like this where you have such a large ground to cover, right? Whenever it comes in a snowy section, it's a pretty awkward fight. You've got, you know, Polar that you have to get up on. You also have the lake, which is the old grease that kind of comes through, and, you know, the ice. A player's going to be much faster than you would be on a mech. And did he connect that? I don't think he did, but it was extremely close to say the least. I'm waiting for him to go down to zip and just go full send.
I think that's what we're all waiting for
I
now.
was going to say,
Right
yeah.
oh.
I mean, I kind of like this, though. The fact that he was waiting and camping that right now, he's already done quite a bit of damage. And I'm not sure, I'm not sure what that player's really going to be able to do from there. Opts to forgo it. And I mean, this is just... The question is, will you run out of bullets before the opponent runs out of health? And finally, the
oh my gosh! He couldn't hit it standing still. He couldn't hit it by him. Like, he had to get on the zipline and do a trick shot to hit it. That's how nasty he is.
Oh my gosh, man. This guy, Benji, he's having a tournament to remember. Positive or negative, he has been the star. That's without question. But now the spotlight is turned toward Dubs. Receiving shots from multiple point of views. Not a great amount of resources, but there we go. Massively increased by finalizing that particular frag as places down the Cozy campfire. But Cozy most likely emphasized in a negative way, as he's got quite a few players around this current area. And that will be high ground taken from the opponents. Dubs still wanting to try to get up his teammate. There's a bush, actually. Instantly seeing him, and I think that will be the teammate, or rather the enemy, that does shotgun his good old buddy Assault. So that question of would we see the res come through now no longer will be there. And most likely will not see a revive or a reboot in the same conversation as there we go. Oh my gosh, a lovely play from Dubs as he opens up the window of opportunity, places down the trap just to make it look a little bit nicer, totally catching the enemy off guard, and his teammates saying, you've got plenty of mats to do this, buddy.
Yeah, definitely the person that you want to elim right. Immediately focuses attention with, of course, his rifle straight up ahead. Knocks at least some shield off, not all, but I believe that was at least close to 80. Now he's going to go ahead and double edit up and try and gain ground on to this guy on position. Unfortunately, unable to build. A little frustration coming out, and I do understand that. Places the ramp over top, player just down below. Now this is where he's going to shine, right? Taking over the high ground. Puts down the roof, water falls down, and he does get out for the time being. There is going to be a zip line just to his left, and honestly, I think that's his only option unless he has a launch pad. But luckily, able to find another player. And then there's the last one who gets picked up, and I think that was Benjyfishy who was able to lock it through, but a very good game on both sides. 10 elims for Benjyfishy, a couple over for Dubs, and the score will be counted up. But I got to think going into round number 2, it's going to be a close one to say the least. These guys are playing it out to move to losers finals to play Aydan Sway.
And you have to wonder what Benjyfishy's resting heart rate is right now, because for more or less 3 consecutive games right now, it's been like, really? Me versus a mech. One-on-one here. Let's just make this work. And he has so often, and you can see here on the zipline some highlight plays. You get to see the face light up with joy as well. Major shot after major shot. I mean, we're all big fans of Benjyfishy, but I have to think, got to be his own biggest fan. And given how bad this could have been, 13-16, I think you have to be happy keeping it this close after how rough it was.
Look at that smile.
Just the smirk, right? Just the... He's smiling more. I know we've said that constantly, but he absolutely is. And I love that play from Dubs, man. Just catches the window and manages to place that trap down. Just a number of different highlights toward the end of this game. That's just what we get to at this point in the tournament. It is just filled with highlights. It's filled with incredible moments from such talented players who are all battling it out. And as we discussed, trying to get into that top 3 conversation. And I believe that kind of since that first championship that the NRG boys have had, this is their best placement since then. Yeah. And I got to say, it's not even close. They've already totally dominated their prior placements, which read top 12, top 32, and top 24.
Yep.
Like a total turnaround as of recent. And
World Cup's over.
Well, I will say it's kind of shocked me a little bit because I thought that they would be a lot higher than that. I thought that, okay, surely they'd place top 3. Surely they'd place top 4 at some point. But the fact that we aren't seeing that is definitely shocking. But are they back to that original form? Are they back to kind of that clutch play style where guys like Benjyfishy are turning up and having games to remember? We'll have to see. But Here we go. It's time to fly in for game number 2. Energy, Dubs, and Assault. Who will get it done? Who will see Aydan and Sway in the losers finals? We are about to find out. And at this moment, boys, it is time for a quick little trivia question. Question number 8. Make sure that you guys are in the chat right now being involved, as this isn't necessarily a trivia question, but hey, it's fine. We'll work it out. I told you guys you should have been visiting the SmileMoreStore.com. And now the question remains, and all you have to do is just list out your favorite item. What is your favorite item from the SmileMoreStore.com? It obviously has to be an item from the store. Let us know in chat, and we will choose one of you to walk away with $1,000. That's going to be a lot of opportunities to walk away with some shirts, some blankets, anything in between. Let us know what your favorite product is there from the Smile More store, and we will be looking. So, guys, like I said, here we go. MrSavage, Benji, Dubs, Assault. It's going to be interesting. MrSavage and Benji now in Mega Mall, because what their kind of play has been that Pleasant Park drop. So maybe going back to the roots a little.
Yeah, I like it. Going back here, I mean, I think they're very familiar with it. They're very comfortable with it. And this is their drop where they have done very well in the past. And I think it's a little bit more controlled than Pleasant. But with that being said, already hitting some nice hip-fire shots. It's going to be MrSavage off the shockwave, and he'll go ahead and drop down and try to find a player just up ahead. Taking some damage, though. He's going to drop. Benjyfishy now has to go clutch in this situation. He's going to get tagged up himself. We'll go and see a little replay. There he goes. MrSavage down. Benjyfishy now tagged up. And he drops 2. We lose the duo from Pleasant. Now over towards Mega, their homeland, going back. They're both eliminated. And now Dubs and Assault have free reign of the map. Game 2. This is rough.
I think they only need 1 elim. They were up by 3 going into this. I think they're currently down in elims, and if it's not 1, it's 2, and it's not much. And, man, what a way for the run to end. Jeez.
Off the break. And that's just things that happen, right, whenever it comes to this tournament. You never know the lobby that you're going to get into. We talk about it constantly, and unfortunately they ran into a squad that was ready to go. 16-17 Dubs Assault left up, which can only mean one thing. My team, my favorite team, MrSavage and Benjyfishy, are now out, losing by an elim, and Dubs and Assault move forward to play Aydan and Sway for a potential spot in Grand Finals.
That's incredible. It really is. And that's the thing that I honestly love about Friday Fortnite. I know it can be, we have these long, drawn-out games that are just filled with highlights. Benjyfishy, of course, kind of in the lead-up to just getting toward this series. And then, obviously, the very quick intervals where we just hop into game number 2. We have so many questions. We have so many kind of things to be talking about, and then it just ends instantly. And that's the best part about Friday Fortnite. The thing that I love the most is just you never know how long the games are going to last. When it comes into other, gaming competitions, it's just a matter of like, hey, we've got a 10-minute time limit. We'll just see what happens. Now you have a free amount of time limit. We can go 25 minutes or we can go 30 seconds, which is exactly what we just saw right there. A valiant attempt and the best placement that MrSavage and Benjyfishy have had since their championship back in week number 1, as they will finish off with a respectable 4th place finish. But now it is time for losers finals. Aydan and Sway versus Dubs and Assault. Dubs and Assault have been here for a while, guys. They've been trying to battle it out. They've been grueling through the losers bracket. Aydan and Sway have kind of just been hanging out, right? Obviously they lost in the winners finals to Nate Hill and FunkBomb. They want their rematch, and they had the opportunity to get it. But they're facing off against a team that has a lot of momentum right now in Dubs and Assault.
Definitely do, right? I mean, Dubs and Assault, momentum backing them. They also have the set strategy that we see so familiarly from Nate Hill and FunkBomb, right? Landing on top of the meteor, then pushing into Salty.
Yeah.
It works. Results work for themselves. You've seen that time and time again with Nate Hill and FunkBomb, and I think that is going to be, at least if that is going to be the final that we see tonight, I told you, man, it's going to be crazy because you're going to have direct counter versus direct counter, and it could get interesting. Yeah,
it absolutely could. I mean, the landing spots, everything is going to play a factor, and it's going to be a fun one. Feel free, guys, to know along with typing out your favorite, maybe your favorite piece of merchandise from the Smile More store. You guys can also let us know what your thoughts are on this next matchup. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Who's going to walk away with this one? Feel free to let us know. And, of course, as we get ready to hop into that game after this quick break, we obviously want to let you guys know to visit our friend Roman Atwood, right? Check out his YouTube channel. Also, check out his store, thesmilemorestore.com, and make sure when at checkout to use code Friday Fortnite for a 30% off discount. Obviously, Roman Atwood, an incredible influence on the community, a fantastic role model, and it's a pleasure to be working with him for this week as he has donated the entirety of the prize pool. $10,000 going to you, of which we're kind of getting down to the wire a little bit, and $10,000 going toward our first place prize. We will be deciding that and continuing on in the losers bracket right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we are better than ever. We're hopping in toward losers finals of Friday Fortnite 2019 week number 8, as we've got Aydan and Sway facing off against Dubs and Assault. Everyone is hyped, so are we. On the mic, it's myself, Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9-Hole Grains. Guys, it is about to be a fun one. We just watched Dubs and Assault take down Benji and MrSavage. They've been making a losers bracket run, and it's going to be Aydan and Sway, right, who have been kind of hanging out here. They lost in winners finals. They're a little bit down, but hey, they've been having a few opportunities to kind of hang out a little bit, maybe watch a little bit of the tournament, gauge exactly how the enemy's playing, and like we talked about, this is going to be a fantastic game to watch as we've got pretty much pretty much Ghost versus Ghost member and FaZe versus FaZe member.
Poetic, right? And how poetic is that we go over towards where we just saw, of course, NRG get eliminated over there in Mega, right? So it's kind of interesting to see, to say the least, but I think it's a little bit more quiet this time than it was last time, and I don't think anybody is inside of Mega, but this leads you to kind of question, is it worth it to stay in here? You're kind of kitted up fairly well, but do you continue to push out? But it's also slow on the other end whenever it comes to Dubs and Assault. So I guess, yeah, hey, you can kind of take your time and relax just a little bit. I think there's only been a couple of elims, but there's Assault. He's going to go ahead and pick up one himself, and I think that's a full elim, not even a knock. So with that being said, hey, I think that's going to be 2 or 3 to their name, and they'll be able to push out potentially over towards Salty if they want to.
And again, I've loved seeing these teams, these really, really good and aggressive teams, just take a little bit at the very start. When you think of aggressive, oftentimes we think of Mongraal and Mitro diving right in to what was Neo-Tilted to get in as many fights as they could early on. Here, they're like, okay, we'll spend the first maybe quarter, half of the lobby getting kitted up and getting ourselves the materials we need. But once we see people, oh, so help them. We will be building up, over, and around them as we continue to make our run through. But I don't think anybody would have quite predicted this. Only one elim amongst all of them with only 42 players left on it. So I was saying getting kitted up, they're certainly taking their time doing so. But you know what other team does that? Nate Hill and FunkBomb. So maybe they're playing the opponent more than they're playing the lobby.
Something to think about, right? Playing your opponent instead of the lobby is something that you kind of have to do in some sorts of ways. Kind of counter exactly what your opponents are doing or going through. By doing so, you might have a better chance. But look at Assault. He's already at Salty. He's rotated completely through. Dubs just a little bit behind. So if Assault gets into an engagement, he better be careful.
Yeah, you got to be just so careful at this point in the tournament. Every moment means so much. Every elim, every kill is so, so crucial. It looks as if right now Assault, he and Co are ready to engage on this one. He and Dubs are primed instead of Salty Springs, which seems to be the location of choice for the average player. It's not a surprise that we're going to see them engage on the way that they are. As it looks as if I think that was the call from Dubs, basically saying, hey, Turtle, time to hang out a little bit, time to chill. And he also is giving the call saying, hey, if you can make it out, maybe it's time for us to head on over toward Loot Lake. However, at top right, I see that blue arrow, which is going to be FaZe Sway. He may want to get his hand involved in this conversation. They want to try to steal a few of these elims out as well. And here we go. First fight found, and great execution coming in from Assault. Fires away, gets the structure, counters the enemy. Yeah, I think that's Dubs as well, doing some work on the other end.
That's
and
Sway.
Actually, no, yeah, you're right. It's Sway. So Sway steals that one out.
I think from what I was hearing, Dubs actually said he was going to be heading over towards Loot Lake. So he might not even be in this location. The only players who are here is Assault as well, or excuse me, Aydan and Sway. So with that being said, Aydan player just down below. He's going to go and drop behind him. Gets a nice shot with the combat. And Did he get it stolen? Sway comes through and he gets it. Okay, cool. From what I was hearing, Sway was laughing, and I was like, wait a second. Did Dubs or excuse me, did maybe Assault come through and take it? Anyways, with that being said, all is well, and we're going to be rotating out for the time being. But, yeah, I think the wild card is going to be Dubs. I think he's over at loot by himself.
And we've talked about how important it is to get to loot. Typically, though, that's with both players because there can be a lot going on over there. And, of course, mechs right now make the split even more dangerous than it usually is. Now, great here, finding a hoverboard is going to allow the team to rejoin very, very quickly here. But, again, we've seen this over the course of the tournament, right? The split does seem a little bit more common, identifying where the opponents are. And I'm very, very curious to see why that is and see if we see that through the rest of this as well.
Salt toward the top rope, and there we go. Starting to lose some HP. And as we discussed, right, he's pretty much off by himself since Dubs has placed himself firmly inside a loot lake. And we'll see if this strategy does work out. As we've been discussing, I mean, constantly as Assault decides to go and do a quick little 360.
Never seen that.
Doesn't land it, but nearly got it. We've been seeing teams separate, and it's kind of been back and forth in terms of the success rate of it. So that'll be kind of the main talking point after this game concludes was, hey, was it worth it? Did that produce enough in order to do it again? So much so that may allow for the enemy to want to do the same thing. Now, splitting normally isn't the greatest thing, but if you can calculate it correctly, you can trust in your teammates and know how to make certain pushes toward areas and have your teammate not be too far away, it can work out. But the idea of splitting, in order for it to work, it's going to be very complicated. It has to be very tactical. As we're seeing that maybe come to fruition now, Dubs, first one to engage, of course, as he's pretty much the lone man over here. However, we're seeing Aydan Sway get involved in the kill feed, and if you're Dubs, you're looking at that, starting to feel a little bit of the pressure and saying, I need to put up a performance now, places the trap, and it looks as if that one will be destroyed, is ready for the ramp, and we'll see if Dubs can hold on until his teammate can arrive.
I see Assault actually is going to be joining into this mix. So, yeah, Assault will be over here for the time being, but definitely got to be watching out for Dubs' health line, right? He got knocked up pretty hard, and that definitely hurt for the time being, but he's managing to make it work. Player trying to build up over top. He's calling out that there's sweat, so you got to imagine that these players are pretty decent. He's going to go ahead and reset, drop to the bottom, watching out for the trap that was placed. Go ahead and go in, but breaks the wall, and it seems as if the opponent was waiting for that. And he gets dropped down to 22 health. Now, both in the same box. Chug splashes to come through along with a mini, but will it be enough? This team, they were already called out as sweats. They're good. Can they capitalize here?
And do their best to. They've got the suppressed SMGs. The duo doing damage. And you also notice really quickly while these fights are breaking through, they do have a mech just toward their back, just toward their south, as that could be the main target for them. Once they accomplish this one, it's just another thing to check off the book, another task to look forward to. And they're trying to go for all the mats that they can. They're trying to make sure they build up correctly as they've got a few teams possibly embarking on this endeavor, and Dubs is not interested whatsoever. He'll silence a second player, at least in terms of this fight already. And he and Assault are going to work and not stopping despite being in Turtle Wars, despite being in adversity. They are not slowing down anytime soon and are picking up players no matter where the location. And if so, after they have taken on those players, like I said, there was a mech, there was a brute just to their south. We'll see if they hop in it and continue on as a duo together.
Yeah, as soon as their enemies started going into those box fight situations, I mean, you were going right into the hands of Dubs and Assault, exactly where they are comfortable. And that was probably the biggest mistake that they could have made. Meanwhile, though, Sway, good movement to try and gather some momentum. Now, Sway is known for taking over his high ground. He's going to do just that. Comes over top and comes out and takes down Oriole McFlurry and goes for the full elim. He's going to get some mats off of that. And now we're looking at a total of 16 elims to be had. Launch pad located just down below. That gives them momentum if they want to go ahead and rotate out, but they don't need to. Players are going to continue to come their way, 9.
They do, and it's always so fun to watch the lobby just say, oh, wait a minute, there's all these builds. Let's go get some elims, and then they happen to run into these monsters. And speaking of monsters, Dubs flies in, and I can't really tell. I think Dubs
he got one.
I think he stole one of them there. Just came flying out of nowhere to get that, and I wish we could have heard the Dubs comms there, because I'm sure there was a let's go and then some yelled at that one.
100%. I mean, I'm sure there was probably a few more choice words alongside that one. But Dubs, great play. And I think I saw just a quick little update in Aydan's overall screen, because I think his is a little bit delayed right now. And I think it did say that Dubs ended up taking down one. So big moment for him and not slowing down. Also finding a few players inside of Loot Lake more specifically. So fights continuing to break on through as these elims are massive right now. As we discussed at this point in the game, you need to try and find as many as you can. I think the heavy sniper rifle shot just toward the back of Assault, and that player wants to engage. They're being oh so aggressive, and I got to say it worked out for the time, but if you have enough teammates there, you have a trap available, it could work out well. But Assault, those are his walls. This is his opportunity and his chance, as everybody is getting in the mix. Everybody, as soon as one player starts to pounce, everybody capitalizes and wants to try to jump on the lone player. And Sway will come through with a knockout. He will finalize that player who was just at the top side. So good effort coming in from either which way. But, guys, we are just seeing constant kill-stealing opportunities. And what an angle from Sway. What a play. Unreal stuff. And we talk about Mr. Creative. It's mostly known for his building, but that was a very creative play right there. Perfect execution with the shockwave grenade.
Plays like that, right? Taking the risk, being confident in your ability to be able to play this game. That's where Sway and these professionals excel. And he goes for it once again, and he misses the first, but capitalizes on the second. Aydan would have been there for the cleanup regardless, and there it is. Another team is going to go down, and plays like this is exactly how you need to be playing if you want to take Nate Hill and FunkBomb out in the grand finals. That is what is at stake now here in Losers Finals.
Guys, I'm being reminded of Ender Pearls from Minecraft, the way that those shockwave grenades are used to just pounce on fresh blood. And you can see right there the score is big coming up from both sides. 13 on one side and 11 on the other. Just 4 elims left, guys.
A lot of players on gliders, more specifically Dubs and Assault. Starting to progress their way inside of Pleasant Park, as we discussed, right? Loot Lake, it is the central location for everybody. Everybody is using those rifts and just trying to get around. And for good reason. It's currently the interstate that we've dubbed Dusty Divot. And previously, and there goes Assault, there goes Dubs. And there we go. That is going to tell us a pretty decent story toward the end of this game. Very valuable elimination still on the map right now. And you'll see Aydan Sway casually floating on in, knowing that, hey, we've got a massive opportunity in front of us. And I think Sway called it out. We've got to land on top of them. We've got to take over high ground instantly, because if they're taking down our opponents, they've got to be talented players.
Absolutely, a nice job taking over high ground immediately, and I was worried for Aydan kind of, slowly floating in, but luckily doesn't get tagged up. One was taken out just below, another one knocked, another one getting lasered, and that should be the third. Can that be the fourth? Yes, it is. And just like that, where Assault and Dubs weren't able to capitalize, Aydan and Sway were able to come through, pick off the last 4, and that's going to be a nice couple of eliminations for them going into round 2.
And talk about frustrating there for Dubs and Assault there. Not only did you get taken down, you gave your opponents lots of information, namely the fact that, hey, they're pretty good. Let's not just float lazily in. Let's go on top and let's build up as high as we can. Take the high ground because we need to do it here. And, man, those 4 elims swing it a big way. We said that they were down by 2, now up by 2. Or, I'm sorry, 1. My math is not what it used to be, but you can tell right here, regardless if it's 1 or 2, very, very close set. And we've said that about our last few sets, guys. This has been one of the most hotly contested late rounds of Friday Fortnite that I've seen.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've had so many games just come through by 1 elimination. And I got to say, one particular elimination, that's got to be one of the best so far of the tournament. I know Benjyfishy could absolutely rival, but that one from Sway was fantastic. Just picture perfect coming through with those shockwave grenades and showing why that is one of the best pieces of inventory spots that you can really fill it out with, as it's going to be 15-13, I believe. Aydan and Sway will be having a next. That's pretty influential. Like it said, 14-15. That's not that big of a deal for those who maybe aren't familiar with Friday Fortnite. We've been discussing. It's been a game of 1-2 eliminations, walking away with the entirety of it, and I got to say that you know, one elimination makes all the difference. It really does.
Right? One elim, I mean, you could be thinking, like, where could this elim come from? What does it matter? It could definitely swing and change the momentum of the game. But let's go back towards losers semifinal between Dubs and Assault and Benjyfishy and MrSavage. First game incredibly close, 16-13. And what happened? Benjyfishy, MrSavage, they land at Mega and drop immediately. Could this happen this game, or will we reach the end for the victory royale? We're kind of in the same point territory, 15-13. It's definitely going to be interesting. And now I'm kind of curious where we're going to be dropping. It looks as if maybe Pleasant Park for one for Dubs and Assault. Maybe even Loot, actually. Assault is going to be heading over for Loot. Now, typically we don't see players land here, especially off of the new season. Maybe last season they did, but off of the new season we don't see that. And I'm kind of curious how fruitful this is going to be.
Well, this is the natural rotation spot, so, you know, if they're trying to play a little more slowly and build up mats in the early game, maybe they feel like, okay, you know, if we're going to rotate over here eventually, we may as well start gathering here and make our defense here. But on the other side, it's Mega Mall again, Taylor. We have seen so many teams, and look at all of the gliders deployed right now.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is
grenade
terrifying.
launcher for the enemy.
Didn't get the weapon.
It's a grenade launcher. Sway. Oh, I think we're losing a little bit of a reboot. There we go. Aydan, he's still in control. He's still hanging on. Despite Sway maybe being a little bit frustrated right now, we'll see what Aydan can produce. A big moment for him where he needs to pretty much go clutch. He and Sway, a big task ahead. As we already see, if you look toward the bottom left, it was filled with Dubs and Assault taking down players.
Dubs is weak.
He is very low right now, but they're coming through big off the rip. And there we go, Aydan Sway. They're hanging on as well.
Definitely all right, and this is going to come down to the wire. We've got to be thinking about who is going to be pushing forward, who is going to make it to the grand finals. So incredibly close in overall score. And ladies and gentlemen, we just lost another one. So we'll continue to watch the perspectives that we do have and find out what happened. Because I'm very curious myself, right? This Loot Lake drop is an interesting one to say the least. One elim, not enough mats to build up to take that rift. But I'm very interested to pay attention to that left-hand side, right? I want to see what's happening with the health lines, especially of Assault and Aydan, or Assault and Dubs, rather.
You heard them say there, I think we should go tilted, and I think that's really the first time that we've seen that as a well, we've seen it maybe once or twice as a mid-game rotation. A lot of times you'll see somebody open up there or maybe go there very early game, and I guess this is still early, not a ton of elims on the map, but already Aydan, I know it was treacherous territory and already taken down. Can Sway clutch it? I really don't want to see the same thing happen that we saw last set, guys.
Yeah, definitely not. You don't want to see someone go down as early as they have. It's like we said, Aydan may or may have not. Yeah, he actually just does get revived, so that's going to be crucial for them. Trying to stay up instead of Salty, and Assault is doing some work here in Loot Lake. Like we discussed, this is the main focal point. So many rotations are made here. He's got the heavy assault rifle. He's got the kit that he needs, but there happens to be a mech as well, ready to go, ready to fire away. And I think they've been giving the call out saying, hey, it's got to be on 1 HP. The mech is vulnerable, and often you don't get to say that, and there we go. Sway is knocked. Sway is down for the count, and Aydan is losing health.
Aydan is losing health. In fact, even with a slurp engaged, it's not going to be enough. He continues to go down. You got to be thinking with how it's clicking away, it's either a stink, but more importantly, probably a storm flip as he continues to heal. And that storm flip continues to click away. Can Aydan make it out? It's going to be a tough situation over where he's at. Meanwhile, though, Dub's getting tagged up a little bit. He's not going to worry about it. He's going to go ahead and place the roof up and easily eliminates that player. He's up to 7 elims. I asked the question, can Loot Lake be fruitful? Clearly it can.
And my eyes are just glued to the top left right now. I am waiting to see how long Aydan can hold on there, and all this time losing the momentum. And Aydan is now fully healed, at least in the health department. No shields, but this is at least something. Can he get the card? Can he collect it? Can they get the reboot? Still plenty of time to build up some more elims. Right now, guys, they came into this a little bit down.
Yeah.
And that gap growing ever stronger. And there goes Aydan, guys.
This is Assault. Assault's actually here. He's. Oh, and you're right. I was going to say, I thought for a moment we were giving the call out saying this is Aydan. Oh, man. You are, in fact, correct. Aydan and Sway are done as they, in the midst of trying to hold on in losers finals, they've been here for a while, right? They've been waiting for who could face off against them. And Assault and Dubs will be victorious and will be in the grand finals. A valiant effort as Dubs and Assault, they come through big and take down Aydan and Sway, who were obviously a talented team last week. They still progress a fantastic result, but just are not strong enough. Dubs and Assault all the more superior and looked great from start to finish, and that can be the conversation of momentum maybe playing a factor.
Definitely so, right? Momentum is a thing. We talk about it all the time. I think it's a Gears quote saying momentum is a thing, right? I think Ryan was the one who kind of taught us that, but this is going to be an exciting final, and I've highlighted it time and time again. I'll bring it up once again. Dubs and Assault, they love to land at Meteor and drop down into Salty. Nate Hill and Funk like to do the same. So we have direct counters to direct, or at least to direct strategies.
Yeah.
And one thing, though, I do want to capitalize and highlight, Nate Hill and Funk in the past have had players, I think it was Nickmercs and Cypher, who did the exact same strategy that they did, but they couldn't capitalize. The end result was the same. Nate Hill and FunkBomb ended up winning.
Yeah.
So with that being said, it's tough to
They're
counter.
used to it.
It
right.
is. It's tough to counter, and this is a team that I'm not really sure that there is a true counter for. I feel like the strategy they use is something that they can adapt, they can flex around a little bit, and it just becomes a matter of can we play our best game better than they can play theirs. One thing that I want to highlight is I feel like both of our sets have ended the same way. Mega Mall drops.
Yeah.
Guys.
Honestly, yeah.
I'm glad that you brought that
I
up.
mean, it's if it fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. I hope there's not a 3rd time that we see this.
Yeah.
That is how I will end that one.
Well, so we'll live on the edge of that one. We'll not give the
Hot
ending
take,
result
baby.
as of yet, but like we said, man, it's been an interesting one. Mega Mall, it comes at a price, a very, very big price tag, that's for sure. But hey, as we get ready to enter into our grand finals, that means it's time to announce another giveaway winner. I love doing this because that means that someone else is $1,000 richer. I asked you guys, it wasn't necessarily a trivia question, but I thought I'd throw it in there anyway, right? What is your favorite item from the SmileMoreStore.com? And we did have someone who kind of came through and gave us an answer, and I believe that they exactly labeled out. They said that their favorite product is the Rainbow Tie-Dye Long Sleeve, and the person that said that was Desco85. Congratulations to you, as you are $1,000 richer. You talked about how that was your favorite product. If you already have one, hey, maybe get another one in another size. Who knows? Maybe get one for a friend. Shop some more, obviously, at the store, and feel free to maybe, hand that one over to your friends. I'm sure you got a lot of friends in Twitch chat right now who would definitely be interested to be best friends with you. But congratulations to you, sir, $1,000 richer. And you know what? I'm going to go and just give the other question. We're a little bit behind right now, so I want to try to do that for as long as possible and try to make sure that we're not getting toward the end of the broadcast and trying to throw these ones out. So I will ask question number 9, and we'll go ahead and throw it over to a commercial break. So question number 9 is, and this is probably the most difficult one as of yet, so you're going to have to do some Google searching. If not, if you already know it, congratulations to you. Maybe some Google searching during the commercial. But question number 9 is, what was the name of Roman Atwood's YouTube channel before it was called Roman Atwood? So not necessarily, Roman Atwood vlogs or anything like that, but what was the name of the channel he started before vlogging? That is the YouTube channel, not anything else, the YouTube channel. So make sure to be hopefully figuring that one out. I'm actually very curious if you guys know this one or not. But hey, like we said, it's been a fantastic tournament up to this point. We've got some more giveaways to come in a grand finals that's about to be fantastic. So let us know your predictions along with your answers in the chat, and we'll be right back with the grand finals. Welcome back, folks, as we are here for Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 8, and we are already off to an explosive start, so much so they're already hopping in some Max Brute has already got a spotlight on him as Dubs and Assault have walked away with 9 eliminations. We're barely in this game, and on the other end, just on their heels are the FaZe boys, as they are at 7 elims by themselves, and Dubs is having a fantastic time. A lovely game that we've got on board, a number of different storylines in terms of Nate Hill, his 4th straight grand final. He and FunkBomb, they're together 3rd straight grand final. They want to win their 3rd championship here in Friday Fortnite 2019, and they're facing off against Dubs and Assault, right? Their first time playing together in this tournament. Dubs, though, has been in this situation many times previously. He's been in the grand finals 3 times. This is his 3rd. The other 2, he's walked away as the loser. Can he come through big and finally capture a title and knock down the best team in Friday Fortnite?
Well, in order
have
to
find
do so,
out.
right, he's going to have to force a bracket reset, go to game number 2 in order to defeat Nate Hill and FunkBomb. So he's got a large hill to climb. But it's definitely possible, right? Momentum is a thing. We'll see if he'll be able to utilize it and go big in the ends. But, yeah, with the mechs in hand, it's going to be pretty tough to take him out. I will say, though, it's been knocked down to just about 368 health. And, yeah, if you guys didn't know this, it can, in fact, go into the slipstream. And you can just rain down missiles on anybody.
It's a thing.
This is bullying to the finest degree right here. But one thing to talk about here, we said that they were going to be mirroring each other off the drop, and sure enough, we saw all the elims they got were in the Salty Springs area. So, again, fighting over the same piece of pie at the moment. One did come out with a mech, and with it the earlier rotation. You have to imagine that they've at least spotted a couple people here. Mega Mall treats you a little better when you come here kitted up instead of at the very beginning.
That is a fact, right? Going at the very beginning, you never know who you're going to run into, but coming in kitted up gives you a better opportunity and maybe even a smaller pool of players you play against, maybe not the sweatiest of the kind. That's going to be 2 elims going to the hands of Assault. He's now sitting at 4 total. You got to be thinking there's another player coming through, and I think, yeah, he's actually stuck in there.
Ow, 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 my head. I got a concussion just watching that.
That is a new meta, ladies and gentlemen.
Dubs calling out the inevitable, right? The main factor on the screen. He has 8 elims already up to this point. They're hopping back in their mech, and they're getting on their way. And while we are in the midst of seeing some rotations, I do have to let you guys know who, in fact, was the giveaway number 9 winner. Who got that question number 9 correctly? I asked you guys what was the name of Roman Atwood's YouTube channel before it was called Roman Atwood. So not Roman Atwood Vlogs or anything else along those lines, but what was the name of the channel he started before his vlogging one? And for those who got it right, it was, in fact, called Sketch Empire. I actually remember watching a few videos back in the day on that one. So congratulations to Smalls619 as you are, in fact, being given $1,000 for getting that question right. Congratulations to you, sir. And I know we're kind of watching Nate Hill and FunkBomb fight it out right now. So our last question, just to let you guys kind of be up to date, we'll be answering this one at the end of the grand finals. The final question is probably the easiest one as of yet, but hey, just to kind of round things out a little bit, is what code can you use right now to get 30% off the SmileMoreStore.com products? What code have we been talking about? What code have we been advertising? Feel free to let us know. As who knows? It may be on screen. I don't know.
Is that the answer?
It doesn't. I have no idea. I mean, we totally didn't just give you that one. We didn't give you a freebie. We didn't make you have to do a whole lot of research. But
Is
regardless,
the code
though,
use?
What's that?
Is the code use? Is that what the answer is?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's definitely not emphasized or put in bold or anything.
We know that all of our viewers have been using this code during the entire broadcast anyway, so this is even easier now. Even if it wasn't on the screen, everyone's been using it.
Oh, I think I know what. Okay, I know what the answer
Shh,
is.
don't say it.
No, I'm
Don't
gonna,
do it,
I'm
Taylor.
just gonna put it in chat. I'm a viewer. I'm watching Friday
It's true.
Fortnite.
It's true. He is. he has the stream open on his phone right now.
He does. He's been typing it in. It's going to be Naylor Tobel. That's
They'll never know.
that's going to be the winner.
Naylor Tobel.
64 for your age. That's going to be great.
Okay, so we had to go there again, huh? Couldn't go a full broadcast without making fun of my age. It's
I'll tell
totally
you
cool.
what. I'll tell you what. That'd be a great gamer tag if you made that yours.
Naylor Tobel?
63.
No.
I'm just saying. I think it'd be great.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm going to stick with Reflections, at Reflections on Twitter.
Wow.
Nate Hill, baby, pushing out and Funk as well. You love this. Plenty of elims, right? Looking at total of 5-5, 13 total elims in the hands of Nate Hill and Funk on the other side, though. Sitting at a couple of more. I got to tell you, they've had a great game so far, Dubs and Assault. And now being at the main transitional point over at Loot Lake, probably be using this rift to head over towards, I would say, maybe the tropical area. I think the circle is going to be closer towards, I wanted to say, I guess it's going to be closer towards Salty. I had my area mixed up. I was like going to say Lazy Lagoon, but yeah. Good communication coming out. One crack is going to be on Nate Hill, and there's going to be a player just to his left.
Does
and,
he see
two
them?
players.
All
He's-
three?
Oh, this is a tough situation.
Wow.
They just got revived.
In the storm, splitting right now. There are
That's-
not many players
that's
I would
four.
trust with this. Oh my gosh, can he harvest all of these weakened players? And there had to be some lag shenanigans right there.
100%.
Man was moonwalking and does get another here. And what a spot to be split to in the storm. But when you come in with 200 health, you can feel a little better about it. And man, you talk about a major split. I believe Nate Hill was all the way down by Paradise. This is about as big a split as you can make.
This is crazy to see these guys constantly changing the tone of their game plan. And that's the one thing that you love to see. A lot of teams, they want to stick with what they know. They don't want to change things up. These guys, they have been splitting all day long, and it has been working very, very well as FunkBomb. Being countered right now, trying to go for that high ground of which he accomplishes very quickly. Goes for the quick edit, manages to land one there with the pump shotty, and also getting tagged from the water side, just off toward the river. No big deal. He's having a pretty easy time with it, and also wants to get a little more aggressive there with the shockwave. Comes through, destroys the builds, hops on in, and says, welcome. It's great to be here. It's great to be alive, and it's great to be taking away yours, as it's going to be 7 already. He's about to add a few more once these eliminations start to come in, but like we said, this is a man on fire. This is a man all by himself.
This has been a 1-on-6, seemingly at least 1-on-4.
But that, I mean, a lot of those players coming off the revive may not have the best of inventory, too, so that's something to take into account. Now, Dubs understands, hey, there's a little bit too many players over here. He comes in for the attack. But Funk is already on top of it, right? He comes through and he's able to finish off a ton. And during that entire fight, Assault is very weak. And on top of that, Nate Hill on the other side, like you mentioned next to Paradise, was able to clean up 4 players himself. So in that total mess, we're looking at a total of potentially 10 elims that Nate Hill and Funk were able to get. Yeah, he's weak. He's at 3 health. He's got a mech right in front. This is not the situation that you want to be in. One shotgun shot was going to be it. Unfortunately, it doesn't get fired out, but a player from behind, it's going to blow up. Builds are going to go down, but luckily he's on the flank of this player. Can he get in for this full elim without getting tagged up? All it takes is one shot from any weapon to take this guy out. Maybe even some fall damage. Luckily, though, able to get
the storm. The storm
is going to be. He's got to get this finished before the storm.
How about that weapon? How about that type of weapon? Mother Nature comes through and silences Assault for now, as that is going to be a huge loss considering there is still a decent amount available on the map. How close this game has been. Assault dropping, and that's going to give a massive advantage, I was going to say, toward FaZe, which, hey, Dubs, of course, is a player in FaZe as well, but more specifically toward FunkBomb and Nate Hill, who are continually rotating throughout the map, continually splitting, and like I said, for Dubs, he's a man on a mission. He's a man by himself, which I got to say all 3 players have pretty much been by themselves. So if he isn't ready by now, it could be coming toward a quick ending in the grand finals. As Dubs, a huge moment, right? Just to try to hold on toward this game, try to make sure that things don't get too out of hand. And I think Assault does actually find one in the storm, so that's going to be nice for them. Just a little bit of that excess padding. Decides to go and enter in toward the parking spot with the other hoverboards that happen to be there. And a casual mech, which happens to make its presence felt. That's a minigun. Regardless, though, Dubs does not care. He'll take down what is going to be his 9th and his 10th. Everybody entering in toward those double-digit marks, but now this is the big boy. This is the one that you do not want to mess with. Rockets aplenty, stomps as well, and here comes the storm. Nothing in the trap slots in terms of a bounce pad, and that's going to be a slurp juice, some chug splashes, but that's not going to help you get away any quicker, as surely Dubs. Let's see if he can try to escape out of this one, taking so much fire, tossing down the chug splashes, just trying to stay up and even getting hit back. Dubs, best of luck, buddy. You're going to need it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation. But also, you know, hey, his opponents are, in fact, in the storm themselves. He's not breaking it, though. There's no way he gets out of this. That slurp, even, I don't think is going to help him. The storm is taking for too much. The mech is applying way too much pressure, and he's just holding on by a thread. And this might be all she wrote. But I've got to tell you, a great fight underway, and he continues to go back. But really, this fight is going to last as long as the fall damage is going to take, and he goes down now. Funk and Nate Hill have the remainder of the 4 players, now 3 on the map.
You have to imagine they're going to sweep these up, and if there's one thing that's you could maybe hope for, it's the fact that maybe they did enough damage, and if they don't break the storm, they could get that, but it does look like storm has already been broken, so we can toss that one out the window. And again, Solo Legend right here, getting an elim right there in the Storm. And Storm flip again. This is where these guys are so good, cleaning things up, making sure that the opponents have no chance of escape. And guys, this is going to be around 25 elims for them, provided they clean up these last couple.
25. Grand Finals. Funk and Nate Hill literally never slow down. And has any of them dropped at least this match? I don't think so.
That's
Has
always
any of
the
them dropped?
question.
That is always the question.
It's scary. That's a question, though. Like the fact that that is actually something that we have to really wrap our brains around is crazy to think about. And that's 12 for FunkBomb, 13 for Nate Hill. Give me a break. Give me a break in terms of consistency, in terms of how many eliminations they're walking away with in the grand finals, and versus another team that is so aggressive and so talented. They continually make magic happen, and they're also splitting too, which is incredible. Like, not many teams are brave enough to do that. Not many teams are willing to trust in each other enough that they can get out of Dodge. But the fact that they are, I don't know, man. They just know the blueprint. They know how it works. And this big play, I know we kind of had it on broadcast, FunkBomb, right? Catching players off in the midst of rebooting from Tilted Town. He drops every single one of them. As that was, what, I think he went from 5 or 6 to 10 instantly.
Yep.
And that's going to be a big driving force in terms of their advantage, of which they will have 25 to 17. And if you're Dubs and Assault, right, you're looking at that scoreline saying, man, we could have stayed alive a little bit longer, if we would have done a little bit more, if Assault would have said, hey, if I could have just maybe popped that campfire a little bit quicker. Dubs, if I would have had a few more shots. I mean, so many questions, but can they be that answer? And can those questions start to kind of get out of their heads, considering they have to win this and then another grand final? This map was hard enough. You've got to do it 3 more times if you want to be champions today versus a team that has never looked better.
Yeah, I mean, but it's possible, though. 8 elims
absolutely,
is a
it's
lot,
possible,
but
yeah.
that's 2 squad wipes. Nate Hill and FunkBomb never drop. I've seen them drop maybe a handful of times literally in the entirety that they competed together in Friday Fortnite, but that is really the only option. That's the only option that secures Dubs and Assault a win here.
Yeah.
Because Dubs and Assault, they like to go salty and meteors. So does Nate Hill and FunkBomb. And ultimately, I mean, if both teams are going there, you could only think that salty is just going to be cleared out, right? So the only thing that I can think of for Dubs and Assault at this point is do a better job initially, have a better mid-game and a late game, or maybe even switch it up entirely, go to a different location.
Yeah.
And it looks as if they actually might do that. Dubs and Assault are going to be over on the outer edge. They're heading in towards Pleasant, and Landon, we have seen so many tournament lives end at this location.
Yeah.
Will it be the same here? It was working, though. Go all the way back to MrSavage and Benjyfishy.
Yeah, it was
Pleasant
working
was
for them.
working out quite well. They won a couple of matches off of it.
It's just, for me, it's such a sketchy place to
I agree.
go.
I agree.
mean, it really is in terms of rotations. And I know we've obviously had this conversation a million times. It's a worrying location, but one that can produce elims. By no means do we talk about, Pleasant Park, it's a dead location. No, definitely not. I mean, entering in toward this location exactly will grant you some. It's just a matter of how you find those in the fights that you have to partake in, the weapons, the resources. At times, they can be spotty. But we'll see what they can try and provide as they both are in Pleasant Park. So not separating, not sending one toward Tilted Town, not sending one along with the opposite phase team. No, they're hanging on together, and they're riding this one out. And we'll see if it can be enough.
And if there's one thing that is nice about playing against Funk and Nate Hill, really the only thing you can say that they give you is you know that they're not going to be going for the big plays right off the start, right? They always have the same opening. It generally hasn't changed, and they're not the team that's going to be coming out with 10 elims after the first engagement, unless, of course, that many players throw themselves at them. But that's not the way that they want to start their game. So if there's anything nice for Dubs and Assault at this point, they know they can at least take their time, get themselves kitted up. It's really that next part that no one's really found an answer around. I almost wonder if they're going to have to start splitting in order to keep up with them, because it just seems like every time they go to a location, either Funk or Nate Hill has been there first.
One step at a time. They first got to make it out of Pleasant before they even start to contemplate what their next strategy is going to be. And that's one elim. Assault called that a little bit earlier. Oh my gosh, a mech just landed right next to him. Are you kidding me? They might make it out of Pleasant very easily. All they have to do is get inside that mech. Wow.
I love that. I love the call.
Can't beat them, join them, baby. I 100% agree.
Trying to win.
Hey, listen, use everything that you can possibly use that is available in game to take a victory. I'm not against that. I'm really not. Gentleman agreement or not, like, hey, if it's in the game, use it.
Oh, no, they're bad.
Absolutely. Okay, Nate Hill just goes casually. Oh, no, I'm good. They're bad. Yeah, I don't need your help. You're good.
Yeah,
just do your
honestly,
thing.
Nate, we're all like in comparison bad to you. It's pretty much true. That's not.
I wonder how
that's
many
not a fit.
players
That's
he
not a
would
lie.
say no they're good to.
Could you imagine?
Not many.
I think I've heard him say once, like, all right, these players are sweaties.
Underneath.
Other than that, like, and then he just proceeds to clean them up. Like,
Not a care in the world. Not a problem for him, as they are rolling right now and looking so good while doing it. As that's going to be 3 finalized for Nate. FunkBomb as well, also cleaning up another. As Salty Springs continues to be the location of choice. Like we talked about for Dubs and Assault, they venture off toward a new POI. Will it work out for them? We'll have to find out, as they have actually made their way in toward Tilted Town and with the mech. So this is kind of an interesting talking point. Any other location that they go toward and get that mech that just happens to pop up next to them, great. But since you're in Tilted Town, the only problem is that you can't destroy builds here, right? You can't harvest right now in terms of Tilted Town. You cannot build or, like I said, harvest. So that allows for the Brute to not be as useful. You hide in a building, you're good. You don't have to worry about anything.
yeah, absolutely.
So that Brute is nice, don't get me wrong. But that is probably the most unfortunate place to take the Brute, but it is the natural rotation.
Well, natural rotation or not, Salty has been very fruitful for Funk and Nate Hill. They continue to dominate this area left and right. There has never been a time where they've seemed out of control. They're always poised and ready to go. Dubs and Assault, though, they do clean up at least a couple over in Tilted, and there it is. They're going to pick up at least 3, so they continue to add to their repertoire, and they need to do so because they were down 8 going into this game. More shots are going to be called out. Mech still in play. They can pick that off and go for the rotation, but I think I heard just a little bit of a disagreement, as I heard him saying, hey, there's some shots south, and I do believe Dubs is like, hey, I'm not going over there. I do not want to make that rotation over.
I got to say, though, I think it may be worth it for at least someone to go there right now. Considering the way that the game has been going, considering the way the score was after game number 1, obviously they've been playing a lot better, but still, you look at the other side, and it's still within 2 elims. Nate Hill and FunkBomb, they have no problem with separating, with splitting, which is what they're doing at this very moment. So if you're Assault and Dubs, these little mini conversations that you're having is they're going to go and self-destruct. As I think that might have been the enemy who maybe did that. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they did that to try to sway them out. But regardless, Assault, Dubs taking some shots from the top side of the mountain. And this is when things start to get a little bit scary, right? You're delaying some time. You want to try to utilize these shockwave grenades and get out of here as fast as possible. They accomplish a little bit, but in the end, they lose their mech, they lose their mobility, and they lose some time.
That hurts, right? I mean, it's a tough situation.
It is. Time is of the essence right now. And again, I'm keeping my eyes glued to the top right there. How many players are left up? Still 33 elims to be had. That is certainly plenty. But we know how Nate Hill and Funk opt to play these situations, right? This is the time where they might even opt to come back together here. Just say, all right, let's just stay up. If the opponent gets a pick, let's get a pick too. Let's keep it. Let's sit on our cushion for as long as we can. And again, they're happy to see all that time be wasted without anything going on. You can see Nate Hill fully kitted up. Funk as well. Count right there, 5 for one, 7 for the other. So that's 2 of the 8 that have already been made up. But you have to imagine an engagement currently on the way. And
nice.
yes.
Nice. Beautiful stuff, taking out that wall with the heavy snipe and then coming through and getting an elim. Funk as well was able to get one himself.
So that 2-point gap already gone.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, they just continued to heat up, but I got to be, kind of worried, right, about Nate Hill and Funk because they're still in Salty, although it's been very fruitful. Dubs continues to find engagements in Tilted Town, and on top of that, too, you also have Assault who has rotated around. He's got the rift, but watch out. He's running away. Dubs goes down. And now you got to be thinking, Assault, does he rotate back? You can't build in that situation, obviously. No building, no breaking. We see it every single time you go into that location. But now do you go for the revive? That's the question you have to be asking yourself.
Yep, that's the question on his mind. Is it worth it? Do I have time?
I'm pretty sure it's close. Like, you could definitely clutch up. If you go tilted, bro, there's 2 full teams that tilted. If you go tilted and you just kill them all, you're going to be, you could win.
I like that call. Dub saying, you go tilted, you take down both these teams, you could win. You have the capability, but look at this. Who's venturing in here as well?
Was someone else in that Discord call? I'm beginning to wonder.
Of course, it is Nate Hill and FunkBomb also throwing their hat in the ring every single time a team wants to make a call. Who is there for the counter? It is these boys, but look at this.
Oh, he's getting lasered.
Assault, he's making some damage happen, but look at that. I think it was FunkBomb who came in with the missile, solidified one, as that is going to ruin the party. What a play. Nate and FunkBomb off the top rope. He's still finding elims, but to no avail. It ruined their opportunity. It ruined their chance. And you see FunkBomb running over Dubs' body, as that is what Assault had his eyes on since the start. And as that storm flip starts to dissipate, that will allow for the reboot van to be accessible. But they've got their mech. They're progressing on, and Assault will get up his teammate. And they are on for the races.
And just to think about something, right, Nate Hill and Funk, they don't come in there. High potential Assault dies. Assault was only at 50 health. There were still 3 players remaining. He was lasering 2 of them, but he got lasered himself. So the game could have theoretically already been over. But was it worth it for him to be aggressive? Was it worth it for Nate Hill and Funk to come through? I still think it was. Why? Because they were able to come through, get a couple of those very valuable elims to keep that lead, 32-29.
And if nothing else, this now gives them the opportunity to pivot out from here and go back to the split game that they've played. And it does look like we've seen a little bit of that, although maybe Nate Hill doubling back on that, trying to identify where Funk went. You can see right here. So they are around the same general area, trying to identify where they might go. But, guys, Assault has been keeping the team in the game right now. Already back up is Dubs. And you have to think, you know, for Nate Hill and Funk, I feel like there was an advantage there that they didn't really capitalize on.
Absolutely so, right? I mean, like I said, they don't come in, Assault dies. This tournament's theirs. They won. 3rd straight win, but Nate Hill, though, I mean, Nate Hill and Funk, I mean, like I said, in that situation, you kind of just have to do so. Nate Hill already engaging on a couple of players just down low. He's going to go for the attack, and Assault's already going to be there, and he's got to go quickly. I noticed Dubs and Assault managed to pick up a couple of more. Assault gets yet another one, and now we're starting to get close to that tie range. It was only 32-29. They keep this up. They very well could force a bracket reset. Still plenty of elims remaining. It's anybody's game.
They're calling out, saying, hey, get ready to beam. Get ready to take down this player who just grabbed a rift, trying to counter the mech that's currently presented right now from Nate Hill. As here comes the fight. They've been talking about, hey, have we closed the gap? They absolutely have. With that last fight and just running in sequence, the ultimate blitz, Dubs takes down another, as that could be getting toward the point of possible lead changes. They're getting oh so close, and he's utilizing the ramp just to progress himself a little bit farther. Nate Hill and FunkBomb, they are separate. They are splitting, and Dubs and Assault are also in that same boat of wanting to do something similar. We are coming down to the wire here for week number 8. Who will be our champions, as it is up to a race of kills, 32-32. You see Dubs and Assault, they've closed the gap. And right now for FunkBomb, he's losing some health, and thankfully he finds a big pot, the only shield that he has opportunity to grab, and he's got no support. He's got no teammates here for the time, whether on the other end or not. But just as I say that, you look at the top right, that yellow arrow, it's going to be Dubs. Not too far away. He wants to get engaged as well. A lot of different fights breaking down right now as it's Assault, who just found one in the kill feed.
Uh-oh, and somebody pressing on to Funk. He's going to manage to finish off a couple there. Some more players just up ahead. Nate Hill now joining into the mix, and that's going to be hugely beneficial given the fact that Funk was a little bit weak, but the storm has moved in. He's going to be sitting on this campfire, but he'll slowly be gaining health. But luckily, 2 players run into him. Don't let him. He's got to block the launch pad, and he does just that. And it's going to be a great opportunity as they get distracted by the campfire, but unfortunately, the roof gets destroyed, and that player does get away. Now, we need to see FunkBomb go in on the attack. Nate Hill is also going to be there trying to fire off some shots. FunkBomb knows he needs to get up close and personal, but Nate Hill, he gets a knock from a distance. And to finalize is going to come through. Meanwhile, Assault up ahead. Roughly the same location. We'll spot at least one player down below. Mech has been destroyed. Easy kill. And now you hear him calling, right? We have to get over towards FunkBomb. We have to start collapsing down and stealing as many elims as we possibly can.
Oh, This is going to be huge there. I think Funk's just trying to be the distraction so that Nate can get the shot. And these are big elims. You can see right there, single-digit elims that are left, and great work by Funk to hold on to that elim now. The finalization of these elims is going to be everything here at the very end. We are down to just 4 elims left available. They've been trading back and forth, and we were tied at our last score update.
We were. I know it's been going back and forth. I've been trying to add up the score in my head, and I want to say that FaZe, in terms of Nate Hill and FunkBomb, are either tying the game or they're up by 1. It is literally that close as we come down to the wire. It's anybody's game, and climbing the top of the mountain as they already have previously. Can they do it again? Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Nate has the sniper. FunkBomb, of course, up close has been an absolute menace, and here come the fights. They're ready to engage, and they do have the advantage right now. One cut off guard, and of course the sniper lands, as it has every single week. You notice a mech is just off toward the left, and that is a perfect ending toward what will be this week. Who can grab the advantage as FunkBomb ends up getting taken down with the shotgun. This is their opportunity. If you're Assault and Dubs, this is when you capitalize. We just saw an incredible play come through from Nate Hill. How can they respond? As Nate, he's here. This is his 4th time in the grand finals. He's trying to play this one carefully, decides to back out. May try to go for the res, as you mentioned, Taylor. 1 HP, and he finds one. Can he find the second? As we come down to the wire, it's going to be a race.
Dubs is on the second one currently. I know there was a player just below him. It's going to be a mad dash. Neither player can heal up, right? Assault knows he needs to push for with just 1 health. There's no other chance for him to make or at least force a bracket reset than right now. Assault, though, he is going to go ahead and drop. He just falls down about 13 meters. That's all it took, right? He was just at 1 health. And now Dubs, the only player. It's a mono-e-mono 1v1, and Nate Hill does spot him. Dubs does as well. If Nate Hill could get this snipe, he can all but practically solidify it. Player down below, Dubs is going to get knocked.
What?
Nate Hill's last alive.
Dubs didn't know it. Dubs didn't know that someone was just on the flank. So Nate Hill finds the first. Don't tell me he's about to do this one as well. Sniper bullet whistles past the ear of the enemy, as that will be at least 1. Nate Hill, he's the sole man alive. He's the last guy to do all the work. And yes, low on resources, low on mats. He thankfully has some minis. But can Nate Hill keep this game alive? Can he allow for he and FunkBomb to join in a very unique club at 3 championships? It's looking possible, and we know, right, Nate Hill with this sniper rifle has been an absolute fiend, and that's the way he's closing things out. Finds the initial crit damage done on the opponent. He walked away with the first, and Nate Hill is continuing on. He's got the confidence. He's got the look in his eye. He knows this has got to be theirs. He knows what is about to be inbound. He references back, grabs all the necessary info, all the necessary items. The enemy is going to try to utilize this cozy campfire, but Nate Hill, he's about to sneak up next to him, and here we go. This should be just about it.
Goes for the underneath, trying to take it over Landon. He's trying to just damage the walls and find his in. And this is the opportunity, and he gets it, Landon. And that's going to be it. Nate Hill, as well as FunkBomb, come through and take it. Another victory, another week.
Yeah, I want to see the scoreboards just to double check, but you'd like to imagine that they have got to be our champions again. After the way that it has looked, the way that this one has played out, these guys, unbelievable work from beginning to end. As Nate Hill, 4 straight grand finals. He and FunkBomb together, 3 straight. Unreal work, and did they capture their 3rd title as they would join alongside the only team, along with Tfue and Cloaksy, to be in this camp of 3 championships. Did they get it done? Did they accomplish it? And man, I'm so nervous for the scoreline. I need to see who won this one. Did Dubs and Code, did they force it? Did they force the overtime? Or are we done here? As we run through the highlights, man, just from beginning to end, we saw such an incredible closeout. Rotations aplenty. The mech continuing to be a factor. As Dubs, this guy, and I think it was Nine who was calling it out during a commercial break, saying, man, if it wasn't for Nate Hill and FunkBomb, this guy would be the best player in Friday Fortnite. He's in that conversation right now, without a doubt. But Nate Hill comes through. Look at that. Look at that. And people act as if that's ease. That's an up-close sniper shot while the enemy is moving. That is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and then comes through clutch. He wanted it. He had it. And
Look
Nate
how calm
Hill,
he is.
Oh, yeah. Calm, cool, collected. But we need to find out who won this one. Who is our champion? I have a feeling, and there it is. It is solidified, as you call it, Taylor. Nate Hill and FunkBomb,
Insane.
3-time Friday Fortnite champions, their 3rd grand final together. Nate Hill's 4th in a row. It is unbelievable. And initially, when we watched the run from Tfue and Cloakzy, we called it the dynasty.
Yeah.
We thought that one would never be brought up in comparison, and not that they are to that level as of yet in terms of overall championships, but they are putting themselves, they're throwing their hat in the ring, they're getting in that conversation.
Absolutely. I mean, that is just superb. I mean, you talk about Nate Hill and Funk over there once again for 3rd, and then 4th time for Nate Hill. And you said in a row?
It's Nate Hill's 4th grand final.
It's
he
insane.
and FunkBomb together,
It's
their 3rd straight grand
I
final.
mean, that is honestly,
and their 3rd championship.
Honestly insane. First off, that streak has not ever happened. So that's the first time, right? And now Nate Hill rivaling that of Tfue and Cloakzy. Crazy stuff. Dubs and Assault, though, a great 2nd place. He's been there a lot, right? Dubs has, at least in the past, and he continues to get number 2, but he's still finishing the money. Respect to him. And Aydan and Sway for 3rd. Aydan and Sway played great last week. Now this week, too, coming back again. But all those teams, all 3 of those teams, man. I mean, I'm telling you, they played their heart outs, and they played so incredibly well.
Just, man, I feel for Dubs right now. I do. 2 points right there. You know what that difference is? That's if Dubs gets that final elim. Then we're tied. If Dubs gets both of them, that's a win. To be that close, and I feel like every time Dubs gets 2nd, he gets closer and closer. And this was about as close as you can possibly get. And, young man, my heart goes out to you. You will get your victory one day. I have no doubt. But for now, there is still a Nate at the top of that hill.
Yeah, there definitely is, right? Nate Hill, FunkBomb. They're hanging out. They're having a fantastic party, and they're most likely partying right now with Tfue and Cloakzy, saying, hey, it's great to be in good company. It's nice that someone finally joined us up here. It's been a little bit lonely at the top since Friday Fortnite has began. But as you mentioned, man, Dubs, he's right there. He absolutely is, right? And as you referenced, 3 trips to the grand finals, 3 2nd places, and that is so unfortunate for him to be put in that spot. And as you mentioned, so close, like literally, you couldn't get any closer than that. The player was on his flank. He didn't think that there was someone going to be there, and I don't think we did either. We're like, oh my god, I thought there was only 1 player left. I didn't know there was 2.
It didn't make sense for a player to be there, unless he was rotating down from Valhalla, which I think was the only option. I think he rotated down and then just unexpectedly.
He had his eye on the prize. They both saw the same player, and they're like, okay, that's the target. That's the final player. And as soon as Dubs focuses his attention away from his surroundings, that's when he got lasered and taken down. It's crazy. You can't write a better story. You really can't.
You cannot.
You cannot write a better story than what we're witnessing.
We say the same thing.
Yep.
It's insane.
really
Friday
is.
Fortnite gets better and better every single week we do it. And this week, by the way,
oh, this one was so close.
This week was great. Not only the matchups that we saw, right? We saw Ninja and Reverse drop a 53. That is some insane, insane numbers. And on top of that, right, Roman Atwood sponsoring the vid? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
It couldn't have got any better, right? Smile more, baby. Got the gear, got the shirt. You guys can get the gear, the shirt. You guys can get the pillowcase. You guys can get the blanket if you want.
The
The
G
cups.
Fuel.
We got
Listen,
listen, if you won $1,000 tonight, and we still have one more winner, by the way, right, to
do.
give away. So
We
we still have
do.
one more winner. And if you win $1,000, you can literally get an entire outfit at the Smile More store.
It's true.
Of course, use code Friday Fortnite. Uh-oh.
There you go.
Use code Friday Fortnite to go ahead and get your discount off, man. Phenomenal stuff, though.
Absolutely. 100%, right? I mean, this tournament from beginning to end presented us with a number of different storylines in terms of new teams, new players together, and, man, some very, very close series. We talked about, we were kind of entering in toward the winners. We're like, man, like, how is this going to kind of play out? We enter into the losers bracket. We have, like, 4 or 5 games in a row that are decided within 1, 2, 3 eliminations. You couldn't ask for a better week. You really couldn't, and if you did, you're a very greedy person and one that has very high expectations. But who knows what week 8, or rather week 9, is going to hold? It's going to be a blast, that's for sure. But guys, any kind of closing thoughts after what we just saw, and after we see Nate Hill and FunkBomb continually at the top?
I mean, honestly, it's amazing the fact that Nate Hill and FunkBomb continue to come back week after week and do so incredibly well. They've got the strategy locked down, and is there anyone that can stop them? Because they're so consistent. We talk about, literally on our head, we can count how many times Nate Hill or FunkBomb has been eliminated or just knocked. Mind you, typically they never get fully eliminated. They just get knocked and they get picked right up, right? It's absolutely crazy the fact that they are so good at the game, but they continue to come back week after week and do so incredibly well. But you guys out there in the chat come by week after week after week, and we appreciate your support. Make sure to hit that follow button because we have shows that happen week in, week out, 4 shows a week currently, and we keep the action going, whether it's Minecraft Monday, Friday Fortnite, Gears of War for Emergence Days, or Weekly Rumble for Call of Duty. We love having you here.
And Taylor, I think you've thanked about everybody.
I tend to.
You've left nobody for me to thank, but I will thank all the viewers once again for making this possible for all of us. And, of course, to the entire Smile More team for making this happen. Roman Atwood, thank you so much for putting this in. And, guys, we all have cups in front of us. Can I propose a toast?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Propose a toast?
Let's do it.
First of all, to
Okay.
Smile More.
Yep.
The toast.
Toast. Oh, we got a cheers too.
Got a touch.
Cheers.
To
There
Friday
you have it.
Fortnite.
Okay. Cheers again.
And
I love this.
to the 3-time champions, Nate Hill and FunkBomb.
I love that. I don't know if anyone can hear that in the microphones or not, but just a
you.
little
That
clatter.
that was
if
a
you
nice
will.
touch.
A little
Nine.
clatter.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you took everything else, so I had to come up with something on the fly.
That was great.
That was clutch. That was clutch night. That's for sure. Tell you what, we always have a great time. That's for sure. Maybe a little bit too much fun from time to time. We're cheers and we're giving all kinds of call outs to everybody. But hey, don't we have one? Yeah, we have one more person to give away. That deserves cheers as well, possibly. So let's go and do that one more time.
To our final winner.
There we go. There we have it. To our final winner, which is Taylor. Drumroll, please, on the table.
Wait, Taylor is the
Taylor.
winner?
No, Taylor.
you wanted me to
Drumroll
do a
on the
drum roll.
table. Yes.
Well, you caught me indisposed. Let me go ahead and press this all
Yep.
down.
Here we
Okay,
go.
all right.
All right. So you just knocked over everything.
Just
on the
do it.
set. All right. I
Who's the
asked you guys question number 10. What code can you use to get 30% off the SmileMoreStore.com products? And you guys instantly knew it, which congratulations to you. We totally didn't put it on screen. We didn't put it in bold. We haven't been referencing it throughout the entire broadcast, but someone got it right, which is going to be $1,000 richer. It is Zax2303. Congratulations to you. You are $1,000 richer. It's incredible to say. I've said that 10 different times tonight, but we will be getting in contact with you guys, so do not fret. Just make sure to be staying tuned to your social medias, especially this one here on Twitch. We'll be getting in contact with you to learn your information as we discussed. It has been a phenomenal week. It was a pleasure really kind of being involved with you guys, kind of labeling out all of these awesome trivia questions. And obviously, if you didn't know anything or learn, maybe too much about Roman Atwood previously, hopefully you did tonight, because there was a lot of definitely very valuable information that you can kind of carry on for the rest of your days. But as we've been kind of discussing throughout the entirety of the broadcast, guys, if you haven't done so already, check out our friends at G Fuel. You can visit gfuel.com, visit their website. The official energy drink of esports. When you're at checkout, when you're buying some Bahama Mama inspired by Roman Atwood, you can feel free to use code UMG for 10% off. And as we've discussed, guys, make sure to visit thesmilemorestore.com. $20,000 was donated by Roman Atwood today to make sure that Friday Fortnite could be possible. $10,000 going to our winners. $10,000 being spread apart to you guys as well. Congratulations to you 10 individuals. And like we said, a massive thanks to Roman Atwood again and the entire Smile More team, as they pretty much send us all kinds of awesome products. They send us all kinds of awesome things. So a huge thank you to them for sponsoring this week and for just being awesome people who have incredible messages throughout all the vlogs, throughout all of the struggles maybe as of recently for Roman Atwood. We just want to give a huge thank you to him for just always being a friend of Friday Fortnite, for being a safe place for a number of different people to really kind of dive into when it comes down to the internet. A great, awesome channel to check out, and you guys should absolutely do so. But hey, that's going to do it here for us, the entire UMG studio. For Reflections 9 Whole Grains, this is Lando Sanders setting off for the final time, saying thank you so much for tuning in, and make sure to smile more. We'll see you next time.